Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the January 26th special meeting at 4 p.m. of the Santa Monica City Council. Madam Clerk, will you call the first item, please?
Let me do the roll first.
Oh, I forgot the roll. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Sorry, here.
Okay. Councilmember McKeown.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
I don't see Councilmember De La Torre. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here.
Okay, so the first item is item 8A, Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus the City of Santa Monica. Determination regarding common law conflict of interest of Councilmember De La Torre. And we currently have at least 3 members who are calling in to speak.
So let me just say before you give the staff report, and I know there will be a staff report, that we are launching our new system. And would everyone mute, please, other than me, because there's feedback. Thank you. So we are starting our new system of public comment where you can actually appear in our meetings and speak to us, and we can ask you questions, and this will be the first time this is happening, so I beg your indulgence. I'm not so great at pushing buttons, and to the extent that we're really trying hard to make this a more interactive process, please give us credit for that and don't hold against us if it doesn't work perfectly. I'm sure it will be my fault. And on that note, I think we can have a staff report.
Should we wait for Councilmember De La Torre before we do the staff report on this item? I don't know if we can.
He texted me. He's having trouble logging in. I've just resent him the link.
Then let's wait a couple of minutes.
Are there any announcements since we have this time?
I was wondering if the city clerk happens to be a former actress or singer. She could do like a Broadway tune right now. Denise?
Sorry, Phil.
Your turn, Phil. You sing.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I don't do well. However, Councilmember De La
Excuse me,
Torre.
Phil. I see Oscar. Yes, so
Yeah.
let's go.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, Denise, do you have to say Councilmember De La Torre, and he says yes, so go for it. You're
I see
here.
Councilmember De La Torre, yes.
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you. And now we're ready for staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. The written staff report sets out the relevant facts and legal analysis regarding the common law conflict of interest. I do, however, want to address a few issues that have been raised since the staff report was submitted, including an opinion from the law office of Daniel Ambrose that is attached to the agenda and that I received for the first time today. First, it has been suggested that the council should wait on guidance from the Fair Political Practices Commission before addressing the common law conflict issue. Noted in the staff report, the city attorney's office has sought guidance from the FPPC regarding whether there is a financial conflict of interest. The city is awaiting that guidance, but I do not know when we will receive it. Council retains the discretion to postpone discussion of the common law conflict issue until the FPPC guidance is received, but this would require postponement of the closed session discussion of the CVRA case that is scheduled for this evening. And the city's brief in the California Supreme Court is due on March 22nd, 2021, a date that is approaching. Second, it has been suggested that the common law conflict of interest doctrine is no longer viable in California, given the legislature's passage of statutes addressing financial conflicts. Both courts and the California Attorney General, however, have made clear that the common law doctrine remains in force. 1996, in Clark versus City of Hermosa Beach, 48 Cal App 4th, 1152, the court discussed, quote, the common law prohibition on conflicts of interest, close quote, citing case law and California Attorney General opinions and concluding that the common law doctrine, quote, prohibits public officials from placing themselves in a position where their private personal interests may conflict with their official duties, close quote. The court specifically addressed and rejected the argument that the common law doctrine had been eliminated by statute. Again, citing California Attorney General opinions, the court explained, quote, while the Political Reform Act focuses on financial conflicts of interest, the common law extends to non-economic conflicts of interest. The common law may be abrogated by express statutory provisions, but that is not the situation here. Similarly, in 2015, in Davis versus Fresno Unified School District, 237 Cal App 4th, 251, the court, citing Clark, allowed a cause of action premised on an asserted common law conflict of interest to proceed, explaining that the common law doctrines overlap with California statutes, including in particular Government Code Section 1090, is not complete, quote, because the statutes are concerned with financial conflicts of interest, and the common law rule encompassed both financial and non-financial interests that could result in divided loyalty. California Attorney General has also consistently recognized the continuing viability of the common law doctrine with respect to non-financial conflicts of interest. In 2009, in the opinion referenced in the written staff report, the Honorable Norma J. Torres, 92 Ops, Cal Attorney General 19, the Attorney General first, quote, found no disqualifying interest within the meaning of Section 1090 or the Political Reform Act, close quote. It then turned to the, quote, common law doctrine against conflicts of interest, quote, close quote, specifically recognizing that while, quote, the focus of the statutes analyzed above is on actual or potential financial conflicts, the common law prohibition extends to non-economic interests as well, close quote. Similarly, in 2018, in the Honorable Mark Stone, 101 Ops Cal Attorney General 1, the Attorney General affirmed the continuing viability of the common law doctrine with respect to non-economic interests, stating, quote, the common law doctrine against conflicts of interest prohibits public officials from placing themselves in a position where their private personal interests may conflict with their official duties. Where a common law conflict of interest exists, the official may not take part either in the discussion nor in a vote on the relevant matter. Common law conflicts of interest extend not only to financial interests, but also to non-economic interests if there is some personal advantage or disadvantage at stake for the public officer. Common law conflicts are not limited to contracts and may arise whenever an official's personal or pecuniary interests are at stake. Close quote. Third, it has been suggested that Councilmember Della Torre is in no different a position from other council members, and that all the council members have interests in the outcome of the CBRA litigation that pose a non-financial conflict, because the resolution of the litigation may affect how they are elected. If this approach were correct, then council members would be similarly conflicted from voting to adopt an elections code or other campaign finance rules as incumbents, an ethics code as required adherents, or any municipal code provisions that might result in administrative or criminal penalties, as residents potentially subject to those penalties. The common law doctrine has not been extended this broadly. To the best of my knowledge, no other council member has a personal relationship of a type that might result in a common law conflict similar to that of Councilmember Della Torre, who is married to one plaintiff in the CBRA litigation and has long-standing ties to the other plaintiff. Along these same lines, it has been suggested that determination of whether there is a common law conflict of interest hinges on a determination of what the city's interest in the outcome of the CVRA litigation is or should be. The purpose of the common law conflict doctrine, however, is to avoid putting a public official in a position where there is a risk that a personal relationship may influence that official's individual determination as to what the city's interest should be. The issue here is whether Councilmember Delatorre's personal relationships with the plaintiffs in the CVRA litigation, one of whom is his spouse, pose such a risk. It has also been suggested that applying the common law conflict of interest doctrine here would pose grave concerns of violating Councilmember Delatorre's First Amendment rights. Councilmember Delatorre's campaign activity and political advocacy, including his advocacy for district-based litigations and in support of the CVRA lawsuit, are not, however, the basis for the conflict of interest. The conflict is based on Councilmember Delatorre's personal relationships with the plaintiffs in the CVRA litigation. And the issue is whether there is a risk those relationships may influence Councilmember Delatorre's actions as a council member, not a private citizen, with respect to that litigation. Moreover, even if Councilmember Delatorre is disqualified from participating in council decisions regarding the CVRA litigation, he would still be able to participate in council decisions unrelated to the litigation regarding whether the city should adopt district-based elections. Nor would it deprive him of the ability as an individual to continue his advocacy in support of the CVRA lawsuit. Fourth, it has been suggested that seeking to disqualify Councilmember Delatorre demonstrates an unwarranted distrust in his ability to comply with his obligations as a council member, including his obligations to keep confidential material discussed in closed session or to put aside his conflict and act in the best interests of the city. This misunderstands the common law doctrine, which does not require a determination that the conflict will come to fruition and actually result in improper action. Thus, in a 2010 case, DA XREL KA versus St. Helena Unified School District, 2010 Westlaw 370333, a federal district court applied the California common law doctrine to disqualify a district school board member from serving as a guardian ad litem for a child engaged in litigation against the district. As the court explained, quote, as a board member, the father must act to protect the district's interest. And as plaintiff's guardian ad litem, he is charged with representing the interests of his minor daughter in litigation against the district. Although the father declares that this does not present a conflict of interest and represents that he will absent himself from the board's litigation strategy sessions, the court finds that the father's dual role creates an impermissible conflict of interest, close quote. And, as explained in the California Attorney General opinion referenced in the written staff report, the determining factor is whether there is a, quote, temptation to act for personal or private reasons, close quote, thereby presenting a, quote, potential conflict, close quote. The law, therefore, quote, will not permit, close quote, a public official, quote, to place himself in a position in which he may be tempted by his own private interests to disregard those of his principal, close quote. If this temptation exists, there is a conflict requiring, quote, complete abstention, close quote, from the particular matter, regardless of whether the public official actually would succumb to this temptation. Finally, it has been suggested that counsel should disregard my legal analysis because it is biased as a result of my participation in defending the city in the CVRA litigation. Counsel, of course, remains free to disregard or differ with my legal analysis. But in defending the city, I have acted as counsel for the city at counsel direction. This does not demonstrate any personal bias. Under Section 708 of the city's charter, the city attorney's office provides legal representation to the city. In accordance with the charter and California Rule of Professional Responsibility 1.13, in representing the city, absent circumstances not present here, we are obligated to take direction from the city's duly authorized constituents overseeing the litigation, in this case, the city council. Indeed, as the commentary to Rule 1.13 makes clear, in representing an organization, quote, a lawyer ordinarily must accept decisions an organization's constituents make on behalf of the organization, even if the lawyer questions their utility or prudence. It is not within the lawyer's province to make decisions on behalf of the organization concerning policy and operations, including ones entailing serious risk, close quote. My actions in representing the city in the CVRA case and in providing the legal analysis set out in the written staff report and in my comments today have been and remain in accordance with these rules and principles. With that, I am happy to try and answer any questions.
Council member, I see. Councilmember Davis, did you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you, George, for that. I just have a couple of questions. One, was there any preliminary opinion from the FPPC?
No, I have not received anything from the FPPC.
And do we have a time frame in which the FPPC believes that they can get us a final determination?
I have had conversations with the FPPC, but they have not given me a time frame in which we can expect a final determination.
And assuming, well, that's my questions based on your staff presentation. Thank you.
Anyone else? So I have a question, George, and that is, in looking at... Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Brock had a question. I don't know if you want to go to him first.
I actually am looking. Okay, go ahead, Phil.
Okay, thank you, George. My question is, could we temporarily disqualify Councilmember Delatorre for the closed session today, pending the FPPC decision or Attorney General's decision? Could we do a temporary recusal in order to proceed with a closed session today, which would not harm Councilmember Delatorre's interest, and then hold the rest depending on the official decision from a body outside of our city council?
So Councilmember Delatorre could recuse himself from proceedings today, and if he did that, we could proceed with the discussions today, and any actions that would come from those or guidance that would come from those decisions would be made without Councilmember Delatorre's participation. That would leave open the issues under both the common law conflict and potentially the FPPC for a later date. But that is something that the council could choose to do, and we could proceed with the CVRA discussion under those circumstances with a voluntary recusal by Councilmember Delatorre.
And if I could follow up, because the initial, at least my initial perception, Councilmember Parr and I initiated the request for the closed session so that we could be brought up to date on what has happened so far and the status of that lawsuit. So I don't, unless I'm wrong, I don't see that we're going to make any decisions today.
There would also be a discussion of where we are and potential strategy questions relating to the case going forward in anticipation of the brief that's due in March.
But we would still have a follow-up?
I would anticipate that we would still have a follow-up session between now and the brief in March.
Okay, thank you, George.
Anyone else? Okay, I have a question, George, and that is, it's my understanding, I looked at a few FPPC decisions today, that they disclaim any advice on common law conflicts. They say we're only ruling under the Political Reform Act. So does that is correct.
The FPPC only provide us with guidance on financial conflicts under the PRA and Section 1090. Depending on how that advice came out, the council potentially still would have to reach the common law conflicts issue.
I do, yes, I understand that. And And so even if the FPPC rules on the financial 1090, Political Reform Act conflict issues, we still won't have a final determination on the common law issues unless they venture into that area of law. Is that right?
The FPPC, in their opinions, typically disclaims providing guidance on common law conflicts. In other words, they typically say they will not provide guidance on that.
So is it accurate that any opinion we get from the FPPC will probably not analyze the area we really need to be looking at here?
Unless the FPPC were to break from its common practice, guidance they provide will apply only under the PRA and Section 1090. They will not provide guidance on common law conflicts, again, unless they were to radically break from their past practice.
And so ultimately, as I understand it, and this could be wrong, but we're making the decision, George, and not you. You're advising us, and then we decide if there's a conflict. Is that right?
Correct. I have provided you with my legal guidance and my opinion as to the legal analysis, but ultimately the determination as to whether there is a conflict that would require Councilmember De La Torre to recuse him, to be disqualified, would be one for the council.
Thank you. Are there any other, that's the end of my questions. Are there any other questions? Councilmember McEwen.
Well, thank you. The answer we just got begs another question. If this were a financial conflict, then the FPPC would be the higher power to whom we could turn for resolution. Given that it is a arguably not financial, but common law conflict, who in this situation is the higher power?
The city, we sought guidance from the California Attorney General, who does provide advice on common law conflicts of interest. However, their statutory authority recently was changed such that they will only provide advice to city attorneys if it relates to a criminal matter. And so the California Attorney General's office declined to provide advice with respect to the common law conflict of interest. The answer is that there essentially is no higher authority other than potentially a court would be the only other authority. And it is not clear at this time that the city could pursue an action in court. In other words, it's not clear that the situation is ripe for the city to pursue an action in court.
Let me follow up then. If indeed the only way to get this to court would be for the conflict of interest to become ripe by a council member engaging in a vote where there was a conflict of interest, what are the penalties then? Because I know that for 1090, the penalties are quite severe.
And under the common law, they can be severe as well. The action could be voided, and depending on the timing, that could have fairly severe effects. But those would be the consequences. The action could be voided, and that's one of the things we're trying to avoid. In addition, we have seen today, as part of the written materials that were submitted, there is now a threat of litigation posed by a group of citizens. This just came in today and is part of the comments, but there's a threat of litigation posed if we proceed with De La Torre.
We lost you, George, for a minute. There's a threat of litigation posed if?
There's a threat of litigation that states that they threaten to sue the city if, in fact, the city proceeds with discussions and decisions relating to the CDRA case without disqualifying Councilmember De La Torre.
Thank you. And Oscar, I saw your hand up. Do you have a question?
Yes, I have a series of questions for Mr. Cardona. Mr. Cardona, did we at some point meet to discuss the Pico Neighborhood Association versus the City of Santa Monica lawsuit?
We did.
Do you recall when? How long ago was that?
I recall that I met with you before you took your council seat to discuss the potential conflict and to discuss seeking advice from the FPPC and the California Attorney General.
Great. Prior to that discussion, did you advise me that I should or could be represented by legal counsel in that discussion?
I believe I told you that I represented the city and that attorney-client privilege was held by the city and not by you.
Yes, correct. I recall that. Prior to that discussion, well, let me ask you this. Do you remember if I had legal representation with me for that discussion?
You did not.
You're correct in that. In that discussion, did you ask me questions about the retainer agreement my wife entered into with her attorneys and any financial arrangements in that retainer agreement?
I asked you specific questions that would relate to seeking guidance as to whether, and I will.
Yes,
here I'm going to have to stop and ask counsel for some direction.
Let me ask you the question though, because I recall, yeah, you wanted to know if my wife would think.
Oscar, you need to let the city attorney speak if he needs to speak.
Okay, that's fine.
And Oscar, I'm only asking for guidance before I answer these questions, because my answers to these questions will get into conversations that I had with you in your position as a council member elect. As such, I take the position that those conversations are subject to the attorney-client privilege that is held by counsel, as I advised you during the conversation. So I don't believe that I can talk about the specifics of those conversations without getting direction from counsel that I can answer regarding conversations that I believe are subject to the attorney-client privilege that is held by the city.
Yeah. You do recall that we talked about the financial conflicts of interest, and you do recall that you asked me about the arrangement or a potential arrangement. You were asking if my wife was to make any money, regarding the litigation. And do you recall that I said no? That I said that there is no contract that I'm aware of. I haven't signed a contract. My wife hasn't signed a contract.
Will everyone, excuse me, will everyone except for Mr. Delatorre, Councilmember Delatorre, and our interim city attorney, please mute because we're having interference on the line.
So, Mayor Hemmerich, I can answer this without getting into attorney-client privilege, and by answering it in a different way, which is, Councilmember Delatorre, based on our conversation, I provided a request for guidance to the FPPC. That request for guidance set out your representations that, in fact, you had no arrangement by which you or your wife would receive any money in connection with the CBRA case.
Okay, so I just want to remind you that we had that discussion and that it was very clear that I let you know that I don't make any money. I don't have to pay any money.
Oscar, not a question, Oscar. You done with your questions?
And I provided information concerning the relationship between my wife and her attorneys. Do you recall that, Mr. Cardona?
Again, I don't know if I can answer regarding the specific conversations.
I am going to terminate these questions, Oscar.
Well, wait a minute. I thought we're having a dialogue and an open discussion. I mean, you can't terminate the questioning. I mean, that's what this was for. I was hoping. Well,
depending upon whether you're trying to put into a public meeting, which this is, impermissible attorney-client privileged issues. So I am concerned that the city attorney is
perhaps I can answer this a different way that will solve the problem. But Councilmember Delatorre, I represented to the FPPC as well that neither you nor your wife had any likelihood of receiving any money in connection, and the representation that there were arrangements such that neither you nor your wife would receive any of the attorney's fees that were to be paid that potentially could be paid in the CBRA case, or had any obligation to pay anything to the attorneys, and that the attorneys working, as you believed, under an agreement under which they would bear all of those costs and they would receive all of those. Does that get at what you were getting at?
Yes. In fact, you did send a letter to the FPPC, did you not?
I did.
And you did that without first working with me to craft the appropriate letter. You did it on your own. You didn't send me a draft of the letter, correct?
I did not. I crafted the letter. I sent it to the FPPC I advised the FPPC that it had been copied to you and that you could provide additional information if you so chose.
Why didn't you work with me to craft an appropriate letter to the FPPC rather than just sending your own letter? Why? I thought we had agreed that we would work on it together and sign off on it together.
I was acting as counsel for the city and felt it appropriate on the city's behalf to draft a letter, provide the information that I believed the city needed to provide in order to obtain an opinion on behalf of the city as a whole.
Oscar, we stop for 1 minute. So Councilmember McCowan, do you have something that we need to do?
I do.
Okay.
A question related to this back and forth, and it has to do with privilege and breaking privilege. And I'm just curious, so part of why this conversation is hard for the city attorney to have is because there's an assumption of privilege between Councilmember De La Torre and the city attorney based on the conversation that they had. And my question is, what determines whether or not privilege is broken, and do both parties have to agree to that, or can one party break privilege?
In this case, the privilege is held by the city, as I advised Councilmember De La Torre, not by Councilmember De La Torre. So the ability to break privilege rests with the city, not with Councilmember De La Torre.
So I feel that there's a problem here because a lot of what's sort of being laid out right now in this Q&A is a conversation that I was informed about one afternoon after picking up my children and arriving home, and Councilmember De La Torre gave me this sort of play-by-play of this conversation. So there's clearly already a break in privilege here, and so I'm just...
No, that's not a break in privilege because you were speaking with another council member or council member-elect.
Okay, so I'm good. I just want to make sure I'm allowed to know all of this. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I have tried to answer the question. Oh.
Okay. So George, you may want to explain how the privilege that we have as a council and that protects our conversations concerning legal matters operates with respect to individual council members versus the council as a whole.
So the privilege is held by the council as a whole, which means that those conversations are privileged, and that privilege can be waived only by the council as a whole, not by the individual council member.
And conversations between council members remain
conversations between council members in the context of council member to council member, since they are part of the council, those do not waive privilege.
But a conversation between a council member and a third party would waive the privilege, or would breach the privilege, basically, would be a violation.
Yes.
And what are the consequences if we have a break in that, if we have a breach of the privilege or breach of the confidentiality of a closed session?
The conversations, well, this wasn't in closed session, so it wouldn't be a breach of closed session.
I understand that,
but if the privilege is breached, then the privilege is often deemed waived, and there can be inquiries as to the full context of the conversations by third parties, and there's no longer protection for them.
May I continue with the questions? Mayor Rich? Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Cardona, you say you haven't received, you just told us today that you haven't received an opinion from the FPPC, and that the Attorney General's office will also, we won't expect an opinion also from the Attorney General's office. Is that correct?
Correct. As set out in the staff report, I have not received guidance from the FPPC yet. And the California Attorney General's office has advised that they will not provide an opinion because they believe it falls outside their statutory mandate.
Who instructed you to seek an opinion from the Attorney General?
I made a determination to seek an opinion from the California Attorney General because they are typically the body that provides advice on conflicts of interest, and in the past they have provided such advice.
Okay. Let me ask you a question here. Did you appear as an attorney representing the City of Santa Monica in the trial of the Pico Neighborhood Association case versus the City of Santa Monica?
I sat through the trial and made occasional appearances. The primary appearances at trial were made by outside counsel who was retained by the...
So your answer is yes then, right?
I made occasional appearances, yes.
occasional appearance in your official capacity for the city of Santa Monica, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you advise the previous city council in the course of that case to not engage in any meaningful settlement discussions and instead pay tens of millions of dollars to your friends at Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher?
I cannot answer that question because that would breach
I'm
privilege.
going to object. George, you shouldn't answer these questions. Oscar, what we have instructed the city attorney to do until it's determined that you don't have a conflict is not something that you're privy to. In fact, I'm offended that you're asking that question.
All right, let me ask a better question.
Oscar, we're in a public meeting. What we tell our attorneys to do about settlement is as private as what you tell your attorneys to do.
I didn't decide to make this a public hearing, but anyway, have you ever advised me that I have a financial conflict of interest in addressing the issue of district elections or the Pico Neighborhood Association case?
Councilmember De La Torre, just because you didn't decide to make something a public meeting, this is a public meeting. Because it is a public meeting, you cannot just start to engage in certain conversations that are otherwise privileged. That is your responsibility as the person asking the questions that are leading in an inappropriate direction.
Yeah, we're moving on. We moved on from that. I understand. Mr. Cardona, do you now contend that I do have a financial interest in the case?
I contend you have a financial interest. Forget what George contends. I contend that because you were ordered to pay costs and because you were sanctioned in the Superior Court for not producing discovery to the city, that you have a financial interest in not losing either of those expenses.
Yeah, but I'm not.
If I could come back, for a second. If I could come back for a second, that the financial conflicts are not at interest today. All that the staff report addresses is the common law conflict of interest. The financial conflicts, I believe the better course would be to wait for the FPPC guidance. However, the staff report addresses common law conflicts of interest, and as set out in the staff report, I believe the legal analysis demonstrates that you have that type of conflict, which is independent of any financial conflicts.
Mr. Cardona, who directed you to prepare the January 22nd staff report?
Objection, privilege. I'm sorry, Oscar, this is privileged. You may not interfere in our directions to our attorneys in the same way that you too, when you give them directions in our closed sessions, you too will be able to have that be confidential because that's what attorney-client privilege is all about.
I'm just trying to understand how, as a city council member, we can direct our city attorney to do work on our behalf as a city council. Can one city council member give direction to the city attorney to do something, or is it a collective decision?
It is always collective direction. And I've been on the council for 6 years. That is the way it works. It has always been collective.
So is it safe to say that the majority of the city council directed Mr. Cardona to produce the staff report for January 22nd? Is that true then? It wasn't just one person. It wasn't one city council member, right?
I can't answer that question, again, because it's privileged information.
Okay, well, just so I understand, it takes 4 members of the city council to direct the city attorney to produce a report or to do an investigation or to do anything. Is that correct?
Unless it's something that the city attorney is empowered to do by the charter and the city attorney's other obligations as a city attorney. Some things don't require any direction of anybody because it is what an attorney does, or a city attorney does.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Hemmerich, for that. Mr. Cardona, did you discuss this agenda item with me at any time or otherwise even notify me that this item would be placed on the agenda?
Mayor, I'm not sure I can answer that, but I did not have discussions with you, Oscar.
I mean, it was put on the agenda on Friday, right? Is that my understanding? Correct. And you didn't pick up a phone, you didn't send me an email, you didn't give me a heads up that that's what was going to happen, right?
I did not have conversations with you prior to putting the staff report on. No.
Okay. There are a number of points raised in the legal opinion. In the letter that I had to get an independent legal opinion from lawyer Daniel Ambrose. Have you read the entire letter, Mr. Cardona?
I have read the entire letter and attempted to address those arguments that I believe merited addressing in the comments I made at the start of this meeting.
Okay. And in the Attorney General opinion that you provided in your staff report, you reference you showed me that opinion. It's from 2009, and you told me that it was very similar to the facts in my case. Do you still believe that those facts hold and it's similar to the facts in my situation?
Again, without getting into conversations I had with you, I remain of the view that the principles set out in that case support a conclusion that you are suffering from a common law conflict of interest.
So just to remind everybody, in that case, a business obtained an amendment to its conditional use permit from the City of Torrance's Planning Commission, correct?
Oscar, I'm going to call this not questions, but actually discussion. And I think we should move to public comment, hear what the public has to say, and then you can commence this line. Look, I've done it myself. I'm a lawyer. I know what you're doing. And I think it's fine. You are allowed to air, right? The contentions that you are bringing into this meeting about not having a conflict. Let's hear from the public. You can continue this after.
Can I have
Okay?
one more question? Last one. Are you aware, Mr. Cardona, of any authority that allows a city council to exclude a duly elected council member from council discussions, deliberations, and decisions based on an unadjudicated allegation of a conflict of interest? If so, what is that authority?
The city charter, section 605, vests in the city council all powers of the city, subject to the provisions of the charter and the California Constitution. Among the necessary powers of the city vested in the city council are to ensure that procedures by which it approves and takes actions comply with law. Part of the city attorney's role, as recognized by the charter, is indeed providing legal advice on these procedures, make sure that they comply with law. As part of that, the city council has the authority to make determinations as to conflicts to ensure that when they subsequently consider those actions, they are not participating in decisions that violate the law because one of the council members present has a conflict. So the city council does have the authority as part of its necessary power to ensure that it is not acting in violation of law, to make determinations and ensure that a council member who is sitting and participating in those decisions is not suffering from a conflict.
Okay. Even though earlier you talked about potentially.
That was your last.
Okay. Let's
You're
go to,
arguing now. You're arguing, and so let's hear from the public, and then we'll go back to this. Okay. Thank you. So I believe there are no more questions. So let's open the public hearing. Councilmember McCowan.
There's just one more before we go into public comment. I'm just a question to get answered. We sometimes in other issues we'll talk about like ex parte conversations and stuff like that and disclosure of those in advance. But I'm just curious in this regard if anyone on the dais has had conversations about the recusal issue with Attorney Schenkman.
Councilmember Delatorre, you have? You're muted.
that's privileged information, right?
No. Look, you're saying you don't have a privilege with Mr. Schenkman, that you are not one of the parties to that case, right? That's not privilege.
Councilmember Hemorich, if Councilmember Delatorre is in fact represented by Mr. Schenkman, then he has the right to assert that privilege.
Personally represented.
Yes, personally represented.
So is that what you're saying, that he's your personal lawyer, Mr. Delatorre?
And Mayor Hemorich, I should point out, at one of the depositions, Mr. Schenkman in fact represented that he was representing Mr. Delatorre individually. So I believe Mr. Delatorre may have the right to assert the privilege.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so
I was asking universally of all council members if they've had conversations with the attorney representing the other party in this case on the issue of recusal of Councilmember Delatorre. So I
heard before, but I said no, I had not.
and I have not. Has anyone else?
No.
And I have not. I think it's just important for the public to be aware. Okay, thank you.
Did we hear from Councilmember Brock on that question?
No, sorry.
I didn't say anything because it wasn't relevant to me, so I'm taking all this in and listening quietly, trying not to do what I usually do. I can tell you in general, even though this is not your answer, Kevin, I'm frustrated by the tone of this meeting and the fact that we are going so long on this disruptive issue. Whatever that means to anyone, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about how our council is perceived from the outside.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm willing to answer Mayor Pro Tem McCowan's question.
Yeah, Phil, we're asking for an answer to the question. Have you discussed with Kevin Shankman the issue of recusal that we're discussing today?
No, I have discussed issues with Attorney Shankman in the past.
And I assume, Councilmember Parr, that your answer is the same. You haven't discussed recusal with. Correct. No, right? That's the answer.
No.
Okay, so we're fine. Yeah, the answer is no. Okay, so now we have the answers for everyone. And now let's go to the public hearing and let's hear from the public. So how many?
We have 6 callers, Mayor.
Great. And this is there we go. So we have we have 6 callers, and do we have people on video? Is that a general? Polls. I'm sorry. I'm dealing with my own special issues here.
That's okay.
So
we have 6 callers, and the people who signed up for the video have not logged into the meeting, so they may be on the phone. We're not sure.
Okay, so well, let's start with the callers, and let's start with the first one.
Okay, here we go. Transferring Stan Epstein. Stan Epstein, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Mr. Epstein, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thanks. This is Stan Epstein. I'm sorry I can't be a guinea pig. I'm also on the phone tonight, but it sounds like Stan Epstein. I thank you.
Stan, turn off your whatever else is in the background. There's a time lag.
Mr. Epstein, are you with us?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a delay for the other audio that you're listening to, so turn down the meeting in the background.
I just did. Thank you. We're talking about 2 different possible conflicts of interest. One is common law and the other is financial. With respect to financial, I'm very disturbed that the council didn't waive the privilege about the conversations that Oscar had with George. Those should be very significant to deciding this, and it also shows that the FPPC is not going to ever find that there was a financial interest that Oscar had. I've spoken to both Oscar and to the president of the Pico Neighborhood Association, and I'm convinced there isn't any. In fact, it would be illegal for any of the legal fee to be paid to Oscar's wife or to be paid to the PNA. There is no financial. With respect to the common law, the comparison to the other case is absolutely ridiculous there. In the case that the AG was talking about, there was the son of the government official was to receive a major loan from the from the government agency. In this case, Maria is only representing all of the citizens of Santa Monica. She gets nothing special. It's not like she got hurt on a bus. If she wins, all 90,000 people in Santa Monica win in the same way that she wins. That's her status. She has no special standing. So therefore, Oscar has no personal interest that's different from anybody else that cares about this issue. With respect to secrecy, which George says is not the basis for this claim, I do know that Sue was extremely concerned about Oscar's possible failure to keep the secrecy, which is totally unwarranted. He has a legal duty to keep secret anything that's said in closed session, and I'm absolutely sure he will do so, just as Kevin and Sue, who have spouses that have major interests in town and are very active in significant issues, don't have bed talk with their spouses.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Ann Thanawala.
Ann Thanawala, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Ms. Thanawala, you're in the meeting. Hi. Your time starts now.
Hello. Hello, City Council. Process is what has to happen here, and we're not seeing that. There is no case law that can determine the outcome of this. As elected officials, my elected officials, all of you, I implore you to either seek a judge's opinion, go to court, or move on, because Councilmember De La Torre has repeated his position. He has not wavered from his position with regards to district elections, nor has any of the other council members. So, if you think it's okay to decide that he should sit it out, well, you all get to go in and continue the conversation with your own individual positions. That's ridiculous. You either take it to court, follow a process with this common law conflict, as you're calling it, where no viable case law exists, or Oscar joins in the conversation about whether or not we should continue to pay outrageous legal fees that we are all on the hook for, and you continue to not let us know how much those are, or you don't. So I'm asking you to do not allow some fake SMIG organization to push your buttons to say, oh my gosh, someone's going to take us to court. No, you go to court, okay, and you do it without being abrasive towards your city council member. And I believe Mr. Cardona made an inaccurate or misspoke when he said that the conversations he had with Oscar were privileged because he wasn't
yet. Your time is up, Ann. And your time is up.
Finishing.
Thank you.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. Would this be another example of you, the Santa Monica City Council, trying to defame Council Member De La Torre's character and reputation, just like you did through the Pico Youth Center before the election in which Oscar De La Torre was previously running for a council member seat? I ask only because at the bottom of page 5 you answer your own question, where it clearly states the common law document in its application. Then, as can be seen on page 6, there would seem to need to be a financial benefit necessary to a direct family member, where in this situation there is not, due to neither his attorney, Kevin Shankman, or the court system being a direct family member. And neither Oscar De La Torre or his wife, Maria Loya, financially benefit from the case, but the community at large will benefit from their actions. Next, let's look at the actual conflict of interest situations on the City Council, which have been allowed by you. starting with Gleam Davis's conflict of interest, voting, and swaying of the discussion on the Miramar Development Agreement, owned by Dell, which her husband works for since the development agreement petition was submitted. Then there's Terry O'Day and the electric car chargers company he worked for, which the city had contracts with. He was also allowed to vote and swayed the discussion to financially benefit himself and his company. Then, after he left the company, he said he didn't have to recuse himself, even though he still had held stock in the company and continued to financially benefit from his actions. And finally, we have Pam O'Connor, who was on the Metro Board and the Expo Line. And anyone who thinks that Pam O'Connor did not financially benefit from that is fooling themselves. For all these reasons, Councilmember Oscar De La Torre does not have a conflict of interest in the CRV case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Tricia Crane.
Tricia Crane, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Mayor Himmelrich and City Council. Interim City Attorney Cardona has not presented a persuasive argument as to why newly elected Councilmember Oscar De La Torre should be prevented from participating in the City Council discussion concerning the voting rights lawsuit in tonight's closed session. The Council should consider and respect the fact that the voters supported the election of Oscar De La Torre with Phil Brock and Christine Parra precisely because the three shared a campaign platform that promised to seek an end to the city's long and costly fight against district elections. And then there's the fact that Councilmember De La Torre's attorney has advised him to not recuse himself from engaging in tonight's discussions on the districting case. Notwithstanding Mr. Cardonas' advice, the determination on this matter, whether or not there is a common law conflict of interest for Councilmember De La Torre, is to be made by this council. It is your decision. Those of us who seek transparency in our local government really do appreciate the fact that Mayor Himmelrich has called for this discussion to be held in public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Bob Selbin.
Bob Selbin, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you.
Go ahead, you're in the meeting. Turn down your
okay.
background, the background meeting. So that you, good.
There's a delay, I guess. Thank you.
There is.
Good evening, council members. This is Bob Selden. My understanding is that the issue of financial interest is not at stake here, and so I'm going to skip my comments with respect to that. If I'm wrong, feel free to question me, but my remainder is that there's no non-financial or personal interest at stake. There's no conflict of interest. One of the things that's troubled me here is we've heard a lot about case law and precedent, but we haven't heard anybody apply the facts here to that law to explain why Oscar has a conflict. And that is a very serious defect. Now, the thing here is that Oscar is actually operating against the PNA's interest and seeking to vote to terminate this litigation. Right now, the Court of Appeals has agreed that the city wins. The only chance for the plaintiffs to prevail is to have it overturned at the Supreme Court, a case from which Oscar wishes to vote to withdraw. It's against PNA's interest, it's against his wife's interest in that sense, and therefore there is no conflict of interest with respect to Oscar's position and the city's position. He wants to withdraw it. There's no win for him, and there's no financial win or loss, as I've seen in one of the letters that was submitted, because Oscar stands to gain nothing, Maria stands to gain nothing if they win, and neither of them is on the hook to pay if they lose. And if you're unaware of the facts behind that, I'll be glad to explain it. So I would say that Oscar's entitled to vote. We know how he's going to vote. It's a public position. There's no privileged communications to be discussed here. It's not a question of litigation strategy. It's a simple up or down vote. And that's the extent of my comment. I really would appreciate it if you let him vote. We elected him to do this. And I think the residents and the majority want to do it. Thank you.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
turn my volume.
Thank you.
Mr. Selden, hold on. Mr. Selden, is he gone?
I still have him on unless he hung up. Mr. Selden, hold on. The council has questions for you.
Or should I turn my volume back up on the computer?
No, you can listen on your phone. The council has questions for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Selden, it's Stu Himmelrich, and my question is this. Are you an attorney?
I'm a retired attorney.
And so with respect to what Mr. Delatorre wants to do about the litigation, you've just told us what he wants to do. How do you know that?
It's his public position, and I know from his campaigning and from the public statements he's made, he has been one of the leaders in litigation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selden.
Okay, am I done?
You're all done. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your time. Bye-bye.
Transferring Olga Zareske.
Olga Zareske, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. In my opinion, the city should wait for a formal response from the FPPC and or ask the court to decide on whether there is, in fact, a common law conflict of interest. Please do not go into a closed session on this case tonight. And on a more general note, we are still dealing with this lawsuit because we have an appointed as opposed to an elected city attorney. An appointed city attorney works for the council, not the residents. The council that originally decided to defend themselves against this lawsuit only had one goal: to hold on to their seats as long as possible. We need an elected city attorney who will be looking out for the interests of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's the last caller on this item.
Yeah. Hello, Sue?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to make one correction. One of the callers said that I'm advocating for the Pico Neighborhood Association to drop the case, and that's not true. I would prefer that the city drop its appeal, but I have not made a public comment that the PNA should drop this case. I just want to make that correction.
Thank you. So now let's open this up for discussion. And so, look, I've been involved in this. I'm a lawyer. I have a pretty strong opinion that I talked to Oscar over the weekend. I feel Oscar is disqualified in this case. Oscar was in my deposition in this case, was in other depositions in this case, worked on the strategy in this case. And as I said to Oscar over the weekend, it's like a football game, right? If I am planning, right, if I'm going into a huddle to do my last charge towards the goal line, I am not inviting the coach for the other team into my strategy session about the play I'm going to call. I mean, it just does not make sense. Similarly, I would never be asking the Maria Loya or PNA to attend their sessions with their lawyer, Mr. Schenkman, to discuss what their strategy is going to be on this case where they are our opponents. And we cannot look at this as if the litigation is identical to the issue of district election, right? They're separate issues. We can discuss district elections, what they should look like, whether we should have them, whether we need other charter reform, with Oscar De La Torre in the room, you know, at the table, and discussing all of that. What we were talking about is our discussion of a pending piece of litigation that we're getting legal advice on, and should somebody who really is part of the opposition be in the room with us? And my answer is no, it shouldn't happen. And Councilmember McEwen, I hear you. I see you.
Well, yeah, I think the point you just made is a key one, and I'm not sure hearing from the public that it's well understood, that there's a big difference between policy discussion and litigation. Now, if this was a matter of policy discussion, there's no question that the duly elected council member, Oscar Latorre, should be part of that policy discussion, even though his publicly expressed opinion before he got elected, and arguably a reason he got elected, according to some people we heard from, is that he opposes the current city position. But this is not, at this point, a policy discussion. I honestly wish it were. I wish that, 5 years ago, instead of suing the city, people who were interested in district elections had begun the process of public discussion, because by now we could have had a ballot measure and voted on it, and the people of this city would have decided what they want to do. Instead, the plaintiffs chose litigation. Oscar was indeed part of that team. And like Mayor Himmelrich, I had the experience of being deposed in this case with Oscar in the room. And the only other people in the room were attorneys for their side or the city side. So it's very clear that Oscar took a role in the initiation and strategizing of this litigation. And because it's litigation, the situation is very different from it just being a policy discussion. Were this a policy discussion, I'd be fighting that Oscar be in the room. But it's litigation. It's strategy on litigation. And for that reason, the common law conflict is quite obvious to me. It's a common sense conflict. And it's hard for me to know how people can, with a straight face, argue otherwise.
Anyone else? Ooh, lots. Okay, so yes, Councilmember Davis.
So I just want to agree with Mayor Himmelrich and Councilmember McEwen that we're not here discussing the merits of whether or not we should go to district elections. What we're here is trying to decide who should sit in on what are very confidential discussions about litigation strategy. I cannot imagine, and I have been practicing law for, I hate to admit it, 40 years, ever allowing the spouse of a litigant to come into private discussions when I represent the other side of the litigation. I cannot imagine having someone who was an officer and was an officer at the time the decision was made to sue the city come into very private, very confidential discussions about strategy simply because he subsequently was elected to the city council and decided to resign his post in that organization. I mean, I guess to me the shocking thing is that the lawyer for the PNA and Maria Loya is not here because in theory Oscar's loyalty is now torn between the city and the plaintiffs. And I don't know how he could participate on either side at this point, because he is conflicted out because of his role as a city council member and his role as the plaintiff's spouse, as well as his former role with the named party, the Pico Neighborhood Association. So I think there is tremendous conflict here, and it's only emphasized by the fact that I just learned, apparently, I had not realized it, that the lawyer for PNA and Ms. Loya also represents Mr. De La Torre in his personal capacity. So the potential for conflict here is rife. And, one of the things we have always tried to do is maintain the integrity of closed session and of discussions regarding litigation strategy. And I think that we're called upon to do that here again tonight. And we need to err on the side of integrity. We need to err on the side of being overly cautious about who participates in these very serious discussions. So I agree with Mayor Himmelrich and Councilmember McEwen.
May I tack on? I see you, Kristen, but I want to tack on to that. So I guess I've been practicing. Gleam has me by 4 years. I guess I've been doing it for 36 years, right? But as people may or may not be aware, I have had an analogous situation in the Airbnb because my husband's firm represented Airbnb against the city in that litigation. And what that meant for us was he was walled off in his firm, so no one in the firm was allowed to speak to him about it or give him any information about that lawsuit. And similarly, I was walled off in the city from this lawsuit, so every time we had a discussion about it, I stepped out of the room. Everything I knew about that case was from the newspapers. I didn't even know when we won. I mean, it was a crazy situation. But this is the way it works in litigation when a person who's on the council or related to someone on the council is aligned with somebody who's against us. I mean, I think that, you know, and that made sense to me. I didn't fight that. I could have said he's walled off, you know, I should be allowed to participate because I was quite interested in that lawsuit because I cared about it. And I continue to participate in the policy discussions about short-term rentals. So the distinction between litigation and policy is clear. Councilmember McCowan.
Yeah, so I just, I wanted to say a couple things. I'm not a lawyer, so we'll put that. So that's why I ask a lot of probably dumb questions sometimes because I don't want to cross any lines, but I also don't understand all of the legal nuances. So I'll just say that. When it comes to closed session, you know, that is a very sacred space, particularly as it pertains to litigation. Whether we agree with litigation or not, you know, we have to protect the privilege and the closed session. And what's interesting is Zoom has kind of created some additional challenges, right? Like I share an office with my husband, which I'm in right now. And some of you may have seen me occasionally talking because he just finished working at 5 o'clock. And, you know, but this is an open session, so he was allowed to stay up here through this process. Typically, he gets kicked out and sent back to, you know, deal with the kids. I know I don't want to speak for Mayor McCune. I know he has a similar situation. I know Councilmember McCune. I know Mayor Himmelrich. We all do these, we run through these hoops, right, to protect closed session and the integrity of it and what's talked about. This is separate and apart from the policy issue. And Councilmember De La Torre knows this. We've talked about this policy issue of districts, right? And I've even said, you know, currently 3 of us live in what was described as one of the districts in this lawsuit. And I've said, and I'll say it publicly to Councilmember De La Torre, that if we came to districts and it was the PICO in our area, I wouldn't run against him. That's not something I would be interested in doing. And he knows that. And I think, you know, I'm totally happy to have the district conversation. And I would expect Councilmember De La Torre to be there. And I think that's an opinion held by the majority of this council. But on this issue of the litigation that started before my time as well, and where it stands currently, and whether or not Councilmember De La Torre should be in the room for those strategy conversations, I feel a real conflict, especially because we've had conversations too where a desire to learn the information has been discussed, and that's problematic, right? It's like it's closed session. I can't tell you, even if whether you're allowed to be in the room or not, what happened in that that closed session. And so I feel very strongly that this feels like a conflict to me. I would love us to just err on the side of caution. That's it. I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Brock.
This is an afternoon of landmines. City Attorney Cardona. Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. George, my question is, so you said the Attorney General would not rule on this and they won't delve into this matter. The FPPC will rule, but only on the financial conflict, which is not relevant. I'm correct on that. Yes?
Yes, that is my belief based on communications with them.
Okay. So my issue is that all of us on this call, on this Blue Jeans call, have some sort of bias. And that bothers me because the council members who were here before voted to commence a lawsuit. The council members who were elected have stated publicly that they would like to see the lawsuit end, negotiated, whatever. So I'm confused. I can't figure out how we should have to make a decision in this matter, because all of us have some sort of implicit bias in this particular matter. And I see Sue automatically disagree with me, so maybe I'm using
disagreeing with your use of the phrase implicit bias.
I had the feeling I was maybe explicit bias then. No, neither implicit or explicit. Anyway, so look at that's an issue. And, you know, yes, I don't want that kind of conflict either, and I'm bothered by this. And I've been bothered by this for the last hour on all sides.
I see our... I'm sorry. Go ahead. Are you done?
No. Almost.
Okay, go ahead.
So I personally don't feel qualified to rule on either side of this matter. And I wish there was a higher body that would take this up. And I wish that Oscar would recuse himself for the evening while we try and figure this out. I have the feeling that none of my wishes will come true on this. So I will abstain on the issue because I don't really know where to go right now on this. All right. I know that's like kissing your sister, brother, whatever it is, but I'm going to abstain.
Lane, do you want to? Yes.
Council, I want to step in only for 1 second, just because this notion of bias, I do think it's very important to address that. You all have a fiduciary duty to the city, to the public. And I can't resist saying that the name of this lawsuit is Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus City of Santa Monica. So you can decide whatever you want, but I do think these distinctions between your personal opinions and where you are in the litigation are important. You do have a fiduciary duty to the city.
Councilmember Parra. Thank you, Lane.
Thank you, Mayor Hemmerich. I just wanted to note on the record that I also, I'm saddened and I'm confused and conflicted by everything that I've heard tonight in terms of, conflict of interest, because I'm in agreement. I mean, if you really look at it holistically, every city council member has a conflict here because there is a financial loss if we were to go to a district voting, type of situation. And so, like Pro Tem Mayor McCowan said, that if we were to go to, it's a really exciting time, but there are 3 representatives right now of the Pico neighborhood on city council, but who's to say, down the line, whether Pico neighborhood is going to be, represented or not. So the reason why I'm just kind of thinking out loud, this is all, upsetting and in some instances to me, because I understand that there are, the difference between policy, having Oscar, our Councilmember De La Torre, being involved with the policy decisions versus being involved or able to vote on this. So I'm just kind of, like I said, I'm talking out loud just so that, and to share with everybody where I'm at and what I'm thinking about what I'm hearing tonight. And this is not going to be an easy decision. So my 2 cents.
Councilmember Davis.
There is a significant difference between opinion or bias and conflict of interest. Everybody brings bias to the table. Everybody brings their opinion to the table. The allegation or the decision we have to make tonight is not whether or not Councilmember De La Torre has expressed an opinion. He has. The obligation we have to make is not whether or not he has a bias against the lawsuit. He's made that very clear. And he is perfectly entitled to both of those things, an opinion and bias. But those are not why there's a conflict of interest raised. A conflict of interest flows from his relationship to the parties that are on the other side of the city in the litigation. And I want to make it clear, somebody said, I wasn't on the council when the city decided to file this lawsuit. No. The city did not decide to file this lawsuit. Maria Loya and the Pico Neighborhood Association sued the city, and the city decided to defend itself. So I want to make it very clear, this is not about Oscar's opinions. This is not about Councilmember De La Torre's bias. This is not about any of our opinions or our bias or our stake in our council member seats, however you want to decide it. It has to do with the very clear fact that Mr. De La Torre was in fact part of the group, the head of the group that decided to sue the city, that he is married to the individual named plaintiff in the lawsuit, and that those facts in and of themselves create a common law, a legal conflict of interest. So I just want to make it clear, nobody's denying that we all have opinions about the lawsuit or bring to it certain bias. That's true with any decision this council makes. If that were the case, we might as well all go home and close up the city and, do tiddlywinks to decide what to do. But this is about a very specific legal issue, and I think we as a council have a fiduciary duty to decide the issue of whether or not Councilmember De La Torre has a conflict, because it goes directly to the integrity of the city.
Councilmember McEwen, you had your hand up still?
I did. I'm going to try a motion based on all the discussion I've heard so far. I move that this city council respectfully request Councilmember De La Torre to recuse himself on all matters heretofore involving Pico Neighborhood and Maria Loya versus the city of Santa Monica, and that should he decline that respectful request, that we determine that there exists a conflict of interest such that he should not be a participant in such discussions.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion by McEwen, seconded by Davis, that we request that Councilmember De La Torre recuse himself, and should he decline, that we determine that he's disqualified. Was that an accurate statement of the motion?
It was.
Okay, thank you. Mr. De La Torre.
Yes, as you all know, I care deeply about voting rights of minorities in Santa Monica and California more generally. Just like Sue, everyone knows that you care deeply about affordable housing. Just like Kevin, everybody knows that you care about environmental issues. My wife, Maria, and the entire Pico Neighborhood Association board also care deeply about minority voting rights in Santa Monica. That's why in late 2015, they raised the illegality of Santa Monica's at-large council elections to the city council here and the city attorney, then who was Marsha Moultrie. They laid out their case that the at-large election system violated the California Voting Rights Act and the Equal Protection Clause of the California Constitution. The city didn't even respond to our letter in 2015. And so, having waited 4 months, Maria and the Pico Neighborhood Association had no choice but to file a lawsuit. We now know, because it was reported by a newspaper in 2018 and revealed in court about a week later, that in 2016, the city hired Karen McDonald, an expert in demographics and voting patterns, to determine whether the city was violating the California Voting Rights Act. I haven't seen Ms. McDonald's report because, much like we just learned was done with the after action report about the police response to protests and looting on May 31st, the city suppressed Ms. McDonald's report. But I think we all know, based on the city's suppression of the report, what that report says. It says that the city's at-large elections violate the California Voting Rights Act and should be changed. And that report is part of what's going to be discussed in closed session today. Even faced with that report, rather than resolve the matter amicably and inexpensively back in 2016, the city council chose to pay the most expensive lawyers they could find, Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher, to attack the California Voting Rights Act and the important minority voting rights that it protects. And though the city also refuses to let the taxpayers of Santa Monica know how much of their taxes have been paid to Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher, I think we all know that number is very high, most certainly in the tens of millions. And that is why, as an elected official, I want to be involved to stop the bloodletting. The residents want us to stop wasting taxpayer dollars, and that's my fiduciary responsibility to do that. If it wasn't such a large amount, they would let us all know, right? And for that, and for what has all that money been spent, if we think about it? Not to avoid laying off city employees, or to improve our parks, or to provide services to our children, or to senior citizens. No, that money has been spent to protect the seats of council members. In the process, that money was spent fighting for white supremacy. Yeah, that's right. Now, some of you might think Oscar's lost his mind, accusing the famously liberal city of Santa Monica of fighting for white supremacy. But that's exactly what it did, and is still doing by attacking the California Voting Rights Act here in Santa Monica and jeopardizing the act statewide. But that's exactly what's going on here, and we need to understand that we have every reputable civil rights organization, every Black, Latino, and Asian member of the California legislature, past members of the California legislature, including 3 current members of Congress, Secretary of State, now U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, all implored the California Supreme Court to take the case and find in favor for the plaintiffs. They all recognize that at-large elections are the tool used to maintain white supremacy in municipal government. As Senator Polanco wrote, you will each be remembered by where you stood on this case, whether you were on the right side or the wrong side of history. Make no mistake, the California Supreme Court is about to do exactly what all of those civil rights groups and people of color elected to office have asked it to do. The California Supreme Court is about to tell you what Ms. McDonald told you back in 2016, that Santa Monica's at-large election system violates the California Voting Rights Act. So now, as a council, we are asked whether we are going to throw good money after bad, spend a few more millions of dollars to fight for white supremacy and against minority voting rights. Just like Phil and Christine, I was elected to make sure that we answer that question, no more. And that's what I will do, regardless of whether some members of this council think I should shut up or be prohibited from participating. And why is this council discussing the matter in secret closed session anyway? Why not let the people know what you're doing and why you're doing it? Let's push for more transparency. It's certainly not to protect the city of Santa Monica. The trial is over. No more facts can be raised. The case is in the appellate phase, where only legal issues are addressed. There's no longer anything to hide. The only reason now to have discussions about the Pico Neighborhood Association case in secret closed sessions is to protect the lawyers who gave bad advice and cost the city tens of millions of dollars, specifically interim city attorney Cardona and interim city manager Lane Dilk, and perhaps the council members who sheepishly followed their flawed advice. So I suppose Mr. Cardona's biased and superficial staff report should not be surprising. He's trying to protect himself and his buddy, the outgoing city manager. There are so many problems with Mr. Cardona's analysis. The most important is that he does not present the other side of the argument. He started talking about it today, but it doesn't give the city council today enough opportunity to really reflect on the opposite side, on the other side of this debate. While Mr. Cardona relies exclusively on non-presidential attorney general opinion addressing a situation very different from this one, Mr. Ambrose, who gave me a independent legal opinion, points to the presidential decision in break zone billiards versus City of Torrance. In the break zone billiards case, a business obtained an amendment to its conditional use permit for the City of Torrance's Planning Commission. Then a Torrance City Council member appealed the Planning Commission's decision, and that same Torrance City Council member adjudicated his own appeal and reversed the Planning Commission's decision. The business claimed the Torrance council member had a conflict of interest, including based on the so-called common law doctrine that you all are talking about, and the Court of Appeal found there was no conflict, financial or otherwise, that would prohibit that Torrance City Council member from voting on his own appeal. And Mr. Cardona fails to cite any authority for this council to unilaterally exclude me from any council discussions, deliberations, or meetings. Because, why do you think that? Because there is no such authority. He needs to get an independent opinion to bring that forward. Now, there's a government code that I researched here called Section 91003, Government Code Section 91003. It provides the exclusive procedure for excluding a council member from participating in the council's deliberations or decisions for which it is alleged that council member has a conflict of interest. That procedure is first to seek an opinion from the FPPC and then seek an injunction from the Superior Court. It makes sense that a court pass on any question of conflict of interest, not a city council. The Superior Court is versed in municipal law, particularly the judges that deal with the writ petitions every day. This council is not. There are two attorneys on the council, and I appreciate the years of service for both Gleam and Mayor Hemmerich. But neither of them deal extensively with municipal law. And unlike other cities, our interim city attorney is also not well versed in municipal law. He is a career federal prosecutor who is thoroughly unqualified to be giving us an opinion on this matter. Let me be very clear about this. Neither I nor my wife nor the Pico Neighborhood Association nor any member of my family has any financial interest in the outcome of the Pico Neighborhood Association's litigation against the city. The attorneys for my wife and the Pico Neighborhood Association agreed at the outset that none of the plaintiffs would ever have to pay for anything. On the flip side of that, they also agreed that they would never receive any financial benefit. The attorneys' fees and costs that will likely be awarded to the plaintiff's attorneys go to the attorneys. They will not and cannot be shared with my wife or the Pico Neighborhood Association. Mr. Cardona has already made that clear. If anybody has any evidence that I have a financial interest in that case, you can say it now. There is no conflict. Mr. Cardona attempts to extend the conflict of interest law to a so-called non-financial conflict, even though the California legislature has said otherwise. He says a council person has a city council member has a conflict anytime his or her view is different than the city's position. But that begs the question, who decides the city's position? The city attorney? And wouldn't that mean that any council member who has strong views on any topic that do not conform to the view of the council majority could be excluded entirely from the discussions and decisions on that topic? Two, should you be excluded from any discussions regarding RENA, the RENA demand to produce 9,000 plus new housing units, with a majority being affordable, or eviction moratorium since you represent tenants at the Western Center for Law and Poverty? After all, some members of this council would prefer that we oppose the RENA demand for 9,000 new housing units. Kevin, should you be excluded from every CEQA matter that comes before this council or discussions concerning the cost of environmental sustainability or an electric bus fleet? Some members of this council might value fiscal responsibility over environmental sustainability. Of course, no one should be excluded. Should Kristen McCowan be excluded when we vote on a Black agenda or anything specific to the African American community? No, I think she should be included in those decisions. Each of us was elected by the voters of Santa Monica with full knowledge of how we care deeply about these topics. That my wife and the Pico Neighborhood Association had to sue the city to make progress on this issue does not change the fact and does not mean that I have a conflict of interest. To be in litigation is also a form of advocacy. If anyone on this council feels differently or anyone watching at home, you can go to court. I invite you to do so. But until a judge tells me that Mr. Ambrose's analysis is wrong and I have a conflict of interest, I will do what the voters elected me to do: participate in all city council deliberations and advocate for an end to this horrible, costly mistake. Thank you.
So you're saying, Oscar, you will not recuse. Is that correct?
I want to do what the voters elected me to do, and that is.
It's a yes or no question. You aren't going to recuse right now because then we have to vote solely on the issue of whether we want to disqualify you. Those are the two. That's a binary choice, right? So you aren't going to recuse. So we have to vote. And let me understand. So you are going to insist that any closed session we have regarding the CVRA is illegal if it doesn't include you. Is that right?
Yes.
Let's take a vote. Anyone have anything else to say?
I would like to speak after you vote.
Yes, Mr. Brock.
George, I'm asking Linda a question. How long would it take to receive a court decision on this? Would that be a long, drawn-out process?
I think that is impossible to predict. The court system works in its own ways. In addition, there's the issue as to whether a court would find that this was ripe for an action by the council. A court very well might say, look, I'm not in a position to decide this. There has to be some action taken by the council and then a challenge to that action that would give me a case or controversy that would provide a basis. Obviously, if the council votes to disqualify Oscar, he would have the ability to pursue that in court, and that might be a quicker way to get an answer from a court.
Thank you, George.
Kristen.
And I saw Councilmember McKeown too. But so quick question, is there a way to proceed under whatever the direction was prior to now for the city attorney and the city without us revisiting or receiving any updates in closed session while we await the conclusion of Councilmember De La Torre's lawsuit?
We would proceed with the prior direction that is in place, which is simply to proceed with briefing. The council would not have any input into what that brief says or the positions we take. I would have to base that on prior direction that we have received from council and our interpretations.
Okay, so that would be another option.
In theory, yes.
Okay.
Councilmember McEwen?
I just wanted to say I regret that Councilmember De La Torre chose not to accept the voluntary option, and I can assure you that if my wife were to sue the city, I would recuse myself.
Okay, are we ready to take a vote? So as I understand the motion now, Mr. De La Torre will not recuse, so we are voting to determine that Mr. De La Torre has a common law conflict of interest that disqualifies him from his involvement in any closed session or confidential conversations concerning Pico Neighborhood Association Maria Loya versus City of Santa Monica.
And Mayor Himmelrich would disqualify him from voting on any decisions made with respect to that case.
And would disqualify him from voting on any decisions made with respect to that. Councilmember McCowan?
I just, is there a place to motion where the city attorney would proceed based on prior direction? I mean, is that an option while we wait out this judgment from the court that Councilmember De La Torre is seeking?
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I think we have to take this vote, I think is what our city attorney has told us, is we have to take the vote to create the conflict so there is a justiciable issue. Otherwise, there's no ripeness. You can't go and say, what if this happened and what if we did that? That's an advisory opinion and the courts won't issue that. So I think we have to take the vote first and then see procedurally where we are.
Got it. Thank you.
So let's take the vote now.
And can I make it just clear that a yes vote is a yes to declare that there is a common law conflict of interest and that Councilmember De La Torre should be excluded as you described?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for making that clear. Denise?
Well, Councilmember De La Torre has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I just want to clarify one thing, that if the FPPC or another higher body, if the courts clarify this issue for me, then I would definitely recuse myself, as we would follow the law. I mean, I just want to make that clear. But I don't feel that that's clarified, and I just wanted to make that last point.
Thank you. Let's take a vote.
Okay. So this is a yes or a no. Councilmember Parra.
No.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Abstain.
Councilmember De La Torre.
No.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes 4-2.
Yes.
So, so let me just say that we now are going into a closed session where we are discussing this, and Mr. De La Torre is refusing to recuse. I guess we can exclude you electronically from the closed, who's now just disappeared, from the closed session.
But Councilmember Himmelrich, before we go, we have to adjourn this meeting.
I'm talking, I understand, but this is, I think, part of this discussion. That's my point.
Okay.
Council member, so city manager, please.
Yes, I simply want to say before we leave this meeting, I think some of the comments made tonight were outrageous. I want to say that in this particular moment in our country's history, we have seen the need to verify information. We have seen the use of baseless allegations and accusations printed in sources that do not take time to verify. As we see that, it is more important than ever that people that we not misprint, that we not continue to print things simply because they are said. Equally importantly, public service is an honorable profession. I am a constitutional lawyer and a civil rights lawyer. I have worked for the ACLU as a civil rights lawyer. I am not seeking $22 million from this city. And I want to be very clear that this city and all of our communities deserve good public servants. And continued attacks on public servants does not move anyone forward. So I want to be very clear that I will be here and I will continue to work for the best of my ability for this community, for all of our community, and I will continue to do that every day. But this is outrageous, and I want to clearly state that on the record.
Council Member Brock.
My question was, during the closed session, there are other items in the closed session. So Council Member De La Torre should be allowed to participate in the other two items, I think.
That's correct. They'll be present for those two, which we'll do first, and we'll save the CVRA for last and ask at that time for Mr. De La Torre to leave in accordance with the council's direction.
And that's what we do with Airbnb, Phil. We always...
that's fine. You had said he was excluded. I was just trying to be clear. Thank you very much.
So this meeting now will adjourn, and we will move to the to our 5:30 regular meeting of the City Council. And thank you all very much.
Corey, do I have to stop recording, or should I just leave it going?
You can leave it going. If we want to post it separately, we can split it on the back end.
Okay.
So we can stay here, Corey. Nobody needs to go and come.
No,
it's the same link.
We just need
Great,
to go
and we're
ahead
14 minutes, so everybody else is here too, right?
But you do need to start over from the beginning with a roll call.
I understand. Right. I understand. Right. So welcome everybody to the 5:30 p.m. regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council on, hard to believe, January 26th, 2021. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. Councilmember De La Torre.
Present. Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember McCune.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Para.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here.
So first we'll go to I'll read the closed session items.
Yeah, yes, we'll start with our closed session. Denise, thank you.
So we have an existing litigation. It's Judith Alous versus the City of Santa Monica. We have another existing litigation. It's EJA Associates LP Limited Partnership versus the City of Santa Monica. And then we have Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus the City of Santa Monica. And we have one caller on hold.
Thank you. So may we have that caller, please?
Sure, they're being transferred into the meeting now. They'll be in here in just a couple of seconds.
Hi, transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. The real question here is, do you really think you're going to win the CRV case? And why do you think it would go back to the appeals court instead of the court that made the initial judgment? Might it look as though you are manipulating the situation to stay in power as long as possible, further denying the residents of the voting law? But isn't your position to represent the will of the residents? And the worst part of all of this is that the resident taxes are being used for this conflict of interest for you. I hope all the council members involved in this manipulation for this conflict of interest charade are making arrangements to compensate the resident tax money used for this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will now retire to closed session. Mr. Cardona, can you tell us when we'll be back?
I estimate that it will take an hour and 15 minutes.
So I
It'll
guess
put us back at roughly 7 o'clock.
Great. So everyone stay tuned.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Yes, we should be back around 7 o'clock, and thank you all very much.
Councilmember De La Torre, do you have the link for the closed session? It's a separate link you would have gotten in that same email. You're muted. Can you unmute?
I'll check on my email, but it's the same one. It's in the same email that I got this one.
Yeah, you got. I think the open session was at the top. The closed session was at the bottom. Go ahead and fully log off this one.
Okay.
If you want to wait, I can wait with you to make sure you got it because I can always send you the link again. But I think
Oh dear.
And welcome back to, good evening and welcome back to the City Council meeting of September 26th, 2021. I'm sorry, it is January 26th, 2021. And I'm going to turn to the city attorney and ask if we have anything to report out.
So from closed session, items 1B and 1C, the matters were heard with no reportable action taken. On item 1A, the plaintiff alleges that she suffered a traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder when she was thrown from her seat on a big blue bus after the bus ran a red light and collided with another vehicle. The city does not admit the allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $200,000.
I move settlement in the recommended amount.
Second.
May we have a vote, please?
Yes, so I had the motion by Councilmember McKeown and the second by Councilmember Davis. Is that correct? Okay. That's okay. Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Oh. Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
And Mayor Helmer Rich?
Yes, and this is just a reminder to everybody that if we don't mute as we're in the meetings, it often causes static. So if everyone can mute during the meetings, that would be helpful. The other thing I want to point out is that in tonight's meeting, we have the ability to entertain guests on video and create more of an interactive environment with people who want to comment during the meeting. So the link to that is on the agenda. Should you want to use it, there is an instructional video. But let me point out that if you are going to use it, there will be a check mark next to your name in the list showing that you want to become a presenter. You need to check that, and then there will be a box that says join meeting or some such thing right in the middle of your screen. You need to click that, and then you will be speaking to us as if you were in the actual meeting on the council. So I'll repeat this a few times, but let's see if this works tonight. It will probably be a little bit awkward, especially because I'm not so great with pushing the buttons, but we'll do the best we can. And thank you all. I think that means we can go on to our 2 items.
So we have item 2A, which is the proclamation Black History Month. And I believe the proclamation is being read by Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. We can't hear you, Kristen.
Yeah, you're muted. Out of my playbook, right?
Yep, sorry. Okay. If you'll all bear with me, I'm actually going to just read from the proclamation as opposed to summarizing it because I think it gets to every point. Whereas, as we enter the 158th year since President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation declaring enslaved persons in America were to be freed, we recognize that there is still much work to do to achieve racial equity. During Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans, people of the African diaspora, and Black Native Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development, while acknowledging that Black history is American history and should be celebrated every day. And whereas Black History Month affords us the opportunity to become more knowledgeable about Black heritage, as well as to honor and celebrate the courage, sacrifice, and the many accomplishments of African Americans, people of the African diaspora, and Black Native Americans who have contributed to the richness and struggle for equality for all in our nation. And whereas community members created the Black Agenda and the nonprofit Santa Monica Black Lives Association with support from the city to promote the well-being of the Black community and work toward a more just and equitable Santa Monica. And whereas the council adopted the racial equity statement developed by staff and approved the formation of a racial equity committee, which includes the appointment of existing staff as equity and inclusion officers to lead change within the city organization. And whereas in the wake of COVID-19, we strive to ensure that African Americans, people of the African diaspora, and Black Native Americans are treated fairly and informed of various resources available to all, and that Black-owned businesses in the city of Santa Monica are recognized and supported. And whereas the city of Santa Monica's first Black woman council member was appointed in July 2020 and elected by voters in November 2020, demonstrating that representation matters and paving the way for many other firsts on the quest of racial and gender equity. And whereas the observance of Black History Month is a reminder that all Black lives matter, and that the fight to build a society that lives up to the democratic ideals upon which this country was founded continues. Now, therefore, I, Stu Himmelrich, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2021 as Black History Month in the City of Santa Monica, and urge all citizens to celebrate our diverse heritage and culture while continuing our efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. So, that is that. Thank you all.
Mayor, you're muted.
When I mute, it never goes off, right? Thank you. They should have an automatic button. Anyway, so yes, thank you. And are there any questions of staff about what the city is doing during Black History Month?
Mayor, I believe
we have staff, Delana Benacama, staff with a brief presentation.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Delana Benacama, and I'm the Equity and Communications Coordinator for the city. I co-lead the Racial Equity Committee as well as lead citywide equity work. I'm also a member of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. And I'm so happy to say that this is the second year that I've had the opportunity to present to you about program being offered by the Black History Month Committee and Government Alliance on Race and Equity. Tonight I'll provide a brief update about the events and activities we're offering. But first I would like to talk about the significance of the month and how offering this programming is part of the city's overarching equity and inclusion effort. Black History Month takes place every February. The month is important in our culture because our history is still not taught as widely as it should be. I can remember as a child looking through my school textbook and only seeing a couple of pages about our history. So this month is an important time for us to celebrate and to continue learning about our history and our contributions that have been erased from mainstream curricula and discussions because of this country's legacy of slavery and racist policies. I hope that we can get to a point where Black history is taught abundantly and is deeply ingrained in the hearts and minds of everyone. Last year, we received such positive reception from both staff and community members about the opening ceremony on the Divine Nine, the Black Excellent Community Mixer, and other events. People walked away from those events with new knowledge, and they expressed feelings of joy and pride. Some people even told me that they thought they'd never see the day when the city would hold such events. That's when we knew we had to offer programming again, because although they make up 4% of the city's population, it is so important for Santa Monica's Black community to be seen, to be heard, and to be included. And I truly believe that important aspects of equity and inclusion work include giving community members a voice, as well as shining a light on our history so that there is a shared understanding about the urgency of addressing inequities. This February, City Hall will once again be lit in red, black, and green, which are the colors of the Pan-African flag representing the people of the African diaspora. Red represents the blood shed by the Africans who died in their fight for liberation and the shared blood of the African people. Black represents Black people, and green represents growth and the natural fertility of Africa. Because of the pandemic, all of our events will be virtual this year. These virtual events will be a nice reprieve for community members, given the pandemic and the socio-political climate that have heavily affected the Black community. The theme for this year is the Black family, representation, identity, and diversity. And much of our program aligns with that theme. We wanted to offer a mix of events that are food for our minds, bodies, and souls. So you'll see that our programming ranges from fitness activities to a panel discussion on the Belmar History and Arts Project to bingo. So I'll briefly go through the events that we're offering for this month. On February 2nd, we're holding a Zumba class with Miss Debbie. We really wanted to include a physical fitness activity as part of the programming this year because we were keeping wellness in mind, and we feel that it's something that would be good for people. And on February 4th, we're holding our opening ceremony, which aligns with the theme for this month, and we will have staff and also community members share their reflections on their families and also their food traditions. On February 9th, we're having bingo with comedian Angel Gaines, and committee members on the Black History Month committee recommended this idea. It's, laughter is good for the soul, and given everything that everyone's been through during this pandemic and the socio-political climate, we thought that it would be good to have something fun for people to enjoy. And then on February 11th, we're hosting Catherine Adele West, who will discuss her book, Saving Ruby King. That event will be facilitated by community member Dr. Karen Gunn. And for those of you who would like to get a copy of this book, you can go to smpl.org, where you can get access to free digital copies of the book, and you can also reserve physical copies, a hard copy of the book, which I believe that you could pick up using curbside pickup. And on February 16th, we're holding a panel discussion called Historic Belmar Park, Preserving History Through Stories and Art. Now, this panel discussion, it was really important for us to center community members' voices during this panel discussion. So we're inviting community members, a couple of community members, to join the panel with April Banks, the social practice artist working on this project, and also Dr. Allison Rose Jefferson, who is a historian working on the project. And on February 18th, we're having an Afro Joy dance party with Tatiana Zamir. And this event was really important for us to plan because it includes a healing component, which is something that we really feel that people need during these times. So I'm excited to see what Tatiana offers during that class. And then to close out the month, we're holding the Celebrating Black Excellence Community Awards on February 25th. This event will be emceed by Barry Snell, who's with Downtown Santa Monica. So all of the events can be found online at santamonica.gov/blog/Black History Month 2021. And people should RSVP for those events. And there was something that I forgot to mention about the historic Belmar Park, so I wanted to go back to this slide. This panel discussion is being facilitated by Kathleen Benjamin, who is also a Santa Monica community member. And now I'd like to turn it over to Shannon Doubt, who will talk about the Belmar History and Arts Project.
Thank you, Delana, and just thank you for all the work you did on this amazing series of events for this month. It's really going to be a rich time for the community and for all of us. I'm happy to share that after about a year and a half of community engagement, historic research, and artistic development, the Belmar History Plus Art Project is nearing completion. The 16 interpretive historic panels, such as the one you see on the right-hand side of your screen, have now been installed around the perimeter of the park. We encourage you to go traverse around the park and take a look and learn about a lot of the community stories and history of this area. The monumental artwork that's on the left side of this is in fabrication right now. We anticipate that it will be installed in late February, and we are currently planning to do an opening celebration for the event in late February as well, keeping in mind that the installation is still scheduled, and we want to make sure that the weather and other things don't cause any delays. So we're shooting towards the end of February for that, and we'll be sharing a lot more information once we can confirm the date and time for that event. And we hope that you'll join us for the public grand opening. And now, Delane, I'll turn it back to you. Oh, this is the site guide that'll show you where the different markers are held.
And where can people get this, Delana?
We will be posting it on the website in the coming days. We encourage you to go check it out in person.
That was great. Thank you very much. It sounds like it's going to be a fun month.
We have a couple of more slides.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
So I wanted to mention the Greens Festival. So community members who are part of the Parent Connection Group are holding the Greens Festival on Saturday, February 27th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. It's a virtual event, of course, and it's going to feature book readings, STEM activities, Greens cooking, and also guest speakers who are science innovators. And staff from Virginia Avenue Park are helping to support the Parent Connection Group for the Greens Festival. And I wanted to mention that we would not be able to offer this programming without support from the city and the community. So I'd like to thank the City Manager's Office, including City TV, the Information Services Department, Public Works, especially the Office of Sustainability and the Environment, the library, and the Black History Month Committee, which is composed of city staff and also community members. And there are also many other people who are working behind the scenes and sharing their family stories with us for the opening ceremony. And I'm just so grateful to them all. I also want to thank the City Council for supporting the values of equity and inclusion and supporting the Black agenda, the equity work that we're doing inside the city organization, and just all of our equity efforts. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Delana. And where will people be able to find this on our webpage?
They can go to santamonica.gov/blog/Black History Month.
Thanks very much. So everyone should go there. All of the activities that were just described to you will be available not only during the next month, but many of them on an ongoing basis, and I really appreciate that. But you can find it on our webpage, and I encourage everybody to engage in as many activities as you can without leaving your home, right? And always wear a mask. But thanks to our inclusion and equity officers, and especially Delana, to you for once again giving us a fantastic presentation. Thanks so much. And so now, Denise, may we move to our consent calendar?
Yes, the consent calendar.
Yeah, there were a couple hands raised. Councilmember Rocky and Councilmember De La Torre.
I'm so sorry. Excuse me. It's hard to see when there's so little at the bottom. So Councilmember De La Torre, who's in my upper left corner now.
Yeah, I wanted to recognize Delana and Kristen and, everyone, all the staff, everyone that had everything to do with celebrating Black History Month. On the school board, many times we would pass resolutions during February, and we do the same thing in October for Hispanic Heritage Month. But nothing really happens, nothing so substantial like what I'm seeing now. And so I just want to applaud the efforts that it's more than just a symbolic gesture on our part as a governing body, passing a resolution. There's real events, real activities. I love the fact that also we're lighting up City Hall. Maybe we could also do something with the Ferris wheel on the pier. Maybe there's an opportunity, to add that, to the celebration, because it's really important that all the work that's being done to recognize the history of Black Americans here in Santa Monica and beyond. So kudos, and just wanted to acknowledge all the great work, and I plan to participate.
Thanks, Oscar. Phil?
I wanted Delana to repeat the website, and so that the audience could make sure they were able to write that down. And I'm so appreciative of the Black History Month events that are going on in our city. I know it's a difficult time to attend anything, and I know that almost everything we do is by looking at a computer right now, but especially the Belmar Park is a product of over 20 years of work by the community, and it will actually showcase our dismal history in that regard through the exhibits that Allison Rose Jefferson and the other people did on that. So I just really appreciate that. And Delana, can you give that website again? And thank you for your work.
It's santamonica.gov, that's GOV, /blog/Black History Month 2021. You can also just go to the homepage, santamonica.gov. That'll make it easier.
Right, and search for Black History Month, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Delana. Any other questions or comments? Great. And thanks to everybody who worked on Delana's presentation. I know none of these projects are a one-person project. But now we're moving on to our consent calendar. And
you want me to go?
Denise, will you call it, please? Yes.
Yes. The consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. We have one member of the public who is sitting to be an attendee virtually.
Yay.
But he has, Corey, do you want to work with him because he hasn't accepted our request to move over?
Yeah, I saw that. He asked for the call-in number. I think he's going to call in for tonight. So I'll give him that.
Guess it's not a well-oiled machine yet, huh, Corey? So we have two callers. Is that where we are now, Denise?
No, we have no callers. We have the one member of the public who is sitting as an attendee that we invited to move over, but he hasn't.
Is he still an attendee or is he elsewhere?
He's still sitting there as an attendee.
Okay, well, let me give the directions again. So if you are the attendee who wants to speak in this meeting, you need to press the check next to your name in the list of attendees asking to be elevated, and then there will be a box on the page telling you that you consent to join the meeting.
So, Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and, since we have this moment, so yes. with our new method of public comment, there is a pre-registration. So we require that members who want to utilize this form of public comment that they need to pre-register online. We close the registration an hour before the council meeting begins. And then they will go through the process of being an attendee. We'll send an invite to have them come over to be presenters, and then they'll be able to use their video and give their public comment that way. I just want to make sure that everybody's clear that they need to pre-register in order to use this format. We still will have phone calls available.
So I see that, is this Matt Necco who's on the attendee queue? If it is you, Matt, you have to do, after you hit the request to interact live.
He did, Sue. I think there's a technical issue, and I'll look into that before the next meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so Matt, if you don't mind calling in, that would be great.
I think they're going to be transferring him in just a moment.
Thank you, and I apologize for this. We did do a dry run, obviously not adequate.
It'll take people a little while to get used to it.
Yeah, including me. So let me repeat what Denise just said. If you need to register an hour before the meeting to attend the meeting virtually, which we to attend and appear on the screen, but we're still obviously working out the kinks. Maybe it will work later in this meeting.
Oh, there we go.
Hi, transferring Matt Necco.
Matt Necco, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thanks. I wish you wouldn't start my time now because the Blue Jeans system requires you apparently to download the app and not to do the use it through the browser. So my experience is probably much different than yours. Kristen, first of all, I think you offered a friendly amendment that none of the experienced council members offered up to you as a friendly amendment, and would have been really great if that had been a friendly amendment with regard to Oscar, possibly avoiding litigation in the future. So I commend you for offering that up. It didn't quite happen. Second of all, Terry O'Day, EVgo, reverse merger with an IPO SPAC. If that isn't a conflict, I don't know what is. To the topic at hand, I want to know on the amicus brief, first of all, on that. It's great that this is now in open session. It should have always been an open session when there's an amicus issue. It should never be in a closed session because it's a policy issue, not an existing litigation issue. So thank you so much for those who made this happen on the open calendar versus the closed calendar. What I want to know is how you can vote on a proposed brief that we haven't seen yet or you haven't seen yet. And I'd like you to discuss the policy issues behind your decisions about whether to join the amicus. I'd also like to know how and why the decision came about to get this on the open calendar in the interests of transparency, responsiveness, and accountability. And last of all, and I'm happy to take questions. I wish I could appear on video with you all. That was my intent, to help you guys include the community in the video and everything like that. But last of all, and Lane, you know, I don't know if it's fair for you to take a point of personal privilege when you're not actually sitting on the city council. I understand why you did so. Thank you, Denise. I understand why you did so, but I don't know that that was this is the proper forum for you to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Are there any other speakers, Denise?
No, that was it.
Then let's move to the consent calendar. Does anyone want to pull any items from the consent calendar? Council member, and I want you to know I'm working on the off the screen that I see. Council member McCowan?
3B.
Anybody else want to pull any other items? Okay. Councilmember Brock. You need to unmute. Welcome to my world, Phil.
Lane knows the number and I don't. It's in the emergency orders and it's concerning the Ocean Avenue bike path and the turns on California Avenue and Ocean.
So the
Lane, do you know? We talked about it earlier. Do you know which number it is?
Emergency orders are 3D, correct?
Yeah, it's in 3D, but I don't want to pull all of 3D. We want to pull one of the items, and I can't remember which small letter it is.
Thanks. Well, we'll figure that out while somebody moves the remainder of the consent calendar, if there's nothing else to pull. Hello?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, well, so I heard moved by McCowan and seconded by Delatorre, who tried to move it but was too late.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, sorry. So let's take a roll call vote.
So, Mayor, let me just clarify. This is items 3B and 3D that are being pulled.
I'm
Is
sorry,
that correct?
yes. No, this is the consent calendar with the exceptions of 3B and 3D.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes.
So now let me read item 3B. It's award request for proposal to 343 LLC to provide bioterrorism training projects to assist Los Angeles Area Fire Chiefs Association Regional Training Group, hosted by Santa Monica Fire and Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. Hold that item.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm a couple things. This comes out of grant dollars, not general budget, correct? This was a
Chief
grant.
Walker, are you on the call with us?
Yeah, I'm here, Lane.
Thanks, Bill.
Yes, you're correct. It is. It's from the security grants, Homeland Security grants, and what it is the regional training group takes that funding and provides that training to agencies throughout the county. And we're just hosting the grant because the RTG it doesn't have a way to host that grant money, so we do that for them.
Okay, and the other question just had to do with the firm that was selected. Can you give us a little bit of information, because it just isn't clear in the documents sort of why this firm was selected and how they qualify. And to be fair, I wasn't even able to look them up. So, and we've had a lot of outreach about this, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a little bit unique. Obviously, hazardous materials is a very specialized area, and there was a firm, Hazmat IQ, which Chris Aguirre had developed and owned that for a long time and provided training throughout the Southern California region and really larger than that. He sold that as he retired, and now has started this 343 LLC, which allows Chris and his team to provide that training. So while they are a new company, all of the folks that run it are the true experts in that arena. And so we feel extremely confident in their ability to provide that training. And as compared to the other applicants for it, they really stood out. But yes, it's a new company because when he sold his old company, he had to wait a certain period of time before he could start up again, and he's just recently done that.
Got it. And just to clarify, you interviewed two firms. This was the top ranked of the two. Were there others that were part of the original RFP, or was just the two?
I think these are the only two that replied for it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we don't need a staff report, is that right? Or this was the equivalent, is that right? Councilmember McCowan? Yes.
Sorry, I had
Okay.
a couple
I saw you.
questions that I couldn't ascertain from the documents.
Great. Thank you. So do you want to move the item now?
I can do that. I can move item 3B.
Is there a
Second.
Moved by McCowan, seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock, Councilmember Brock, I didn't hear you. You're
I
still
can
muted.
unmute. Shall I unmute him? I can flip him from here.
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you for doing that.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, Councilmember McCune,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes unanimously. And now, Phil and Lane, have you figured out what, Phil, you're pulling?
So it's item 3D. It's adoption of a resolution ratifying COVID-19 emergency proclamation and supplements.
Lane, that's not it.
And Lane, I believe Francie Stefan may be able to address this.
Yes.
Yes. I believe your question is about the bike lane on Ocean Avenue.
Yes.
Which I think for reasonable reasons you believe is contained in these emergency orders. Is Francie on the call with us?
Yes, I'm here.
So, Councilmember Brock, if you want to ask your question, I think Francie can answer it. We're in a little bit of an odd situation.
Sorry about that. The question for me is not the bike lane per se, but it is the right turn lane from California onto Ocean Avenue northbound, and conversely from Ocean Avenue southbound to the California decline. And it appears that those white cones, or whatever they're called, stick out too far into the roadway. We're getting complaints from residents. And my concern when I've made a right turn onto Ocean is it seems, in fact, hazardous. My assumption was you put it there to help pedestrians get across and give pedestrians a cutout into the street. But it doesn't seem that the traffic lights warrant that in that location. And I think it becomes hazardous to the point where I saw an accident almost occur last weekend.
So thanks. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to step back a second. That this is a new treatment of an intersection in the city. It is a treatment which is professionally called a protected intersection. It's something that the council has approved for implementation on 17th Street in a more permanent way that just hasn't been implemented yet. And it's new, not just for Santa Monica, but new for the region. But the purpose of the vertical pieces that you see in the intersection right now are indeed, as you say, Councilmember Brock, to protect pedestrians and bicyclists in that intersection. It happens to be an intersection where there is a high number of pedestrians crossing to access the beach. We have the connection of the Ocean Avenue bikeway with the incline, and we have a lot of movements going on. And frankly, we're very interested in seeing the intersection become safer, not just during COVID times and the urgency that we see now, but in general. And so we're aware that there have been interest in observing the intersection. We as staff have been regularly observing the intersection to see how it's been going and have made a number of different tweaks and revisions as we have been able to make adjustments. I'll say that in general, we are observing that vehicle yielding to pedestrians and cyclists has improved the intersection, and best practice would be that we continue to observe it and for a period of 6 to 9 months. That is generally what it takes for people to get used to an intersection, and we continue to collect data and have made a commitment to the neighbors in Wilmot that we would come back and share that data with them and share any observations and adjustments that need to be made.
I'm sorry, the city attorney is probably going to tell us that this is not the agendized item. Is that right?
So I'm simply going to say that responding to the question as it relates to item 3D, there is no emergency order that specifically authorized this. This was a function done by city staff. My understanding is just in course of their ordinary operations in managing city streets. So in terms of the particular agenda item, there isn't an emergency order that's up for ratification that specifically authorizes this.
That is my mistake, and I had asked earlier, so I thought that was one of the emergency orders, and Neighborhood Association had also mentioned that to me. So that's why I had gone out and looked at it myself. And Francie, since this is off agenda, I'll be happy to talk to you maybe tomorrow if you want to give me a call and we can talk about it.
And now you're going to move to 3D, right, Phil?
Sure, because I don't know what it is. So I moved 3D.
It's our emergency proclamation and supplements, Phil.
I moved it. We just need a second.
Second.
Moved by Brock, seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, and so that passes 7-0. And now we move on to our 7 item. And thank you, Denise.
No problem. We have second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 9.10.040 to prohibit certain fast food restaurants and establishments with frontage on the 3rd Street Promenade. And this is a second reading.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by McCowan. That's item 7A. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. That passes unanimously, and now we're at 7B.
Item 7B is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, adding Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 2.50 to establish a Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. And this is a second reading.
I'll move adoption.
Second.
Moved by McEwen, seconded by Davis, and may we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that also passes 7-0. And now we're on to item 8A.
So we have a special joint meeting of the City Council, Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority. I'm going to announce the respective pay for each of those bodies. Meeting as a Housing Authority, you receive $50 for this meeting. And meeting as a Parking Authority, you receive $50 per meeting. And now I'm going to do a roll call. Commissioner Authority Member Parra?
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Davis?
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member McKeown?
Here.
Vice Chair, Chair Pro Tem McCowan?
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member Brock?
Here.
Commissioner Authority Member De La Torre?
Here.
and Chair Himmelrich.
Here.
Okay.
So now, yeah, let's call the item, I guess.
So the first item we have is item 8A. It's approval of minutes for the Housing and Parking Authority. And we have no callers for this item.
Does anyone have any comments on those minutes? So let's take a roll call vote. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, we those of us who were not on the board at the time, I guess we can recuse ourselves, right? I mean, we don't.
Well, you can abstain, but I looked at the rules around this, and you can vote on it, or you can abstain, and it's really your choice. But the practice is generally to vote. Just saying.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we need a maker and a second.
I'll move it.
Sorry. Do I have a second?
Yes.
I'll move.
Moved by McEwen, seconded by Brock. Let's have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Authority Member Para.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Member McKeown.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Member Brock.
Yes.
Commissioner Authority Member Delatorre.
Abstain.
And Chair Himmelrich.
Yes. So that too passes unanimously, and I guess now we adjourn the meeting of the housing and.
No, we don't. Not yet.
Oh, we're still there, huh? Okay.
Yes. So next we have 8B. It's the financial status update and fiscal year 2020 through 2021 mid-year budget. And we have at least one caller for this item.
Thank you. May we have a staff report?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Gigi Decavalis Hughes. I'm your Chief Financial Officer for the city. So tonight is our second check-in with you on the state of our finances during what has been a most challenging year. While the conditions are unprecedented, the check-in is routine, something we do each year at this time. First, if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. First, in this presentation, we'll look at an updated forecast of the next 5 years based on new information we have on the impacts of COVID-19. The forecast is actually our most important financial planning tool. It helps us understand what we can afford in the future. And that begins with the proposed biannual budget that we'll bring to you in May and June. Next, we are asking you to approve budget changes. We have many that are purely transactional adjustments between funds, and these result in no net changes to our budget. But the substantive changes are to mostly decrease revenue targets in the general fund by $14.6 million. This reflects the actual effects of the prolonged closures in our local economy. We also have expenditure changes that reallocate funds to address important service gaps in the general fund and to fund some needs that have emerged this year in other funds. We're also, in terms of changes, asking you to adopt a new fee to help us recover some costs. And as we look forward, the third key piece of tonight's item is a report responding to Council's direction in past budget meetings to consider alternative funding sources, and particularly public-private partnerships. This comes at a time when the traditional revenues we've counted on are weakening. We are specifically looking for direction tonight on whether to embark on a digital advertising kiosk program and whether the council would like us to consider naming rights and sponsorship opportunities in the future. So as you can see in this slide, which notes the steps of our budget process, we're halfway through the budget year and are now shifting our focus to developing the budget for the next 2-year or biannual period. And the first step is a presentation of the 5-year forecast. So before we talk about our current situation, one back, sorry, we're having some difficulties. One more back, there you go. Oops. All right, before we talk about our current situation, I'd like to provide some context for how COVID has impacted the city's revenues and expenditures. First, revenues. So COVID-19 has devastated economies at all levels around the world. And in Santa Monica, the biggest economic impact has been on the hospitality and retail sector. Revenues from this area, coming in the form of hotel and sales taxes, as well as parking revenue, made up almost 50% of our general fund revenues in the years before COVID. And 6 months into the year, our projections that these revenue streams would see huge declines is correct. We're anticipating a reduction of 44% in these revenue streams alone this year. So this chart, taken from last June's budget presentation, shows the impact of COVID on the general fund during the toughest part of the pandemic, which is last year, this year, and next year. This is as we wait for a vaccine and then begin a slow recovery during fiscal year 21-22, which is next year. The chart here shows the balance of revenues minus expenditures each year. The entire blue shaded area is the amount of deficit that we needed to make up when we first started building our fiscal year 2021 budget, the fiscal year that we're in right now. Deficits of $48 million last year, $102 million this year, and $74 million next year. To balance the budget and preserve services, we used one-time funds that we applied over these 3 hardest years. And the one-time funds are shown in the darker blue. And they covered the big dip. Then we moved quickly to restructure our operations and staffing to reflect a lower level of economic and social activity that we expected to see during the year. These reductions, which are ongoing, are shown in the lighter blue, the restructuring piece. So as part of the $117 million, we took $20 million of it and set it aside as a buffer, what we call a shutdown reserve, that would allow us to continue providing important services, even if a drastic winter lockdown further stalled our economic activity and resulted in even lower revenues than we had anticipated. And tonight, we can report that these actions did their job to keep us financially stable and put us on a solid footing to carefully and slowly reopen and fund needed services in future years. All aspects of our plan are in play. Among the one-time funds that we accessed back in June were almost $28 million in economic uncertainty and rainy day reserves. We lowered our rainy day reserves from the best practice level of 15% of ongoing costs in terms of operating and capital to 12.5%. This still allowed us to feel okay about having a good cushion in the event of an additional emergency. But again, I do want to note that best practice is 15%, and we would like to get back to that. We recalled funds we had committed to cover water self-sufficiency projects. We stopped the transfer of sales tax revenues to affordable housing for 1 year, this current year, and canceled or cut back capital project funding by $50 million through the end of next year. Our executive team took pay cuts of up to 20% of their salaries for 1 year, and employee groups also negotiated changes that resulted in savings. The budget adopted in June prioritized clean and safe foundational services, responding to the emergency, economic recovery for all, and work towards racial equity. It eliminated almost 300 permanent positions and 122 temporary positions, the majority of them in the general fund. Overall, the budget decreased by $192 million from the year before, with a decrease of over $111 million in the general fund. This represented a 25% decrease over the last year's budget. $60 million general fund decrease was in ongoing reductions. And the updates that we're bringing tonight reflect what's happened in the past month since we finalized our previous forecast and budget. We now know that multiple surges resulted in pulling back reopening, ultimately resulting in the shutdown we're in now. This has led to extended business closures and stay-at-home orders that have further slowed economic activity. This is felt especially, as I mentioned before, in hotel tax and operating revenues, and also in lease revenues. One bit of good news is that our sales taxes have not been impacted quite as much as we thought. They've gone down, but not as much as we thought. And this is thanks to strong online shopping and better collection of sales tax from online sales since the Supreme Court's Wayfair decision has taken effect. As expected, we barely received any stimulus funds. Instead, we got just over $1 million. The amounts that we didn't receive were distributed by the state based on a population rather than our revenue loss. So cities with populations over $300,000 received more than 7 times the amount we received. Also, the delay, and again, it has nothing to, it's not quite proportional. It was just a number that the state worked on. Also, the delay in a second stimulus package severely impacted our businesses and our residents as they waited for months to see new aid. Also, extended school closures and social distancing restrictions have required us to curtail the operation of our youth and other recreation programs. So it's impacted our operations there. And decreased economic activity or business closures and extended deadlines for items for activities such as inspections means that we're seeing less revenues from this work. And finally, the work that we're doing to help with economic recovery, such as repurposing parking spaces for outdoor dining or waiving fees for outdoor dining licenses, is very important, but it does mean that our revenues are impacted. Looking ahead, we know things will get better, but so many things are still uncertain and subject to change. We're anticipating widespread vaccine rollout by the fall and normalcy in how we go about our lives by the end of the calendar year. But we also expect that many businesses may not survive. Finally, the pandemic has accelerated changes in how and where people work, how they live, where they shop and how they shop and travel. And it will be very important for us to think about these changes as we plan for the years ahead. While economists are pegging the national economy to reach pre-COVID levels by late 2021 or early 2022, so fiscal year 21-22, the way we consider it, the line that you see there, national pre-COVID, our research tells us that it will take additional time for economies like ours, reliant on the hospitality sector, to recover. We expect to reach pre-COVID revenue levels in fiscal year 24-25, so 3 years after the rest of the country. This chart shows how updated general fund revenue projections in blue, when I say updated, it's over since the ones in June, how they're lagging behind the ones that we made last June, which are in orange. The budgeted revenue estimates that we had done in June anticipated closures through the end of June 2020, with an open but slow local economy in the first part of the fiscal year and stronger recovery starting in January. Obviously, now we know that these assumptions did not materialize due to multiple surges and closures throughout the past 6 months. And moving into next year, the decrease is also due to slower recovery of our visitor sector as we wait for national and international travel to pick up again. So that's where you can see that in the second year, we are still behind. In 21-22, we are below our previous levels. Now, there is finally hope that new stimulus funds may help mitigate our slow recovery. Congress will be considering the $350 billion state and local stimulus package set forth by the Biden administration, but the timing and structure of those funds is still unknown. In the meantime, we are working to impress upon our members of Congress that future allocations should be looking at a municipality's revenue loss and its role and importance to the regional economy rather than just its population. So putting it all together, we're finally to our forecast. This slide shows our updated forecast. This assumes that we will use shutdown reserves. Our 20 million shutdown reserves are available to help us cover the $14.6 million in unrealized revenue this year so that we can continue to provide our current services. If necessary, we'll also use the shutdown reserve to cover potential deficits in the pier and beach funds, which are having severe revenue loss in terms of lease revenue and also parking revenue. Forecast also builds in an ongoing $3 million expenditure increase starting next year that allows some services to reopen, such as the library, or to make sure that homeless services remain funded. This is nowhere near the $60 million in budget reductions that we made, so we'll need to make difficult trade-off decisions to stick to the $3 million. And to remain balanced next year, when revenues are expected to be, as I mentioned before, lower, $11.6 million lower than what we had previously projected, we built in to this forecast an additional year of keeping our measured GSH money in the general fund rather than setting it aside for affordable housing. So we're asking to extend what council authorized us to do for this year, an additional year, but actually, let me correct myself. We're not asking you to extend it now. This might be something that we, if necessary, we will bring back to you during the biennial budget. Also in this scenario, we have kept the capital budget at a lower level through fiscal year 23-24. And as I mentioned, we'll come back with these decisions as part of the biennial process when we have better information and through future biennial processes as we move from one year to the next. And with these actions, we expect revenues to exceed expenditures, as you can see in the chart, by $17 million by year 5 in what we call the baseline forecast. But now in this chart, we've added another line, and we've added the orange dotted line showing an alternative recovery scenario that puts the general fund on the road to financial resilience. So starting in 23-24, we begin to use some of the available fund balance from the baseline scenario. So that difference in 23-24 of about $3 million, it grows to 6 and then 8 in the final year of the forecast. We're putting that right now, and of course we don't have to make these decisions now, but we wanted to show you what things would look like if we put some money aside for capital projects, so that we could address some deferred maintenance and community priorities, such as planning for airport to park conversion or memorial park expansion, things that have been put on hold. We also begin at that point to put some available fund balance back into reserves to start rebuilding our reserves and prepare for any future emergencies. So the important takeaway here is that by the end of the forecast period, if we are putting some money aside to take care of these very important things that make us more resilient, we will have another $9 million, that $9.4 million at the end, that if you add that to the $3 million that I mentioned before that we'll set aside for reopening starting next year, potentially, we, by the end of these 5 years, we will have $12 million available to address programs and services that were cut. So that's $12 million, which represents a fifth of the original $60 million in cuts, if our forecasts are exactly accurate, which hard to do. We're monitoring fund balances in all other funds, and at this point, with the exception of the beach fund and possibly the pier fund, as I mentioned before, all other funds are expected to stay self-sufficient with positive balances for the forecast period. Some funds have rate increases, others have rate studies coming up. And now I will turn to the changes we're asking Council to approve at mid-year. The biggest of the changes are in general fund revenues. This slide focuses in on the $14.6 million difference between what we had anticipated in June and what we now expect to see in revenues. For the most part, the changes are decreases, offset by better performance in sales tax and taxes that rely on assessed property values, like our property tax and our documentary transfer tax. Since real estate has actually not suffered during the pandemic as we had anticipated that it would. So we are able to increase those estimates back up. But areas, as I mentioned before, that are taking big hits here are hotel taxes, parking revenues, and also fees and charges that are paid to recover city costs. And this is due to the lower level of activities that we're seeing. So when we look at requested changes to general fund expenditures, we can divide them into three categories. Shifting resources to areas of need. In the first column, expenditures that are reimbursed, and then in the second column, and then transactional accounting type changes. So I'd like to highlight the first group, which is the most substantive, really, where staff is recommending the elimination of 5 vacant police officer positions and shifting funding to homeless service coordination, code enforcement, a 2-year tenant counseling services pilot program, a new 311 customer service function, and additional hours for library staffing. This provides a more equitable sharing of resources among services directly impacting the public. And these are services that were cut, and now we see that they need bolstering. And that's the reason why we're coming to you in the middle of the year rather than during the annual budget process. The total changes in the general fund have the effect of lowering the budget, actually, as you can see in the bottom, by $400,000. And the total change in positions is 2 full-time equivalent positions, which actually are all no-cost positions. We're moving positions around, or we have found we are bringing in positions that are being reimbursed by other funds. In other funds, revenue decreases in the water and wastewater funds are reflecting lower activity due to COVID. And in the case of the pier and beach, it's due to lower parking and lease revenues. The airport fund decrease is because anticipated deferrals of rent from last year to this year were avoided. So we had anticipated that we might see revenues from last year coming in this year. Our lessees at the airport were able to pay their rents on time last year, and so we are adjusting our revenues for this year. Our Big Blue Bus revenues reflect updated funding marks from Metro, and our resource recovery and recycling revenues reflect, increases reflect the recognition of funds that were held in reserve that can now be used to assist the fund in its operations. And on the expenditure side, staff is requesting the addition of 2 positions in the Big Blue Bus Fund, which has received federal stimulus funds. Unlike the general fund, the Big Blue Bus Fund when we received in the general fund about $1 million, the Big Blue Bus Fund received $24 million. And so those positions are going to help fund operations or help with operations. And we're also asking for the retention of a position in the street sweeping program in resource recovery and recycling. That position had been slated for elimination to assist with savings, but we actually, the fund has been able to move funds around to be able to keep the position and maintain the service levels. And finally, we have a one-time $1.5 million increase in the water fund, and that's to cover the purchase of imported water while staff is repairing our groundwater wells. So we need to keep the water coming in while we are fixing our wells. We're recommending a few changes in the capital budget. The general fund request for cybersecurity program protects the privacy of information held by the city. In other funds, additions are for the deployment of the 5G program in coordination with Verizon. The cost is being reimbursed by Verizon. We also have projects to increase street and facility safety, and we're using restricted revenues for eligible projects for the EV charging station and repair project at the bike station, the bike center. In total, these projects will add about $1.2 million citywide to the CIP budget, but approximately half of that is reimbursed by the Verizon piece, the Verizon project. So here, every 4 to 5 years, we do a fee study to ensure the cost recovery on services we provide to individuals is accurate. We'll present our latest study and any fee changes when we bring you the proposed biennial budget this year. But in the meantime, we completed an accelerated study of paramedic services provided by our fire department. This work was recommended early last year by the city's budget task force. So based on this study, staff is requesting the adoption of 2 new fees, the basic life support paramedic assessment fee and a disposable medical supplies fee. Both of these fees are charged by neighboring cities and qualify for insurance coverage. In this table, you can see that in our current structure, we don't charge patients when they're assessed by our firefighter paramedic teams. Their health condition is assessed by our firefighter paramedic teams. And then they're taken to the hospital on what's called a basic life support or BLS call without the paramedic present during the ride. So our fee study has calculated the full cost of the assessment performed by our paramedics at $640. And as we note in the report, our most financially vulnerable community members would not be affected by this fee. And also it is something that goes through insurance. The $300,000 in anticipated revenues from the bigger fee, from the assessment, the paramedic assessment fee, is it takes into consideration the very low collection rate that is typical of these emergency medical services. So we have taken that into consideration in that number. And tonight we're asking you to adopt the resolution that sets both this fee and the disposable medical supplies fee. So there's some other additional budget-related items that we'd like you to take action on tonight. The first is the adoption of an adopted resolution that sets out guidance regarding council member travel and staff resources that are available to members of the council. But the most significant changes in this resolution are to modernize the technology equipment piece from what was last adopted in 1998, before the existence of many things that we use today, such as smartphones and mobile hotspots. We're also asking council to approve the acceptance of 3 public safety grants, most of which we've received in the past. And finally, staff is recommending that the council extend the current Human Services Grants Program and Cultural Arts Organizational Support Program grant cycles for an additional 2 years, rather than beginning a new grant cycle this July. The staff who oversee these grant programs have spent the past 7 months implementing intensive new programs that are focusing on economic recovery among all members of our community. And many of these programs have been in partnership with our grantees that are part of these programs. So extending the current grant cycle an additional 2 years would allow our staff the time to continue working with our partners and provide our partners the financial stability that they need to serve members of our community during a very difficult period of recovery, even over the next 2 years. So if the council approves this extension tonight, staff will return with grant amounts for next year as part of the proposed biennial budget, and we'll look forward to starting a new grant cycle along with the next biennial budget in fiscal year 23-24. And coming back to our budget timeline, our next step in our process is to identify the priorities that will inform our budget decision making. As you can see from this slide, we'll begin in February with a community-wide survey, the results of which will be provided to council on March 9th at a meeting to discuss council priorities. Staff will then refer to these priorities as we prepare the proposed budget document that we will bring to you in May and that we'll bring back to you in June for adoption. And that completes my part of the presentation, and I will send it over to our Chief Communications Officer, Debbie Lee.
Thank you, Gigi. Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and council members. I'm Debbie Lee, the Chief Communications Officer for the city. And tonight I'll be sharing some information on potential public-private partnership opportunities for your consideration. Several months ago, I was asked to spearhead this exploration, an area that is near and dear to my heart. I want to also give a big nod to Miss Melissa Spagnolo from Public Works, who has been a partner in all of this work. So first up is the We Are Santa Monica Fund. At the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the city did not have a clear path to accept in-kind donations or financial contributions to support emergency efforts. The city established guidelines to accept both direct emergency donations and established the We Are Santa Monica Fund, a donor-advised fund managed by the California Community Foundation, or CCF. The We Are Santa Monica Fund currently focuses on 4 priority areas. These priority areas include relief efforts that support Santa Monica residents impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically in areas around housing insecurity and food insecurity. It also supports relief efforts aimed to support our business community, particularly small businesses, as they rebound from the impacts of the COVID-19 health emergency. Support for the Black agenda in Santa Monica and citywide efforts to advance racial equity in our community, and funding support for the emergency food pantry at Virginia Avenue Park, set up to serve residents experiencing food insecurity. As you know, the city launched a fundraising effort to generate donations to the We Are Santa Monica Fund during the holiday season. This effort helped generate over $1.1 million in donation to the fund, verifying 2 key points. First, our Santa Monica community cares deeply, and there's clearly an overwhelming desire to donate and help in recovery efforts. And second, we need to consider the future of the We Are Santa Monica Fund, both in how we maintain momentum to raise these funds and how we formalize the process to make recommendations to CCF on how to disseminate grants to nonprofit partners that deliver services in the 4 focus areas. Next slide. In order to continue the success of the current We Are Santa Monica Fund, enhance community engagement in these efforts, and adhere to best practices for donor-advised funds, staff proposes establishing a 5-member We Are Santa Monica Fund Advisory Board to be selected by the city manager and to advise the city manager in 3 ways. First, provide knowledge of Santa Monica and its residents' needs, as well as expertise in fundraising, nonprofit operations and management, government and community relations, and/or knowledge in the grants and charitable world. Secondly, to provide input on allocation of funds to nonprofit community partners that specialize in community-focused programs and services. And then third, enhance community and donor awareness of the fund, consistent with fundraising restrictions and best practices for donor-advised funds. The group could also focus on the long-term future of the fund and explore the viability of whether the We Are Santa Monica Fund could evolve to become an independent 501c3 or foundation. The new model would need to work within the framework of a donor-advised fund. We've created a flowchart to depict how the new structure would work. First, council would provide guidance on the priority funding areas. This means council would provide the city manager with direction to add or modify priorities as needs arise. The We Are Santa Monica Fund Board would be advisory to the city manager, and their work would include driving fundraising efforts, reviewing grant applications from nonprofit organizations, and making recommendations to the city manager that move funding requests and funding amounts forward in the process. With input from the advisory board, the city manager would then make recommendations to CCF to allocate the funds. CCF would then evaluate the grant recommendations and disperse the funds accordingly. Our next step in this process is to open a 30-day application period for seats on this advisory board to be appointed by the interim city manager, with the goal of having the board begin its work sometime this spring. Next slide. In 2019 and again in 2020, Council directed staff to explore new potential revenue streams, including outdoor advertising, to allow for the preservation and now restoration of youth programming and other key city services. Along the same timeline, in the fall of 2019, the Budget Task Force, a group of community members and staff convened by the city manager, made recommendations to identify new ways of reaching financial sustainability. This included a recommendation that the city look deeper into both out-of-home advertising as well as naming rights and sponsorships to supplement diminishing revenues. Please note that this direction was given before the COVID pandemic and its impact on our local economy, so now the need is even greater. Alternative revenue streams from public-private partnerships can help accelerate and enhance city services and strengthen our financial resilience as we reemerge into a world that has seen massive economic and behavioral disruption. On June 23rd of 2020, Council approved a first modification to an agreement with the Superlative Group to conduct evaluation to explore viable advertising, naming rights, and sponsorship opportunities. By working with Superlative, we were able to gather fair market value that may be useful to you as you consider development of a program that must be balanced with the community's needs and desires. We hope this information will assist the Council in determining whether to pursue opportunities that would fund community programs and services without increasing taxes or fees. We've completed a digital wayfinding and out-of-home analysis, and we're asking for your direction tonight on whether you would consider these as new viable revenue sources for the city. We're also asking for direction on whether Council would like staff to bring back options for naming rights and sponsorships for consideration. Next slide. The first area of work that Superlative reviewed is the viability of a digital wayfinding program supported with out-of-home advertising. Staff worked with Superlative to explore opportunities for the use of out-of-home kiosks in a manner that would be consistent with our community's values and beachside aesthetic. A comprehensive assessment resulted in a list of potential stationary digital kiosk locations across Santa Monica in highly trafficked commercial areas. Superlative conservatively calculated the revenue potential of each location and developed recommendations for a two-phased implementation of a digital wayfinding program that includes out-of-home advertising. As you can see, there are many smart technology options available today, and the benefits from these kiosks include pedestrian wayfinding capabilities, including directions to nearby public transit, sharing emergency and public safety and public health notifications, and staff could also explore options to integrate resident response or customer service capabilities. For instance, we could explore ways to integrate our forthcoming 311 system so that residents or visitors could report problems and concerns quickly for city response. Next slide. Many cities across the nation, including St. Louis, West End in Dallas, and Greensboro in North Carolina, are all using smart digital kiosks to provide residents and visitors with real-time information. They also provide local businesses with great marketing opportunities. All of the programs that you see on the slide are supplemented by out-of-home advertising. Next slide. At the completion of their analysis, Superlative recommends a two-phased market approach that would focus strategic placement of kiosks in high-traffic major commercial corridors. The first phase would include approximately 25 boards in highly trafficked areas near UCLA Medical Center and Providence St. John Medical Center, the Pier, Santa Monica Boulevard, and the downtown area. The second phase includes an additional 25 boards in similar location and expands to the commercial segments of Montana Avenue and Main Street. The map shown on the screen depicts potential kiosk locations for phase 1 in purple and the approximate phase 2 locations in green. Once a vendor is selected through an RFP process, staff would conduct a very thorough review of each kiosk location, factoring in any other stationary structures such as streetlights and EV charging stations, and bring back a detailed, comprehensive list to council for approval. Next slide. There are a variety of out-of-home partnership models, but staff is leaning towards a turnkey model that would require no out-of-pocket investment from the city and offers a minimum revenue guarantee. Superlative calculated revenue projections assuming an industry standard 45% revenue share with an agency partner. This also includes an annual CPI escalator of 2.4%. The agency partner would be responsible for all upfront costs, including installation, ongoing maintenance of the kiosk, and securing advertisers for the program. If both phases are implemented, new revenue for the city over the life of the 20-year term is conservatively estimated at $39.8 million, with the assumption that the second phase would be deployed in year 3. If only phase 1 is implemented, the program could generate approximately $22.9 million over the 20-year term. Should council direct staff to move forward with this project with this two-phased approach, there would be approximately 12 months between the implementation of phase 1 and phase 2. This 12-month period could be beneficial to allow the network to mature and to address any community concerns or unanticipated impacts. A decision of whether to proceed with the second phase could occur approximately 12 months after the first phase deployment. Next slide. So tonight, we're asking council to provide us with direction on whether to proceed with developing a digital wayfinding and out-of-home advertising program by issuing a request for proposal for a digital out-of-home advertising vendor for construction, installation, and management of advertising space for an initial phase of 25 digital out-of-home kiosks and a possible subsequent second phase of 25 additional kiosks in highly trafficked areas in the city, and returning to council with proposed kiosk locations and recommendations for new policies and or changes to existing city policies and municipal codes required to implement this program consistent with the goals of maintaining community aesthetics and enhancing overall engagement with and value for the community. Next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about naming rights and sponsorships. Santa Monica has engaged in public-private partnerships successfully in the past. Most prominently, the city successfully partnered with Santa Monica-based Hulu as a presenting sponsor for the Breeze bike share system. This partnership resulted in approximately $3.6 million in total sponsorship proceeds over the life of the city's agreement with Hulu, and ultimately supported more than 149,000 riders taking nearly 1 million trips on Breeze bikes. The Annenberg Community Beach House is another example of a successful partnership that involved significant philanthropic gift and naming right. Consistent with the guidance from the Budget Task Force, Superlative is close to completing an evaluation of potential naming rights and presenting sponsorship opportunities for city-owned facilities, public spaces, and category partnerships. Community value does not rest in revenue alone. And should council wish to consider public-private partnerships that involve naming rights or sponsorships of city assets, this would need to be done with incredible care to enhance rather than detract from community value. An example of a partnership that the city could negotiate is partnering with a local philanthropic foundation to rename the Santa Monica Swim Center, for instance, for a 25-year term, and the funds generated from this could support facility upgrades and renovations and fund water safety classes or other community recreation programs. Superlative's valuation also includes the potential of city category partnerships. An example of a city category partnership is perhaps looking at an exclusive single-source beverage pouring rights agreement. Pouring rights are a common category partnership entered into by municipalities, universities, and private venues. Santa Monica could potentially benefit from a similar agreement that would, for example, require a specific beverage be sold by lessees at all city-owned restaurants and concession facilities. In return, the beverage partner could offer discounted rates and volume incentive to city lessees, pay an annual sponsorship fee and signing bonus to the city, and provide other kinds of support, including marketing, if desired, for select city facilities and programs. Next slide. At this time, we're asking council direction on whether to return with additional information regarding public-private partnership opportunities like naming rights and sponsorships to generate new revenue that could support city programs. This concludes the presentation on public-private partnerships. I do want to let you know that Kyle Cantor, the Chief Operating Officer for Superlative Group, and I will be available for any questions related to this work. And now I'll turn it back over to Gigi to finish out the mid-year presentation. Thanks so much.
So the final slide that we have here are the many recommended actions that often appear with our budget items. So I think we'll probably turn off the slideshow, but that is what's in front of you tonight. Thank you.
So let me ask the city attorney and the city clerk to begin with whether we can group any of these items together for discussion purposes or other purposes to make it easier to move ahead. Or the city manager who's on the screen.
Mayor, if you look on your agenda.
Yes, I'm looking.
Okay, I spoke with the city attorney and I figured it out last night, and we've grouped the items that can be grouped together.
Okay, so council, we also, now would be the time for us to ask questions, but sometimes on these, when they're particularly long, we actually do public comment first and then ask questions. Does anyone have any objection to that? Seeing none, Denise, let's move to public comment. Do you know how many chits we have?
We have 7 callers.
Great. So, and no one on the screen, right? So much for my, I won't make any more announcements about appearing on the video. So let's talk about, let's have our first caller, please.
Transferring Fong Ui.
Frong Ui, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Long Bui and I represent SPIN. We're a subsidiary of Ford.
Go ahead, turn down your computer or your TV in the background because there's a delay, but you're in the meeting. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Fong Bui and I represent Spin. We're a subsidiary of Ford Motor Company. And although Spin is primarily a micromobility company, we're calling in to support item 8B12 because we also offer Spin Hubs, a multi-purpose scooter and bike charging and parking hub that also includes screens for digital advertising, wayfinding, civic announcements, and other custom content. These hubs increase parking compliance and reliability of charged vehicles and also decrease clutter. Spin has worked with both private and public partners to install Spin Hubs across the U.S., and we anticipate that 25 to 50 hubs could generate about $400,000 to $750,000 annually for the city. We've identified 75 locations based on cell phone data, proximity to attractions, site characteristics, equity goals, as well as micromobility ridership. Additional locations can be identified based on other community priorities. We're able to invest nearly $1.7 million into the infrastructure for the city's digital advertising and wayfinding program. We also cover 100% of the equipment acquisition upfront and other related costs. Our ops team is responsible for daily cleaning and ongoing maintenance. We share in the city's objectives to maintain aesthetics and enhance community engagement in Santa Monica. And we encourage the city to consider a future where mobility and connectivity will be even more integrated. And so wayfinding kiosks shouldn't just be standalone structures, but connected mobility hub networks that can further communication between different types of vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, and infrastructure. Again, we support item 8B12 and believe that out-of-home advertising and wayfinding will be a great opportunity for the city. And this program can be efficiently incorporated into the same RFP as the Shared Mobility Services Program to save staff time as well. The city of Pittsburgh recently launched a similarly integrated program recently. Thank you for your consideration.
Don't let her hang up because I see Councilmember McCowan has a question and I may have a question.
Yeah, sorry. My question was just, so thank you for sharing that info. And you guys, on the wayfinding, so if we were to go the route of wayfinding, is that something that your company does as a standalone, separate and apart from the micromobility hubs and everything, or would it have to all be one thing?
It's integrated into the same screen. So, for example, in Pittsburgh, we provide live wayfinding information through transit, but it would be all on the same screen. Yes.
I wasn't clear. What I mean is, if we were moving forward potentially with wayfinding kiosks at this time, but not necessarily our micromobility, is that something that you would add on potentially, or do you have to do it all as one?
I think at this time it's all integrated into one.
So the docking stations would have to be built as part of the wayfinding kiosks going up. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have a question. Sorry, Councilmember De La Torre. Maybe you're asking my question.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment from hearing the response to Councilwoman McCowan's question. That it seems that you would be getting the kiosk and the hub or the parking stations, right, for the scooters that Spin provides, versus the option that staff provided us is just the advertisement, the digital advertisement station by itself. And so
that's not a question, right? That's a comment.
I just wanted to make sure that's accurate, what I'm hearing. That there's like two options. Staff is presenting one option, which would be the kiosk, the digital display. And then we just heard a presentation or the speaker talk about that there's the option of a kiosk with the hub sort of parking for the micromobility. And I just wanted to make that's those are the two options so far that we've heard.
So, and I have yet another question, which is that during the staff presentation, there was discussion of revenues of $1 to $2 a year. is that also SPIN's vision of this? The city would receive, in addition to your capital investment, $1 to $2 million a year in revenues.
Yeah, we do anticipate that our program would be competitive with any out-of-home media companies offering.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Brock.
So, hi, Spin. Hi, Ford Motor Company. So, my understanding was you did micro-mobility, and you did a different type of what Bird and Lyft do. My question is, so I'm somehow missing the part where you could do advertising kiosks. That was a separate presentation, I thought, and that's not something you do, or am I wrong?
Yes, we do provide shared scooters and bikes in addition. And then as part of our strategy and long-term investment in the cities where we operate, we do see that these hubs, when they are installed, improve parking compliance. So I think our goal is to be able to integrate the mobility program and also be able to manage proper parking, and as a way for us to recuperate.
But you're a separate program than what we were hearing from our staff a minute ago. So I want to make sure that, as far as I understand it, you are a competitor of Lyft and Bird. You do not do separate digital advertising boards around the city. You do hubs for your e-scooters.
Yes, so the hubs, they serve.
That's what I wanted to know.
So let me ask a follow-up. Do they also include kiosks?
Right now they are interactive, and we can add kiosk-like functionality so that users will be able to interact with them.
You mean the
it's not for
devices?
advertising.
Hold on, excuse me. The devices are, so let me understand, the devices are interactive, but you have the wayfinding kiosk type of device that was talked about in our staff report, if you heard it.
Yes, so right now the screens are interactive in that they can, for example, show live schedules for transit or other like non-scooter bus schedules, for example. They're interactive in that way. And then we can also customize the content. So, for example, if there's a local event that the city
I'm sorry. So maybe you aren't understanding. I think that Phil and I are asking related but different questions. The question is, are you only talking about wayfinding and information on the on the screens on the devices? Is that all you're talking about?
Yes, the screens are installed onto the parking and charging hubs. And then the screen can show.
Right? It's a kiosk. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the scooters. We're talking about the kiosks, right?
I think so.
Yes, there's the kiosk screen on the scooter charging infrastructure. It's integrated into one.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
What she's saying is if you took the Breeze bike stations or the new Lyft bike stations, they're similar except even more technologically advanced. They are not what Emily was talking about a minute ago. Two completely different things. You cannot conflate them.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate your time. I'm sorry for all the questions. Does anyone have any more questions for this caller? Next caller, please.
Transferring Meredith Kim.
Meredith Kim, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Meredith Kim, and I would like to read a statement on behalf of Santa Monicans for Democracy. We want to thank the several council members who have dialogued with us prior to tonight's budget review about the status of the Santa Monica Police Department budget. We also want to acknowledge the council for at least beginning the process of police reform. We were all shocked by the utter failure of the SMPD on 531 to protect our downtown business district from the forewarned threat of criminal looters. And we were horrified seeing our own police department wrongfully assaulting, with tear gas and rubber bullets, a non-violent crowd of Black Lives Matter demonstrators, including local residents. These police failings occurred despite the prior council majority lavishly bestowing tax dollars upon the SMPD, exempting only the SMPD from austerity measures placed on virtually every other city department. The actions that followed 531, including the creation of Police Oversight Commission, are indeed welcome developments. But there is still much that has to be done, and at the top of that list is addressing the Santa Monica Police Department budget, which remains untouched. It makes little sense for Santa Monica to continue to treat the police budget as a higher priority than every other city service. Other cities have moved much more aggressively on police budget reform. Santa Monicans for Democracy would have preferred to see police budget reform on the agenda for tonight's mid-year review. In light of the positive outcome of the last city election, we hope that Santa Monica will at long last move beyond just rhetoric about police reform and actually see specific and meaningful changes in the police budget in the next fiscal year. As Santa Monicans for Democracy, we say show a city's budget and we'll show you the truth about a city's value. It's well past time to show that. And in Santa Monica, Black lives and brown lives really do matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Tara Baraskas.
Tara Baraskas, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Tara Baraskas. Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich and council members. I'm Tara Baraskas, Executive Director of Community Corporation, and I just wanted to make a couple comments about the budget as you consider moving forward in the process. Of course, having watched the presentation, the budget is still in a very challenging place, but I just wanted to remind the council that affordable housing needs to remain a priority now more than ever. The pandemic has created even greater risk of homelessness, and we're keeping a lot of lower income households housed. So we do ask for some consideration of the budget as it moves forward, particularly for the GS and GSH funding. Last year, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund was wiped clean to help solve for the city's budget problems, but we won't be able to recover until we start making at least some kind of, deposits back into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So I would ask that you have some consideration of at least some of the GS and GSH money going into the trust fund. And also a reminder to please consider some creative solutions to generate more funding. In addition to the great need for affordable housing, there's also a RENA obligation. And with no money in the trust fund, we will not be able to produce any affordable housing for the city. You also may want to consider one additional staff. The housing department staff was cut down to 2 people, so they don't have the capacity to help us meet the affordable housing obligations. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Regarding the mid-year budget, you sit there and proclaim that Santa Monica is such a safe place, which by the riot and looting on May 31st, 2020, is seen to everyone who was watching or witnessed it is untrue. Then there's what I'm hearing, that the after report for that day is being suppressed from the residents and the community, again saying that the city is not a safe place. I know I've said this before, but please let me take the math a little further. If you have 90,000 residents and 300 sworn officers, that equals 1 police officer for every 3,000 residents. And if you split that into 2 shifts, it equals 1 police officer for every 6,000 residents. And we're subtracting 5 officers from downtown, which will equal 25 officers for the 8 million people who visited downtown pre-pandemic. Do those really sound like safe numbers to you? Yet you want to remove the 5 officers' positions tonight to justify your hiring of more city staff, all while you continue to build and shove more people into the city, which only further decreases the residents' quality of life besides the city being unsafe. Then I also noticed on page 17 that it said the water fund was self-sustaining. Yet on page 29, under expenditure adjustments, it says the water fund will have a $1.5 million increase to fund the purchase of imported water. Finally, on page 25, I have to take issue with you giving legal aid more money to fight tenant evictions, due to legal aid not being able to get reasonable accommodation for affordable housing tenants, especially after receiving an email from the property owners' lawyers admitting to the conditions exist. And there's more, but I'm sure I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller.
Transferring John Medlin.
John Medlin, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening, especially Mayor Himmelrich and the City Council members. I appreciate your guys hanging in there. You had a very intense night. And first of all, also want to salute the Finance Department for coming up with some creative ways to get some money in a very tight budget. You know, I noticed they talk about a pouring license. If you're going to do that, why don't we take the People's Republic of Santa Monica and have our own endorsed marijuana shop? But in serious, here's another thing. You know, you already passed the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission ordinance tonight. I would also like you to suggest that you make the total funding for the Inspector General and the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission in any 1 year shall not exceed $250,000. In addition, you know, 1/6 of the people in Santa Monica are under 20. 1/7 are over 65. So why not just add? You also have 2 people over 65 on this commission. The second thing is that the ordinance says a contractor shall be retained by the city manager's office. How about add and approved by the majority of the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission? That way we know it is totally independent. And finally, yes, I think I got all that. But again, thank you guys for your effort. You guys put in a lot of work, a lot of crazy hours, and you did it civilly tonight, even though I noticed it got intense. Good luck and great to live in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Transferring Matt Dalper.
Matt Dalper, your time starts now. You're in the meeting.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Thank you, council members. Matt Stauffer from the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. As you think about how to allocate the city's scarce resources during this difficult time, we're asking that you find ways to prioritize items and services that will facilitate economic recovery. In particular, we hear from a lot of business operators, who express concerns that perceptions of the safety, cleanliness, and overall condition of the city may deter customers and visitors from returning to Santa Monica when the pandemic is over. We've worked with the city and other stakeholders to implement and promote the Santa Monica Shines program to assure customers that our businesses are following all COVID safety protocols. We hope the city moving forward can also prioritize other areas that leave visitors feeling safe and welcomed, not just when they walk through a business door, but when they step off the train or park their car as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Transferring Michael Soloff.
Michael Soloff, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Like Ms. Baraskis, I want to address the proposal to divert GS and GSH funds from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for a second year. I strongly oppose your taking such an action tonight. We have to recall that the GS and GSH funds wouldn't exist except for the fact that the voters of Santa Monica chose to tax themselves in order to provide greater support for both the public schools and for affordable housing. They passed an advisory measure along with that tax saying that half of those funds should go to schools and half should go to affordable housing. Last year, for the first time ever, to my knowledge in the history of the city did not follow the advice of the voters and zeroed out the money to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, although it maintained, fortunately, the funds for the schools. Obviously, we're in the middle of the worst economic crisis we faced in a long time, and I'm not going to debate whether that was the correct decision or not the correct decision last year. But there is no reason, and certainly no reason tonight, to extend that for another year. These funds should be the very first funds to be restored. The voters told you where those funds are supposed to go. They tax themselves to support affordable housing, and as any funds come back, that money needs to continue to flow into the Housing Trust Fund. So we should wait and see. Hopefully some help is coming from Washington, and those first dollars should go to fill whatever hole the GS and GSH funds for affordable housing we're using. In addition, since we say we believe in affordable housing in the city, we should commit that when the budgets truly do recover, that the money that was diverted last year gets put back into the Housing Trust Fund. It should be viewed as a loan, not as a permanent taking of money away from affordable housing. And finally, this is a much longer term issue, but you need to think about, as we recover generally, how you're going to match those funds going forward. Remember, the whole point of all of this was to replace the money that the state took away, even though it talks about supposedly believing in affordable housing, but it took away the redevelopment funds that we had been spending $16 million a year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our final caller.
So let's close the public hearing, and now we're ready for council member questions and discussion. Let's start with questions. Council member McEwen.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for staff. And the first has to do with Measure GSH. No economic crisis in our lifetimes has hit with the impact or the speed of this coronavirus pandemic economic collapse. And we made some really difficult decisions last year just to keep the city working and to keep our ability to provide immediately needed services to our residents. But I'm disturbed by the recommendation from staff that we continue to use the GSH money. The City Council has tremendous latitude in budgeting. It's one of the primary roles that we fulfill in our form of government. But it's rare for revenue to have been earmarked by the voters for some specific use. And GSH is that rarity. Voters voted for an increase in the sales tax to fund affordable housing. And we've heard that actually our sales tax has not suffered as much as some other revenue sources. So my question for staff, I'm a little bit puzzled by the recommendation that we again cannibalize the GSH money. Could we instead reorder our priorities so that rather than take next year's money, we pay back last year's money and get that affordable housing fund going again?
Councilmember, I'm going to see if your Chief Financial Officer and Andy Agel can address that if they're both on the line.
I can start. Our suggestion that one of the areas, because again, we don't have to make this decision right now. It was just daylighting an issue as we were looking at an almost $12 million decrease in the revenues that we thought we were going to have next year to and how we were going to fill that hole. If we were to not, at the way things look right now, and all I can say is we don't know what we're going to get in stimulus. We don't necessarily know how quick the recovery is going to be. What we can do is, talk to many different experts, take a look at what is out there and make whatever determinations we can make. But based on that, aside from taking our reserves down further, if we want to be able to restore any services in the city, and if you remember, I talked about the $3 million that we set aside, we can't really cut back our capital projects any further. Next year, we have them at, instead of $21 million, it's not even $11 million. And this is dealing with some basic maintenance that we know we have to do every year. So there aren't many other places. We wouldn't have done this if we didn't feel like this was pretty much the last area that we can look at before we start bringing down our reserves further. What I can say, and I think Andy can help out here as soon as I'm done, in terms of the length of time. For one thing, I do want to remind everyone that last year when we made our restorations, we did put aside, or we are spending $2 million a year on the POD program, and that is coming out of housing trust funds. So we do have a strong program that's happening right now out of housing trust funds. But what I'd like to say is that as we look forward, one of the things that we can do as we're rebuilding our resilience, as I mentioned in that recovery chart, is we can look at repaying the GSH funds over time. In a lot of cases, GSH money, and I'm not going to say too much here because I think Andy can answer these questions better, may not be funds that we need this very second. So if we are able to have some time to repay them, right now we're looking for cash, frankly. And I'll just have Andy jump in.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Andy Agel, Director of Community Services. So I don't have a lot to add. Obviously, those of us who work in affordable housing, it's tough to hear that we potentially could be going another year without funding to support the production and preservation of affordable housing. And that's what gets us up in the morning. That said, I also don't know if we were to take that $6.8 million and allow it to flow to the housing trust funds, I think that means we're cutting $6.8 million elsewhere from the city budget. And I think that's the challenge before us. And Gigi mentioned what I want to mention is if ultimately in the biennial budget those funds don't flow, I definitely think you should consider paying back both years of funding. And as you think about restoring, that you put repayment of those funds ahead of restoring other programs that you're considering if you prioritize affordable housing in that way.
Okay, well, thank you for the answers on that. Before I ask my second question, which I'm afraid likewise is born of skepticism, let me say I really appreciate the bind that you're in trying to get a budget out of the situation we're in. And I anticipate supporting most, if not all, of the staff recommendations for actions we take now. So this is also one of the ones we are asking for direction going forward. And my question has to do with the statement that staff is leaning toward an advertising, naming rights, pouring rights model. And I ask this question because I've been on this council 22 years, and over that time, I have consistently argued against the corporatization of our public spaces. I have deep concerns about putting advertising everywhere we look and what that does to our identity. Now, Hulu was a great success, but we have to admit that as a result of that sponsorship, people didn't talk about Breeze bikes. They talked about Hulu bikes. A little bit of our identity lost there. And I'm concerned, I like the idea of wayfinding kiosks, but they can't just become digital billboards. They have to have a preponderance of useful information to justify allowing some intermittent advertising to be there as well. Pouring rights, that kind of disturbs me, that we would be telling our restaurants and other people what brands of food or drink that they're allowed to purvey. So let me ask the question, how did staff come to the point, given that I'm not aware of any council direction, of leaning toward what I see as increased corporatization of our public spaces?
Councilmember, if I can address that briefly, and then I'll turn it back to Debbie Lee, your Chief Communications Officer. With respect to your comments about identity, I do think those are very important. We will be talking with you at the next council meeting about a project to try to engage the community in very much talking about why Santa Monica is special, who we are as a community, and working to ensure that our neighborhoods are speaking in all of our public spaces, that we really are bringing out our full community across Santa Monica. Anything we did in this space of public-private partnerships would be informed by that larger work, so we're a little bit out of order. But then to address your specific question, we in some ways, the out-of-home advertising, we're looking for guidance from you on whether we should spend staff time going out to RFP to move forward with a program on that. With respect to naming rights, we actually are somewhat doing a gut check here to get exactly the reaction that you just gave us on that. There are a variety of forms of ways that we can engage with public-private partners. There are private individuals who may be interested in working with us in a particular location. So some of what we're looking for tonight is precisely the gut check that you just gave us, because we don't want to spend any staff time in an area that you don't like, and we do want to focus in the areas you do. And Debbie, if I can ask you to address prior council direction here, and also the work of the budget task force, which is where this came from and why it's coming to you.
Absolutely. So back in 2019, in January of 2019, the budget task force was formed, and one of the things that the budget task force reviewed was naming rights, sponsorships, and out-of-home advertising as additional revenue generating programs that the city could explore. At that time, those recommendations went to the city manager and then ultimately came to the council for consideration. The direction that was given by council was for us to come back after doing this exploration. Councilmember McEwen, I share in your concerns. I've been in this community a long time with you, and I would say that yes, we are recommending that we move forward with out of home because of the potential benefits from the kiosks, as well as the potential revenue that could generate. As far as sponsorships and naming rights, I think this is, again, as City Manager Lane Dilg just said, it's a gut check. It's something that our valuation is almost complete, and before we spend more time, we wanted to see if you wanted us to even bring that back for your consideration. So, all of this work was done at the direction of the council and the guidance and recommendation of the budget task force. And, it's really for the council at this point to give us direction on how you'd like us to proceed.
Thank you.
Is that it, Kevin? No more questions?
I had two. Those were the two.
Thank you. Councilmember Parra.
Sorry about that. I had to stand up. I have a couple questions regarding 8B6, which is the extension of grant programs, the human services grants. And I wrote my notes down, so let me read this. Let's see here. So from what I understand, in 2015, council awarded 4-year grants to 22 nonprofit agencies through 2019. And in 2019, council approved a 2-year extension of that grant cycle, postponing it to 21-22 to allow staff sufficient time to redesign performance measures and so forth. Staff is requesting an additional extension of another 2 years based upon emergency work that resulted in 2020 halting some of their RFP development and the reduction of 87 full-time positions. And so what I'm concerned about is if we approve the second extension, awardees who were initially given a 4-year grant now have an 8-year grant. A lot can change in 8 years. There may be other organizations that are interested or are in need of assistance. And I'm also concerned that we're being asked to offer a second extension, but have not been given, at least within the staff report, any information on metrics or contract compliance as required or indicated in attachment F found on page 985. I understand that some of these grant awards relate to nonprofits that provide homeless services, and that next month staff will be conducting a presentation for us. So what I'm asking, is if there's any way that we can extend approval for these grants until next month when we have an opportunity to hear from staff regarding the homeless report that they're going to give us in February. Because at this time, I don't feel comfortable approving this without having any type of confirmation that the grant awardees have fulfilled any of the requirements from the contract agreements. Make sense?
Hi, this is Lane. Did you want to jump in?
No, go ahead, Andy. Thanks.
Great. Hi, Andy Eagle again. So I'll give some overview of sort of the conundrum we're facing. I'd like to ask Mark Amaral, who's the Human Services Administrator, to provide a bit more detail. So the fundamental issue we're facing now is resources. So we've had to pivot significantly. Both city staff and our nonprofit partners have had to pivot significantly since the pandemic hit. And, essentially we've taken on new things with reduced resources, things like the Virginia Avenue Emergency Food Pantry, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. So with the limited resources we've got, we've really diverted them to dealing with the basic necessities that our community has right now. Meanwhile, our nonprofit partners have done the same. And so trying to put together an RFP and then ask our nonprofit partners to go through the administrative process of responding to that means that we'd have to pull back significantly on dealing with the really basic needs of our community right now, dealing with the worst pandemic we've seen in 100 years. So it's completely understand your concerns about the program, the ability to move forward and create new opportunities. We're struggling with capacity right now. And Mark, if you're willing, can you talk a little bit about the grant administration and oversight so that the council members have a sense of that?
I certainly can, Andy. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So I would like to talk a little bit about what oversight and monitoring looks like for the Human Services Grants Program. I think there are, this is best situated as three primary types of monitoring. The first are biannual status reports that each of our agencies submits for each of their funded programs. So twice a year, once at the 6-month mark and once at the 12-month mark, agencies submit program and fiscal status reports to city staff for review. Those status reports contain information about program accomplishments, challenges and programmatic changes, participant involvement in program evaluation, board involvement, staff stability, demographics, outcomes, and performance towards special funding conditions, which are unique to each agency. Those arrive twice a year. In addition, city staff engages in a contract negotiation or contract adjustment period each spring in anticipation of the coming program year to discuss which parts of a particular program have been successful and which may need to be adjusted in response to emerging and evolving community needs. And then finally, site visits. These are conducted on-site monitorings of each of our agencies and each of our programs. We typically see each agency for each program about once every 2 years. These site visits encompass review that is best conducted on site, so client file review, financial statement review, facility review, confirmation that agencies have posted grievance and complaint procedures in visible locations and remain in compliance with the terms and conditions of their contracts. So altogether, these three variations of monitoring constitute the oversight and administration of the grants program. And I want to provide that as a backdrop, Councilmember Parra, for your question, which is, I think, how does council and the community know how these programs are performing on a regular basis? And I think you're correct. You'll hear some of that next month during the homeless update. But I do want to emphasize as well, staff was in process of producing and developing this RFP when COVID hit earlier in 2020. And we were really on the home stretch in the last 6 or 7 months of doing that work. And it was going to involve a significant amount of community engagement to finish that development. And one of the features of that RFP development was going to be for staff to provide to the council and to the community a better overview of the past few years of performance on and how our agencies have performed and what they have done for this community. Unfortunately, that was something that was very early in development as part of that RFP process. And as soon as COVID hit, our resources went immediately in a different direction to address the more emergent needs of this community. And since then, we've been working on things like the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, keeping our VAP food pantry going, and working with our agency partners to ensure that they are pivoting and adjusting appropriately to emergent needs. So as we look ahead, and if Council considers and approves this 2-year extension this evening, rest assured one of the components of that RFP development that we'd be beginning in 2022 post-COVID would be returning to Council and the community with a better idea of how agencies have been performing in the recent past. And by providing those metrics, I think we'd be putting everyone in a better position to inform the next RFP and make decisions about what sorts and types of programs and agencies we might consider funding next round.
Thank you so much for that, that update. I have a follow-up question. So regarding the biannual status reports, are those publicly available?
Those reports have been requested as part of public records. They're not posted publicly. And so I don't know how closely that answers your question. They're not posted in a public location, but have been made available upon request.
Okay, I was curious about that. And again, I appreciate where you guys are and have been, because clearly I've been deeply involved in emergency response since March of 2019. So I understand resources being stressed and diverted, from one department, division, or project. And so completely understanding that. But again, I do have some concerns about giving an awardee that had a 4-year grant, an additional 2 years when they've already been given 2. So not comfortable, approving 2 years. Maybe we can talk about a shorter time frame or something, but thank you for that update.
So may I ask a follow-up to that question while we have you on the hook? And that's this. Have the amount of funds been shifted between grants, or are the same grant amounts still applicable to the 22 grantees?
The same funding amounts have been in place since the beginning of the current funding cycle, with the exception of the over $1 million reduction that was part of the current year's budget. So the Human Services Grants Program was reduced by a total amount of 12.2%, along with approval of the 2021 budget, and that passed through in most cases as a 12.2% reduction in individual funding to those agencies, with the exception being a specific agencies where Council allocated discretionary funds to make them whole.
Thank you. Councilmember McCowan. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, sorry about that.
All good. Okay, so I have a few questions. I'll just try to, if it's helpful for staff, I'll just list them and then people can answer them as lane as you all see fit. So I'll start with 8B number 5, the basic life support fee assessment. The questions for that one are the fund recovery for this, what account would those go to? And do we have any sense of the percent of non-residents? I know we believe it's an overwhelming number of non-residents that this applies to. I do support a fee waiver for obviously people who can't afford it, but also for a resident reduction. And then do we have a sense of, for the commercial insurance, which is the largest chunk of people that we think this sort of apply to, do we have a sense of typically what insurance covers for ambulance fees where there is sort of a basic life support and fee attached. And I've encountered this in other cities, so it's not uncommon, but I just had those questions. And then on 8B, number 6, following up on Councilmember Parr's question, just what's the average length of participation by the current grantees that fall under these the HSGP? I'm just curious if these are sort of long-term grantees. And then on number 11, with regard to the We Are Santa Monica Fund, the allocation, I firstly want to say that speaking for myself, you know, I was deeply touched, as I think many were, at the recognition of Black lives this year and in 2020. And I think going forward with regard to this fund, on the issue of the criteria for where funds are allocated, I think that, you know, in 2021 beyond, my thought would be that this sort of the money be allocated toward racial equity issues generally, and not specific to the Black agenda. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the Black agenda has done really significant work over the last 6 months and has been able to establish a nonprofit that I think will be competitive in the grant process for the We Are Santa Monica Fund in the future. And so I think that to the extent that we can broaden this to have that 10% allocation go toward racial equity generally, I think that would be a great adjustment. And then with regard to the advisory board, I support establishing an advisory board, and I think in the future we can deal with whether or not this becomes a nonprofit or stays with CCF, and ultimately I think that boils down to costs to manage the program. And then on number 12, regarding out-of-home kiosks, I share Councilmember McEwen's concern about us beginning to look like a bad scene out of Josie and the Pussycats or something with too much advertising around town. But I do think we already do have kiosks and directories and other things around town. But I just want to ensure that when we talk about phase 1 and 25, I get that was Superlative's recommendation, but is that really the number that we need to go with at this time? Especially when we still are looking at sort of what our identity is. And I know that's going to play into all of this. And so I don't want us jumping the gun on doing something when we still have that to sort out. And, you know, Promenade 3.0 and other things. I just want to make sure that these are things that can be lasting. And so I'm all for looking into it more, but I just wanted to put that out there. And also when we're, you know, the EV charging station issue that was in here, I think this kind of, it goes with that. It's like, how many things are we going to have taking up space and potentially taking up space away from like a parking meter, because we do want to recoup parking fees and other things. And so just sort of keeping all of that in mind. But I know a lot of this is just sending you guys back to think about it more. I share similar concerns with regard to pouring rates. I think it's one thing if we're talking about potentially community-sponsored events, but the idea that pouring rates for restaurants on like all the restaurants on the pier is concerning to me. And naming rights, I appreciated, Debbie, it has worked in some instances. I do think there are still certain areas where it can work, and I'd be open to hearing more about those, but I am concerned about naming too many things.
Thank you.
There were questions in there.
There were questions. Whoa. I see Bill, Oscar, Liam, I see you, right? I'm getting to you, but let's have her questions answered.
So I'm going to go slightly out of order. George, am I correct that if council would like to broaden the We Are Santa Monica Fund category to address racial equity generally rather than simply Black agenda, that they could give us direction tonight to bring back a consent item, but we wouldn't be agendized to actually make that change tonight, or can they direct us?
That's correct. I would prefer to come back, but that is something that can be done. It simply requires modifications to the arrangement that we have with CCF and a redesignation of categories. It would only apply on a going forward basis because donations that have been made to date have been made in particular categories subject to certain understandings. But on a going forward basis, we could make that change. We can put together some language and come back with proposed categories that we would redivide the Santa Monica Fund among and bring that back for direction.
And then, Bill, can I turn to you on basic life support?
Yes. So if I recall the questions, as far as the revenue goes into the general fund, and I know we have a general EMS revenue fund, but Gigi could be more specific to where that stands. There was, I believe, a question about what percentages are non-residents. About 38% of our transports are non-resident transports. And yes, the commercial insurance typically covers. I believe that the different commercial carriers sometimes have slightly different agreements they have with the different providers. But for example, about 18% of our calls go to folks that have commercial insurance, but that revenue is about 70% of the revenue we take in. So that's really the lion's share of it. I think that was the only ones I can remember.
Good. Mark, can I turn to you on the questions around grantees?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember McCowan, in response to your question, so I've pulled up the grantee list for the 2010 grant cycle. What I can tell you just from looking back over the past decade, that the 19 agencies that are currently part of the Human Services Grants Program were also 19 agencies included in the previous grant cycle. They were joined by 5 additional agencies who are no longer part of the grant cycle, either because they have voluntarily departed or chose not to reapply for funding to the current grant cycle, or were not selected for funding in the current grant cycle. And I think in general, if we went further back, you'd see a fairly steady pattern and a lot of the same agencies popping up on our grantee list. And interspersed in there, you'd see a little bit of turnover as agencies come in and out with novel programs or limited term programming.
Thanks. That was my assumption, but thanks for the clarification.
Debbie, can I turn to you on questions of out-of-home advertising, EV charging stations, and whether we need to move forward with all of phase 1?
Sure. So the 25 kiosks in phase 1 were superlative based that on and conservative industry standards of what would be a viable program and generate enough revenue for the city and cover the costs of the installation, maintenance, and ongoing wear and tear of the program. That being said, we would, what we're asking tonight is that we would develop an RFP. Obviously, what we've proposed may not be what we get back in response to the RFP responses from potential companies. We heard from one tonight that suggested something that was completely different. So I think we would want to come back to council with a final, the parameters of the program. We could set not to exceed 25 kiosks in phase 1, and then come back to you with a proposal based on the results of an RFP process. So that way, council has the option to weigh in one more time programs implemented, and it gives staff the opportunity to explore what is realistic out there in the market right now and how to negotiate the best type of program with factoring in all of the concerns and issues that are raised tonight from council. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember, did we get all of your questions there?
Yeah, because I think a lot of the last ones really fall into that category of like, it's just whether or not we're directing you guys to look into more information, and it's not something we're ultimately deciding on. So thank you.
Councilmember Brock. Thank you, Kristen.
I have a bunch, and I apologize in advance because I'm new on the council, but I have a bunch of questions. So first, the kiosk. Let's go back to those since Debbie is nearby. But I wanted to have a clarification. I think that a large number of the replacement kiosks are for old kiosks on the promenade. And I believe that's the case. So I'd like to make sure that we understand that not all 25 are new, that a lot of those are replacements for kiosks that already exist. The community service grant cycle that were discussed by Councilmember Parra. I am also not in favor of extending those for another year or two. There are new grantees. There are other people who need those opportunities as well to help. So I would like to see us, regardless of anything else, ask for new grantee proposals for the July budget cycle. Internet upgrades. Question, why are we funding the Verizon upgrade? Why can't, our treasury is almost bare. Why can't we just authorize Verizon to do the upgrades? Thereby, we're not fronting money for the stuff and waiting to get paid back. If that's what I understand. I know that we're talking about hiring a smattering of new employees. I was questioning whether we are first offering jobs back to people we've laid off, even if we switch categories for them to make sure that they have a chance to get their jobs back. Property leasing services. I don't understand why we have to hire someone for the airport. Why can't we just farm that out? There are hundreds, thousands of property leasing people from outside that could probably do the same amount and save us money. The fire department, and I know I'm giving you this. Lane, do you want me to stop and give you a few more later, or just go forward?
It may be easier for staff if we stop here and then pick up some more questions. I just want to be sure everybody's still with me. With respect to rehire rights, I can tell you that in the charter, we do have rehire rights for 1 year. I'm going to state this somewhat roughly, but George can correct me if I get it wrong. We have rehire rights that mean if your classification was eliminated in the layoffs and we bring back your classification, you, under the charter, are entitled to be first for rehire for 1 year. Council expanded that during the restructuring to 2 years for anyone who was laid off in 2020. So we do have rehire rights if we're bringing back on the old classifications. Can I turn to Susan quickly, or to Stelios on the property leasing at the airport? I'm sorry, that's David. My apologies.
Yes, good evening, Council. Yes, the position at the airport is needed because of really just the sheer number of leases that we have out there. There's approximately 400 that are being managed by the economic development staff. And because of that volume, it makes sense to actually hire someone who would be familiar with the airport, would be a permanent employee. And we think that would be the best way to approach that. It would be, as you know, funded by the airport fund, so it's not a general fund position. But we think that's the best way to fill that need that exists at the airport.
So you're saying that does not impact our revenue whatsoever?
It's paid by the airport fund, so it's not a general fund.
And they're solvent right now?
That's my understanding, yes.
So I have a follow-up to Phil. Phil, do you mind on that one?
Of course
so you said someone who's familiar with the airport. Do we have somebody now who's doing that job not as a full-time employee?
No, we have one position that is currently doing the job, but again, because of the volume, the number of leases, it's more than a one-person task. So
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I still don't understand why we would need to hire another FTE for that then. Couldn't the one person farm out whatever's needed for additional leasing and thereby save us money, or would we pay more in commission than having a full-time employee?
So David,
sure.
can I, just to give some context about how we got here, I think might be helpful. So when we went through the restructuring last spring, we eliminated 2 full-time positions at the airport that were dedicated to managing leases. As a part of the restructuring, we moved those responsibilities without any resources to David's team. And so his team absorbed the entire airport. We're finding now that that was a little too aggressive in terms of resource reduction. And, we were hopeful that, it wouldn't be such an overwhelming amount of work to be absorbed into EDD, but it's the work is quite substantial and
Right.
It's ongoing. So having in-house staff that have the relationships that can work with our tenants, we really think is the best approach. So it's kind of right sizing back.
Thank you.
Gary or Joseph, do I have you to explain Verizon?
Good evening, Mayor Hemmerich and Council. I'm here and Gary Carter is joining me. I think Gary, who's been with Unity Broadband CityNet, would be in the best position to explain this. Gary?
Good evening, City Council. Yes, I think it's important to distinguish between the city's function as a regulatory agency, which Public Works handles the permitting of these small cell site projects, and the city's in its capacity as the owner of a network operator, which is what Community Broadband Division is responsible for. So we already completed 2 phases with Verizon, and they have not only paid us and reimbursed us for the cost, but they pay us ongoing to support and maintain the network for them. They found it in their interest to do so. We've been able to expedite the both 4G and 5G builds. It gives the city a bit more negotiation, or decisions in placement than is legally required. So it is in the city's interest to do so. Phase 3, actually, the contract was executed some time ago. Revenue was collected in last fiscal year, so they've already paid those monies. What we're asking for is to have a CIP established in order to pay the construction cost for the projects for the Phase 3 and Phase 4 project. They've already paid us for Phase 3. But I think both of those costs of Phase 3 and Phase 4, the request is to allocate that to a CIP to do the work to fulfill the service agreement.
If I could have a quick follow-up on that, my question is, if we're doing the work for them and they're paying us back, and we don't have a ton of extra money right now, so why aren't they constructing, we just supervising, and that way we don't have to outlay $1 million in advance?
It's the city's network, fiber network. It's a critical infrastructure, similar to other city assets. We would manage that. We ourselves are not doing it. We're contracting out to a contractor to do the work. We wouldn't offer the authority for a third party to do that. I think it's also important to note that the wireless companies, they do have an option. If they chose to not use city fiber, they could bring their own fiber to these locations and install the small cell sites on city light poles. They have done that when it makes sense for them to do that in their network build. But they're choosing to use CityNet as their service provider to manage and maintain it. They believe it's in their best interest to do so. So we are getting not only the non-recurring cost recovered, we're getting for a term of either 5 years or 10 years, we're getting monies to support and maintain their network that's providing revenue to the city.
Okay, that still didn't answer my question, but I'm fine with it. All right, I'm fine. Thank you, Gary.
Is that, or would you have more? Those aren't all your questions.
No,
right?
I have a couple more.
So I do have a follow-on. May I ask a follow-on on the broadband?
And maybe you can get a better explanation.
Do we get do we have a net? Do we make money on this, or do we lose?
We make money. So, so we have 4 contracts now that are coming out, a term of 5 years for some, a term of 10 years for others, and those are expected to renew. So just for the existing terms that we're committed to, we do have phase 4. The agreement is in process of being executed, but for those alone, we're generating about $10 million. So
each or total?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I lost you.
Throughout the term of 4 contracts, it's about over $10 million, $10.3 million.
A year or overall?
Over the 10 years, yeah. That's committed, but if some of the 5 years renew, the expectation is that they will renew the agreements that are only on 5-year terms to essentially keep the network as designed continuing, simultaneously. So that's the expectation, but it's not committed. But they do have some commitments of 10 years.
Thank you. Mr. Delatorre, Councilmember Delatorre, did you have a follow-up on that?
I have a follow-up, if I can.
I think I can answer the question, actually. I do this work every day.
Yay, Councilmember Davis. Let's hear it.
So the reason, Councilmember Brock, that we do the work and then get reimbursed from Verizon is because if we told Verizon, you go do the work, they don't have to listen to us. They will just go do the work on their own. And they could, for example, lay a competing fiber network. If we're going to say you, Verizon, have to do the money up front, they could lay a competing fiber network, which means our revenue from the network would be greatly reduced. By us agreeing to do the work, we control to a large extent what the network is built out like, and then Verizon pays us back. So it's a matter of control and also maximizing our revenue. Am I correct about that, Mr. Carter?
Yes, Councilmember Davis, and you bring up a good point. The money reimbursed, that's the monetary reimbursement, but that money and its equivalent is an asset in the ground that's good for 30 years plus. So and it extends our network to do things in the future that we may want to do. So yeah.
So I have one quick follow-up, and this will probably be Councilmember McEwen because I know he's been for this for decades. How do we get community broadband out of this that is low priced and reasonable for all of our residents?
So we do have.
Well, that's going to be a further question later on, but I'd love to have that conversation at a later point, and I think Kevin would probably want to get that going somehow if we can do it reasonably priced enough. Sorry, I'm speaking for you, Kevin.
Was that a question for me, or did?
I think that it was not, and it's not on the agenda.
No,
so
it's rhetorical at this point. Okay. But thank you so much, Gary.
Thank you.
So my final few questions. On the 311 system, I think we're asking for 2.5 FTE, and maybe Lane may correct me right away, in staff. And my question is, since to start with, it is just a 5-day-a-week daytime system, why can't we go with 1.5 FTE and then review it in July or on the next budget and see if we believe that it has to have another staff member and we have to somehow add it to weekend service as well, instead of going 2.5 right now, because we're saving police money, right? We're saving those 5 positions when I know that many of our residents are very concerned about homelessness, cleanliness, public safety in our city, and we still have 1,877 full-time employees.
So, Christopher Smith, are you with us? And if not, I think I can answer the question.
Okay.
Sure, I'm here. This is Christopher Smith, Chief of Staff. Good evening, Council. Thank you for the question. So we analyze the call volumes and email and social media volumes from our various public city phone lines and other channels. We receive thousands of calls, as you might imagine, every year. We are really repurposing 1.5 existing positions and then asking for a net additional position to be able to do these operations. This allows us the flexibility to ensure someone can answer the phone during City Hall hours, accommodate breaks, lunches, all of those kinds of things. But looking at the volume of tickets and phone calls, we believe this is the staffing we need to provide the service.
Won't we have a better idea once it's been going for 3 or 4 months? In other words, what I'm saying is go with the 1.5, and then as we do our biennial budget, you could come back and say, hey, we're overwhelmed. We're trying to make sure the system works really efficiently for residents, and then add on to it. I see the value of the 311 system, not disputing that at all. But I'm concerned about making sure that we keep our staff down and we devote our resources where they're really needed.
Councilmember, I just want to be sure we're on the same page. We're proposing to add 1 FTE. Everybody else is repurposed. Are we on the same page?
I'm saying, can we delay the 1 FTE till the biennial budget? That's all.
So let me try to, and Christopher, feel free to jump in here. I am not sure, honestly, that we can do that, because what we are devoting here would be the city manager. We're devoting city manager's office staff. So you would be talking about taking the city manager's, Christopher, can you explain this for me? But you would be taking someone who already answers a great deal of calls, adding a whole bunch of calls with no backup, and then asking someone in the city manager's office who already has a full job to run the system with.
I understand. It's sort of like what Stephanie's been doing.
Yes, Christopher. Okay. Yes, that's the problem. They have an existing job, and so just that one person, we don't think could handle this.
I understand. The fire department. Question for.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Parr. Did you have a follow-up? Sorry, I'm trying to make sure everybody.
No, thank you. Sorry about that. I do have a follow-up question. So, in reading the staff report regarding the 311 system, I'm in agreement and I'm excited about that new system. And I understand that the reasoning for the new system is to divert some of those non-emergency calls from our 911 system, to 311 so that they can get responded to and what have you. But so one of my concerns was, from what I understood, is that this would be, a business hour 311 system. It wouldn't go beyond. And I think that from what I've experienced for the city that I work for, there is a need for that 311 system after hours and on weekends. I think especially on weekends. So is there any opportunity, by increasing that, by 1 position, so now we have 2.5 positions, to potentially increase the hours of operation for the 311 system? So I'm just putting it out there, but I do find that there would be a need, especially on the weekends when there's a lot of people here in the city.
So, Councilmember, what I would say there is that is the goal. We don't believe we can promise that at this point as we're getting up and running. But that is the goal, that if we can centralize the way calls and questions are coming in enough, we think that would free up resources in other places, and then we would be able to expand the hours. But we do need to get up and running first. And Christopher, am I getting that right? Anything you want to add there?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Thank you for that. Next question, fire department. And I know Chief Walker's already answered a couple of questions. My real question is, the comparison that we received was between Torrance, Beverly Hills, and Santa Monica. What I'd like to know, I think, is what's the average cost for LA County? And I want to make sure that Torrance I understand, but Beverly Hills is at the top of the grade. We have residents who may not have insurance, and our residents. And I was wondering how many of those calls are for homeless people who can't or not part of that repayment cycle at all. So I just want to make sure, I'm really concerned that we overburden residents. So do we know what's the average cost in LA County, or how many cities charge for emergency services?
Yes, Councilmember Brock. So all the cities that I'm aware of in LA County utilize the basic rates that are set by LA County. So the Los Angeles County sets ambulance rates, and you can adopt those. We're a 201 city, meaning we are one of the cities that can choose to set our own rates. There's a lot of cities that don't have that same legal right, but so that the county sets a maximum allowable charge. We just use the county rates, and that's what most departments do. But kind of what Councilmember McCown was saying earlier, a lot of different cities have a lot of different fees in ways that they're comfortable with adding a fee. And I've been in 3 cities, all 3 have different ones, and none of them have the same ones. What we worked with the city attorney's office and finance and the city to see what they were comfortable with, we came up with this, which is common to a couple of our real close neighbors, Beverly Hills and Torrance. So we all charge the same county rate. Then there's another little line item on there that says, hey, this is the charge for the paramedic providing this assessment. I don't know if they have any other charges that they add in or not. But in regard to homeless or poor or folks on Medicaid or Medi-Cal, we're not allowed to collect any more than Medicaid or Medi-Cal or Medicare pays. The Medicare system will pay you what they pay you, and that's it. And folks that don't have any insurance, we certainly have the ability to waive those fees. And so really what we're looking at is folks that have the money to pay it and they're out of pocket, because they're a good fortune to have those kind of resources, or commercial pay. That's what we're looking at today.
Does Pasadena or Culver City charge?
Everyone charges, I think they both charge the county rates. I don't know what additional potential fees that they might charge. A lot of cities, I'd have to look that up. A lot of cities charge a basic assessment fee. The terminology is different, but it's very similar. It's an assessment fee or a first responder fee. You'll see there's non-resident fees. There's a treatment no transport fee. There's several things that cities, for whatever reason, that works for them. And they're, look, at the end of the day, we're never going to, because of the way the system pays, fully get reimbursed for the work we do. We just did a fee study, and that's how we came up with our number. It was based on the fee study for the actual cost of service, and the direction from that we received was, hey, let's try and get cost recovery on this assessment, and so that's what we put in there.
So we're not charging the highest in LA County. I think that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I don't know that number, what every other city's charging. I do not know for sure.
Okay, because that worries me then. And I think I'm almost done. My question, Mayor, can we advocate for programs too, or should we wait to do that later?
Yeah, we're just doing questions now.
Okay.
So come up with the questions, and then you can advocate for what
Come
you
back
want.
later. All right, I think I'm good, and thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Council Member Davis. Oh. Well, I remember you, Oscar, but it's Gleen's turn.
All right. So I'm going to try and keep my questions short for obvious reasons. So I have a question about the wayfinding kiosk. It says in the staff report, for example, that one of the things we can do is allow our local business improvement districts to use those as a way to get out information about local businesses. And I'm just curious, has there been any discussion about sharing some of the revenue, pouring that back into the business improvement districts so that they can then, do upgrades and run programs and things that will encourage more buy local, encourage residents to shop locally, encourage visitors to shop in some of our, small, unique shops, that sort of thing.
Debbie, can I ask you to address that one?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Davis. I think that as we go through the RFP process and we are able to come back with more information and a recommendation for you to consider, at that time we could look at and explore, if that's the council's desire, what type of partnership or collaboration we could have with our business improvement districts. I think at this point, what we're recommending is very simply based on the valuation and the work that Superlative has done. And so if council provides that direction, we would be happy to take that back and incorporate that into our work. That being said, if there is a profit share, we would want to make sure that there would be enough revenue for the city for that to also be able to offset costs and support programs.
Yeah, and I understand that. And while I have you, Ms. Lee, but it seems to me all you're asking for tonight is direction to go forth and explore further. We're not making any of those decisions tonight, really, are we? Except for maybe the wayfinding, which I think there's a phase one component that, as Councilmember Brock pointed out, will actually probably end up replacing a lot of existing kiosks more than anything else. But in terms of things like exclusive pour rights and how money gets distributed and other potential naming rights, all you're asking for now is permission to go forward and explore that. Is that correct?
So for the out of home, we're asking for direction to go and start an RFP process to select a vendor that would have to come back to council for approval, in addition to all of the locations, the specific locations, and the number of kiosks that we're proposing. For all of the other public-private partnership opportunities, including naming rights and sponsorships and potentially category partnerships, we're asking for direction from council on whether we should continue that exploration and bring back more information for you to consider. So we're kind of putting those in two separate buckets. Out of home advertising and wayfinding, we feel strongly that we can move forward with that and are recommending. And then with naming rights and sponsorships and category, we want to do further exploration and bring back, based on your direction, if there is interest from the council to pursue it.
Thanks. And then one of the other questions I have, thank you, I'm done with the wayfinding and the public-private partnerships, has to do with the extension of our human services grants. I think those of us who have sat on the boards of nonprofits or understand how they work know that their budgets require some degree of certainty so that they can plan. They have employees, they have programs, that sort of thing. And I'm a little concerned that if we don't extend the human services grants for 2 years and we sort of leave it up in the air, we're not really going to know what we're going to do until somehow later, and I'm not really clear what people are suggesting there. Are we running the risk of really damaging a lot of these programs that these grantees are operating that benefit people in the city?
Andy or Mark?
Yeah, let me provide a high-level answer, and Mark, please add to that. So I think that this notion of our needing to immediately sort of pull the nonprofits away from addressing the urgent needs might even be a bigger concern. I mean, what that would mean is we're saying pull staff away from providing those direct services to work on the administrative task of responding to an RFP at a time that may be more dire than any time we've seen. I think that, that is a challenge. And then certainly to the point of trying to plan forward, having uncertainty, will there be funding in a few months' time, is going to be a challenge for those nonprofits and will ultimately impact the vulnerable members of our community served by them. Just Mark, anything you want to add to that?
Nothing to add.
And then I do have a follow-up. So, I mean, obviously, creating our new RFPs is incredibly time-consuming. And so if we were to say, well, we're going to fund for some indiscriminate time, but now we want to go out and do new RFPs for the next fiscal year, which starts in June, which is going to be here, July, which is going to be here before we know it. So we would have to have staff time taken away from whatever it is they're doing now to create those RFPs. Is that correct?
That's correct. So if you ask that there be recommendations for new grants in June, we would basically stop everything we're doing. So no food pantry. We would not be working on sort of the next phase of rental assistance. And we would have to put it out within probably 3 weeks, which probably means we're just picking up the last RFP, dusting it off, updating the dates, putting back out. We're probably getting the nonprofits a month to respond, so we're probably not getting the most thoughtful responses we could get. And then we're coming to you in June with actual recommendations and without sort of a basis for making those recommendations, which may mean that it's up to the council then to decide if you want to fund a new nonprofit, who are the seniors who are no longer going to receive assistance, or who are the people with disabilities or the children or whomever who are going to get cut from an already cut program. I think we're all going to be stuck without some sort of basis for making those types of decisions.
Sue, could I ask a quick follow-up?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes.
Can I just, Andy?
No, wait. I'm not going to ask questions yet.
Can he ask a follow-up?
Just the same thing.
I have a follow-up, and then if people want to do follow-ups to my follow-ups, that's fine, but I'm still asking questions on this topic, and I'd like to sort of
I apologize.
Going. So I hear you about what the impact would be on staff time, and then I just want to be clear that let's say we did decide we were going to do new RFPs. What I'm hearing from you is that not only would our staff have to drop everything they're doing, but for example, the West Side Food Bank, Meals on Wheels, instead of providing food and services or Y Senior Services, they would actually have to now take what are probably already strained resources and devote resources to responding to the RFP instead of providing services to people in need. Is that correct?
That is what we understand from our nonprofit partners, yes.
Okay, now there can be follow-up questions, but I still have more questions after this topic is exhausted.
My follow-up was really quickly. I was just asking for the names, and actually you just gave a couple. The names of a couple of the human services nonprofit that we give grants to, like 5 or 6 of them. Because maybe I'm not clear on who they are.
So Bill, there are 22 of them, but
well, no, I just said 4 or 5. I don't want all 22. I was just asking, so it would trigger some names.
I believe you've got a complete list attached to your staff report, but these really run the gamut from organizations that support people with disabilities, seniors, youth, and families. So these are child care providers. These are people who work.
So it's like you said, Gleam said West Side Food Bank and Meals on Wheels.
West Side Food Bank. Right.
Oh, then I'll support it. 12
Chrysalis, these are, you'd be familiar with most of these nonprofits. And
thank you, Gleam, thank you, Andy, for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Yes, Mr. DeLacore. I'm sorry, council member.
Follow-up questions? Can I just clarify these? Okay.
I thought he was at. Is this a follow-up, Oscar?
Yeah, it is a follow-up question. I find I just we're talking about the grantees, right? Grantees and our grantee program. I find it very hard to believe that.
Question. I'm not hearing the question.
Oh, I'm getting there.
Let's start with who, what, why.
Okay. How do we determine that a nonprofit cannot simultaneously deliver their essential services and at the same time dedicate upper level management and staff to complete an RFP that the city puts out? How do we determine that can't happen? I'm hearing that if we reduce or if we don't give a 2-year grant cycle, that these nonprofits will not be able to complete, an RFP, which they've been completing almost like most of these grantees are repeat grantees, meaning that they're very accustomed to participating with the city and completing these applications, program plans, budgets, and so forth. How do we determine that? Staff is telling us that they won't, that we're going to cut services if we hold them accountable to an evaluation, which I'm hearing city council members want.
Well, may I just, I'm sorry. So First of all, you aren't representing accurately the answer, because the answer was that our staff would have to stop doing what they're doing to provide services. So the real question is, how much time would it take our staff, and what could they do while they're doing it, right? And then the next issue is, do the nonprofits who are doing, the food banks, et cetera, need to take time away from delivering the food or delivering the meals for Meals on Wheels or doing what they're doing to respond to our grant proposal rather than go? Is that what you're asking, Oscar?
Well, you bring up another important point, because in terms of our staff, city staff, I feel that I'm just saying, and correct me if I'm wrong. Okay.
We'll
here's
save
the question.
this for discussion. Can we save it for discussion? I know what I think I know what you're talking about, but either ask a question or let's save it for discussion.
How about this? How bad has the budget cuts been on our staff to roll out an RFP in a timely fashion so that we do not have to give a 2-year extension?
Andy, how many staff did we lose in what is now the Community Services Department?
So we lost 87 FTE, which is about the equivalent of 45% of the staffing.
Okay, and of those staff members that we cut, how many of them are sort of like directors, senior managers, people that have the experience of developing the RFPs? We lost 45% of those types of employees, or we lost people that are more at the lower end of direct service delivery?
So within this new department, we lost both. So we lost a manager position, we lost a director position, we lost several administrators who are essentially the supervisors of analysts, we lost analysts, and so that team that would typically be involved with this grant process is much smaller today.
Okay, and do you feel that if we moved money from the grantee program into our staffing, that we would be more equipped or better equipped to provide the type of evaluation and oversight of the grantees?
So if we were to divert money from the grant program to staff, essentially that's cutting direct services. So you've got less childcare be provided, and you've got less meals and sort of all of that. So you may be able to do the the grant program more quickly, but then you're ending up giving out a lot less money and supporting fewer programs and nonprofits, and ultimately supporting fewer vulnerable members of our community.
Correct, but on the other side, we would have a stronger accountability system, a stronger program.
You're arguing, Oscar. You're arguing.
I'm asking the professional because I'm trying to figure out. Here's what the balance that I'm trying to figure out. Maybe staff can help me out with this. We have and no one has challenged Councilmember Parra on her sequence of events, right? That these grantees had a 4-year cycle.
I'm sorry, Oscar, I'm cutting you off. This is discussion. It's obvious. Gleam, go on with your questions. You're just going to have to wait, Oscar. Your turn will come next.
Okay, so Andy, since you're there, I hope, I do want to make it clear, because you answered 2 questions, and I want to make clear. One is you've already answered that if we had to do the RFP process anew, we would have to basically take already overstretched staff and be devoted to that, which would mean the city would be less able to work on providing services. But it's my understanding from talking to our grantees, and I know you're in constant contact with our grantees, that if we told Y Senior Services, Meals on Wheels, West Side Food Bank, The Growing Place, Chrysalis, all of these places that, okay, now you have to respond to a new RFP, they, because of the COVID-19 crisis, where they have lost a lot of money separate and apart from their relationship with the city, they would have to take stretched resources. Instead of using those stretched resources to provide services, they would spend those resources responding to our RFP. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what our understanding is and what we've seen from our nonprofits.
And in our communications with our nonprofits, we also know that their ability to raise money has been severely impacted by the pandemic. Is that correct?
I think, like us, this is a challenging time for everyone, and getting money flowing is challenging.
And for many of our grantees, the demand for their services during the pandemic has gone up tremendously. Is that also true?
That is true, and they, in addition to everything you've mentioned, they're also challenged with staff members not being able to work because, like we all dealing with this, people are getting sick and not able to work for periods. So many reductions happening and much greater need in the community than we've seen, and really, basic needs, food and shelter.
Okay, great, thanks. So I think I'm done with that topic area. The last area I want to cover has to do, and Councilmember McEwen raised it at the beginning of the discussion, was with housing. I want to make sure I understand, well, I actually have 2 areas. I apologize, I misspoke. 2 areas. One is housing. Staff understands, am I correct, and maybe this is just a question for you, Ms. Dilg, that we remain committed to doing whatever we can within the resources that we have to developing affordable housing. And if, for example, with this recent lifting of state requirements and stuff, we start to see revenues go up in an unanticipated way, that staff understands that that is one of our primary goals or one of our key concerns. Is that correct?
Yes.
So tonight we're not making a decision about the GSH funds, and if in fact between now and the time we look at the budget in May and June, there are some additional funds that either make it so that we don't have to further cannibalize that or even be able to pay it back, that staff understands that's a priority for council. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we are awaiting stimulus and advocating every day for stimulus in any number of ways, which would help very much.
Okay, and then I do have one last question, which has to do with city services. I know, for example, we're adding in a street sweeper, which is great. Can you give me, and I know the hour is late, but just some overview about how we intend to address the issue of our streets and cleanliness? Because I do think that when our trash is not picked up as regularly as it might have been, our streets are not swept as frequently, that there is obviously a loss of pride in the appearance of the city, but it's actually more substantive because we know that economic recovery is going to be the key to reinstating all the things we care about, whether it's grantees, housing, environmental programs, education, whatever. And how does that fit into the economic recovery plan? How are we going to make sure that people feel comfortable, feel safe, and feel that Santa Monica is clean?
So at a high level, I can state that, the priorities we worked with in the restructuring included clean and safe Santa Monica for that very purpose. We recognize how important that is. Our budget in the pandemic has been incredibly challenging. I am going to turn to Acting Assistant City Manager Susan Klein. She can talk a little bit about some of the things we've done and the ways we've been adjusting along the way to try to lift up services, because we do know it's a concern right now for our residents. It's also related to economic recovery, as you say, and is critical. Susan, are there more details that you want to highlight here?
Sure, I can briefly highlight, some of the work we've done on a phased approach. We've been able to bring back employees that were working at the beach, for example, maintenance assistants, and we were able to redeploy them into our parks where we had contracted services, where we eliminated some contract resources. We were able to bring staff into the parks to help empty trash cans. We're putting together a reopening plan now that will look to a phased approach so that as resources become available through stimulus funds and being able to adjust our operation for priority needs, we can do that incrementally as the economy recovers. With regard to street sweeping and operations within resource recovery and recycling, we were anticipating last year to move forward a rate analysis. Clearly, that is something we just absolutely cannot layer on to our community. It is a rate increase, so we are some of the operational adjustments we've made in R3 are being mindful of our fund balance so that we aren't coming back to the community, soon, until the economy starts to recover, to make sure that our rates are able to cover the operations that we're providing. So it's a tough balance. And I think that the way to make it successful is to be mindful in a phased approach and to pivot where we can. We've done thanks to some action at council and working with finance, we've been able to utilize one-time dollars through work we're doing for DTSM, for example, to make sure that where we don't have as many people walking around, right? We don't have as much foot traffic, that we can deploy resources in targeted areas, right? So we can relocate resources from areas that aren't seeing a lot of foot traffic and move them into areas that, like the pier and the beach, for example, and some parks that have been seeing an uptick because people need to get out and about. So that's just some of our thinking about how we're approaching the reopening and reallocation of services when we need to expand.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's the end of my questions.
Great. Now, Councilmember De La Torre, you're up.
Yes. Well, what can I do, Mayor Himmelrich? What are we on right now?
You're on questions.
Okay.
Questions. Then
okay, so,
we're going to move to discussion that hopefully will be somewhat focused. So to start with a question word.
So this is my goal, just so that you can help me stay focused, right? I'm trying to find a way on how we can hold grantees accountable, right? We're from what I heard from council member Parra, and I remember, and staff is not saying that this is not the case, but I'm hearing this is the case. They got a 4-year grant. They got a 2-year extension, and staff is asking us right now for another 2-year extension, right? So that's right. So 8 years of receiving city money without these grantees having to apply for those funds. I think I understand, there's COVID and so forth, but I know very well the city's grantee process, and I know that it can take about a month with a ragtag army of staff members. But I know many of the organizations that are funded by the city. There are high quality, in some cases, very well paid staff. These are highly qualified, educated people that can turn around a grant application because they've done this for so long with our city. They can turn it around within a month with the adjustments that we want them to put in place. The question that I have is, how can us as a city council redirect these services or put in some funding conditions to meet the current, crisis or the current needs of our residents? Like, can we do this now within this process? What is the best way for us as a city council to say, for example, that we want to see more direct services to people suffering from mental health issues on our streets? Like, that's just one example. And there's various different nonprofits that deliver these types of services. But maybe if we put that, as a funding condition to the grantees that are already receiving these services, receiving these funds, we might be able to get them to deliver that service. We could put in those funding conditions without going through a whole RFP process. So I want to know if that is a possibility for the city council, to engage, within this process to deliver the services that our residents and our city needs.
So is what you're asking for that when we get these biennial, these twice yearly reports, is what you're asking that they discuss specifically the mental health services they're delivering, and you just want reports?
Well, the reports, I think, it's a standard procedure, right? They have to deliver a 6-month report, right, every year. Those reports are not very easily accessible. So it would be very good, I think, for all of us, if we go down, let's say how they list all the grantees, that we can click on the grantee and it would be a portal for us to open up those program reports. That would right there.
Oscar, you do hear that we're on discussion now, right? You're hearing now your words and we're in discussion. We are not in, this is not really a question. You want to discuss this with us, correct?
No, let me ask the question then.
Good.
The question then is, for a city council that wants to influence or direct the services, right, that we are purchasing, because that's what we're doing. We're purchasing a service. When we give money to a grantee, the city is purchasing a service. What would be the appropriate way? Without the grantees, without starting a whole new grantee cycle, right? For us to influence the delivery of those services or purchase more of a service or less of a service with grantees that we fund. What other mechanisms can staff give the city council for us to make that happen, I guess, is the question.
Andy or Mark, can I turn to you to address that?
Let me try. So I think, and Councilmember, I think you've identified the challenge. If we were to say, for example, we want to put more resources into mental health services, which I think from staff side we would be completely supportive. We've still got the challenge that we have a total grant budget of $7.5 million, which means we're going to have to defund other grantees. And so sort of the question is, are we then saying if we're prioritizing mental health services, we're deprioritizing childcare, or we're deprioritizing support for people experiencing homelessness or what have you? I think that's the challenge of trying to do this without sort of establishing what are your broadest goals and how do those grant proposals address those goals.
Yeah, and that's the struggle for me is because we don't. You're telling us that we should just give the funding without an application process, right? Without an RFP process. So I'm trying to find a different mechanism to get the grantee to deliver services that are more needed, let's say, and I'm trying to figure out how we can do that. What's the best way to do that? And I'm thinking, the RFP process. That's why it's such a good process, because it allows us, the opportunity to set the criteria, of what the priorities are. But we can we do funding conditions? I mean, can we say, for example, to a nonprofit that delivers homelessness services, that we want to see more direct contact with people that are experiencing homelessness, but also suffering from a drug addiction and mental health issues? Is there a way that we can use a funding condition to accomplish the goal of purchasing more more services for mentally ill people or people on our streets struggling from drug addiction?
So I agree with you that I think that is what the RFP process is about. So we typically would start with identifying what are our broadest goals. If there are things we want to emphasize to the process, we would do that. And then we would go through the RFP process guided by those goals. I think the challenge we've got is, as we discussed earlier, trying to do this now in the middle of the pandemic is going to create huge challenges for everyone involved with this process, and may end up that we all make choices that were probably not the best choices. I think to the issue that both Councilmember Parr and you've raised of, are there really critical community needs that we're not addressing now? And one way you as a council have addressed that is you've used your council contingency to provide additional funding to nonprofits that you felt really were addressing key needs in the community. And then the second thing, and this is a longer discussion, and nobody can kick me under the table because we're all not in the same room, but as we talk about the We Are Santa Monica Fund, it might also be worth thinking about that. I'm happy to talk to Debbie more about it as perhaps a way to channel funding towards some of these emergent needs, while still keeping the nonprofits in the community who are addressing such key needs, keeping them whole during this interim period.
Yeah, and just a quick follow-up, which is relevant to the point that I'm making. The grantees have been receiving money for a while. They've been turning in their reports. And I'm assuming that we still have the capacity, even with the budget cuts that we've made, to review those reports, to evaluate, to see if people are meeting their outcomes and their outputs, and also to see if they're meeting our funding conditions. Like, can you assure us right now that we are appropriately staffed, so that we can monitor the outputs, outcomes, funding and special funding conditions of the grantees that we're currently funding?
So yes, we are. With the reduced staff, we've given increased workloads to staff, but staff are still doing that grant management. And the one thing that we haven't been able to do is do on-site visits for obvious reasons. But when it's safe to do so, we anticipate resuming that.
So the grantees, they just delivered their mid-year report, right after December, or when is the mid-year report due?
Mark, can you jump in?
Yes, thank you, Andy. Councilmember De La Torre, the mid-year reports are due on Monday, February the 1st. So they are due first thing next week.
Okay, and do you have the appropriate staffing pattern to appropriately monitor those outputs, outcomes, and special funding conditions of those grantees?
Yes, staff continue to be assigned to each agency and each program and are assigned to accept those reports, review them, and offer feedback and comments to agencies and provide technical assistance as necessary.
Okay. Would it be possible for us to do something more transparent, in terms of how making it more accessible for the public to review those mid-year reports? Is there a portal? Is there any recommendation that you can give this city council to assure the residents that we are holding these grantees accountable? And one way that we do that is with the mid-year report. How review those reports?
I think I'd revert to my earlier comment. Our recommended course of action would be to allow staff to compile the information from those reports into a single report that council and the community could digest to get a sense of how all 20 of our agencies have performed in all 35 of these current programs over the past couple of years, and be able to use that to inform decisions about the outcomes and focus areas that will serve as the foundation for the next HSGP RFP. I think that presentation of information would be much more useful and easy to follow along for council and our general community. These mid-year and year-end reports themselves tend to be 10 to 20 pages a piece at both mid-year and year-end per program. So 10 to 20 pages times 35 programs. We're looking at quite a bit of information packed into those reports. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, one thing that I would like to see is every program that we fund, I'd like to find on the city's webpage, I'd like to have the ability to click on the program that we fund and then be able to see, at a minimum, their outputs, their outcomes, and their performance on any special funding conditions that the city has has required for those programs. Do you think that would be possible?
Council member, I think that's certainly a long-term goal of ours. The history of the grants program has been that much of this reporting has been submitted to the city on paper. Only last year did we start to move our agencies into a place where they could submit files to us electronically, and that timing couldn't have been better, given the unfortunate circumstance with the pandemic descending in early 2020. So we're in the early stages of trying to move agencies into a place where we're accepting information from program and fiscal status reports in a format that could eventually be used to do the sorts of thing you described. Because I think our aspiration here is to be able to have that data in a format that is more easily aggregatable, so that we can report out more consistently to council and to the community. But we're just not there yet. We're in the beginning stages of moving in that direction.
Okay. Well, can you just write down a quick little note, that would be one of the funding conditions that we can add to every grantee, so that we can have a standard way of us attaining those reports so that we can share it with the council, with staff, with the public, and we can monitor the success and the accomplishments of these programs, or so that we can see where the deficiencies are and we can, strengthen those programs. Another question I have is, this is a time of racial justice, of reckoning for racial justice. We're talking about this everywhere. Do you gather data on the clients of those nonprofit agencies in terms of race, ethnicity, and gender?
We do. We do gather that data. The data for the current Human Services Grants program is one-dimensional, for lack of a better word. So we can say what the distribution of race and ethnicity, for instance, is across the grants program, or age, but not both. So it's not cross-sectional. But we do have that information. And if you had a specific question, it's possible I may be able to answer that, because we do have that in a format that is easily rolled up.
Okay. Well, just for the future reporting, I would love to see how those nonprofits serve, the diversity of our community. And the other question is in terms of the grantees themselves. Like, can you tell me, for example, how many of the grantees that we fund are run by majority people of color? Meaning, it could be either the staff or the board. Like, is there a way for us to know?
Yes.
Yeah, we have that. Okay, that's great, because that's another thing I think that would be really important for us to understand as well moving forward.
So Oscar, let me just say, I really appreciate these questions, but we're talking about the budget. I get that you're very concerned about these programs, but meanwhile, look, we all could ask questions about this from now until 2 in the morning. But we haven't.
That was it.
Great. Phil.
I just want to, just a quick, it's not even a question, Mark and Andy, but it is something that's important. We've been talking about 22 nonprofits that serve the neediest of our community. We can't do it all. Please, if you're listening to this broadcast or watching a replay, consider donating, because I know I finally saw the list. Thank you, Mayor. And when I saw the list, I went, oh my God, I support most of these. And all of them need your support. We can't do it. Help, please. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so Councilmember Delatorre has done his questions, and now we're moving on to discussion. And I wonder if anybody has looked at the long list of things we need to vote on, right, which is in your agenda, which my screen has gone out once again. But so we have many things, and I asked the council, would you rather discuss around the motions we're going to need to make, or do you want to just do a general discussion? I think we should do a focused discussion on the various items.
Focused.
Councilmember McEwen.
I think sometimes the best way to focus the discussion is to have a motion. So I will move that we appropriate fiscal year 2020-2021 mid-year revenue and expenditure budget adjustments as detailed in attachment A.
Any second?
Second.
Okay, and who would like to, is there any discussion on this matter? No? Then, I'm sorry, Councilmember Para.
Okay, so please forgive me. The discussion on, is it time to discuss?
Yes, it's time to discuss, but we're framing it with the items that we have to vote on. So, for instance, now we're approving the expenditure adjustments because, remember, we have a budget. So this is just the changes that have happened.
Okay.
Since we passed it. We'll be doing a whole new budget in June, or a relatively new budget. So what probably the thing to do here is look at your Exhibit A and determine whether there's anything on those expenditures or adjustments that you specifically want to discuss. Okay?
Okay, great. And then, if I wanted to have further discussion on the grants, that would be under a separate.
I think that the grants are under number 11 or 12. I mean, I was taking notes at the time. I just haven't. Yes. But hold on, I can tell you.
I think I have it as number 7.
Items 6 and 7.
Where's the
6 and 7?
No, it's number 16.
What?
Huh?
We don't even have.
On the long list you have, I think, oh, you're right, I'm sorry. I'm looking at you're right, it's number 6 on that list.
Okay.
But we won't be voting on that till number 16 as I have it, right? Based on what the city attorney and the city clerk devised as the way we can get through everything.
Okay.
Councilmember Brock, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I'm just confused again. So, Councilmember McEwen's motion, seconded by Councilmember Davis, is to approve what? All of it?
Yes, all of the adjustments. The adjustments.
Is there a way to pull those? And because we had a lot of questions, so
so let me suggest.
I haven't gone through this before, so I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to really
I don't think
figure out the procedure.
Councilmember McEwen.
I put the motion on the floor, so we'd at least have a fence around what we're going to discuss, if we're going to discuss it.
Right.
If something that you want to discuss is within that fence, namely the 2020-21 mid-year review and expenditure budget adjustments of attachment A. I have made a motion, not only of the City Council, but this is the only motion we'll have tonight that is also of the Housing Authority and the Parking Authority to approve that. So at this point, the motion has been made, it has been seconded. That motion is open for discussion. So if you have something that's within Appendix A, now is the time to discuss it.
Councilmember Delatorre.
I hear you, Oscar.
You're muted, Oscar. We didn't hear anything.
Yes, Oscar, I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Yeah, it's page 7, I guess. Yeah, 7. This is the Inspector General that's going to serve the Police Oversight Commission, correct? And it's at 112,500. The original proposal that I recall was more than $200,000+ for a full-time equivalent.
This is a partial year, Oscar. Remember, we're in a partial year. We're only doing, right, you get it. This is a mid-year check.
Okay. So
So that's not the full funding of the position. It's for the rest of the year. I think that, tell me if that's correct, City Manager.
Makes sense.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So
Councilmember Brock.
Just really quick, one of the things that I want to know, because obviously city staff and maybe other city council members have had influence into this recommendation, and I know I haven't had an opportunity to make any recommendations, but I want to make one now. I want to find a way on how we or maybe I don't understand where it's at, but I want to make sure that we have people that are working, that we increase the number of staff. Maybe it's the homelessness liaison program with SMPD, or maybe there's another grantee. That's why the grantee issue is so important to me. But I want to know how we can increase the number of personnel that are interacting and troubleshooting and addressing issues on our streets, especially with homeless individuals that are suffering from mental illness, that are struggling with those issues. And
look, I'm with you, and I don't want to speak for staff, but we're doing a meeting on homelessness in February or March. I thought it was February, in which case I think we can address the issues. But right now, the information that you're drawing on, that's your personal information, is information that we don't all have. And the other thing I can tell you is that none of us have these things before you do, because we all get it at the same time the public does. You get that. We don't get the staff report before they do.
Yeah. But just Councilmember Delatorre's question, I think, specifically there are a couple expenditure change ID numbers within attachment A that speak directly to some of what you're asking, which is, potential increases, et cetera, to, WISE community services and other things. I mean, it's all outlined here in attachment A, the areas where there are going to be reductions or increases based on the category here. And so that's what we're talking about with item number 1. And so if you have anything you want to potentially add, I mean, we all got the email from the neighborhood associations asking for $41,000. This would be an area where you would bring that up, whether or not we all agree with that, but this is where you would bring that up.
Okay, well, I want to bring that up then. So let's get $41,000 in the budget for the neighborhood associations to have the communications and so forth.
Well, but we have to take away from some, I believe that this is right, that, and in other words, one of the thing about attachment A is that there's not like an add spot on it. We're either approving it or we're amending it. And it has to balance there, because there are debits and credits. So the way that it is now is balanced. So I would say that in terms of the neighborhood groups, we can do it either out of discretionary funds or we can wait till we do the full budget and restore it in June. I mean, I think that's sort of where we are. Councilmember Brock.
How much do we have in our discretionary fund? Because
we have $180,000.
Okay.
Councilmember Farr.
If I could chime in quickly, there's a balance of $40,000 in discretionary funds.
Who said that?
This is Stephanie.
How much?
$40,000.
When did that?
Oh, we're way under.
So I was under the impression when we allocated the $10,000 to We Are Santa Monica that we had $200,000. Am I crazy?
If I can jump in, last year during the budget adoption, council chose to use council discretionary money, and I can't remember, it may have been about 50 or Stephanie may remember a little bit better, towards these actual grantees that we were just talking about.
We backfilled them, right. Councilmember Brock.
Actually, Christine was ahead of me, so I'll let her go first.
It
doesn't matter. All right, I'll go.
Really quick question. Councilmember McCowan or Porter, what page is Exhibit A in the packet? Because I can't find it anywhere.
The separate attachment was attachment A. It was the separate attachment. After the staff report, it was the first of the additional attachments.
All right, you don't know what page number that is?
Well, it is its own. It's 17 pages long. It looks like...
Typically,
in the big packet is page 903.
I don't download
the
version.
Okay, thank you.
So can I propose amendments and then you guys can decide if they're friendly or not? And then we'd have to possibly work with Gigi to see where we could chop the
balance. Do we have a second? Let's start. Do we have a second for Councilmember McEwen's motion?
Yeah, Glenn Davis.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Councilmember Davis, you seconded it?
Yeah, I seconded it. And I just want to make it clear that no amendment's going to be friendly unless someone says, I want to add this, then I'm taking away that. We can't add money that we don't have. We can't deficit spend.
No, that's what I was asking if Gigi
I want to point out that this is only one of a number of motions we'll make tonight. And for instance, the decision to expend contingency funds from the council contingency money, that would be a separate motion. That wouldn't be part of this. This is about approving what is recommended in attachment A.
Councilmember Delatorre.
For members of the community that have been emailing me and asking, that the police department budget did not experience a major budget decrease as much as other departments. What would be the answer in terms of I'm looking right here at there's a page here on police. It's page 9 out of 17. It says adjustment reflects the elimination of 5 vacant police officer positions. And part of it's $474,000. Is this where I would be able to point to say that this is how we are reimagining public safety? That we took that money and we allocated it to the inspector general and to the other different programs and services. Would that be the correct answer to give? And I'm asking staff for that.
Councilmember, would you like to propose a different change?
Well, what I do want to see, and I already said it, I'd like to see more services being directed towards service delivery to those mentally ill on our streets. But I just don't know where to take it from. That my struggle is that it's a lot of information to digest in a short amount of time. So I'm trying to figure it out. Like how would I be able to direct more resources? I was trying to think that through the grantees. That's why I got so caught up in sort of the grantee debate. But there's monies here that we can move around. Is there an area where you would recommend, City Manager Dilg?
Councilmember, if you would like to hear from a member of one of your departments with respect to potential cuts, if you would like to hear from the police chief what cuts to the police department beyond what we have proposed would mean, we can certainly provide that to you. With respect to your request to have more people on the streets, this does include approval from you, and Gigi, if you could speak to this. This does include approval from you to indicate that we will maintain our homeless street teams. We have found money for that. That was unbudgeted for 21-22. We have found money to provide assurance that we will continue to provide those services through 21-22. So that is one of the things that you are approving and directing tonight. In addition, we have proposed removing police vacancies to make adjustments to, among other things, create the Inspector General position, but also to create a senior homeless analyst position. That is a restoration of a position that aids us in regional coordination with respect to homelessness services. So that is about obtaining grants and trying to find new ways to put people on the ground, as well as working in partnerships. We are in conversations with LA County about potential partnerships that would put additional mental health resources on the ground. We are hoping to bring those to you on February 23rd. Funding there, if the program works, was authorized by the previous council. So we already have funding for that, and those are additional services that we're trying to get on the ground within the next 6 months. So those are some of the things that we're doing in that area.
Oh, that's great. That's great to hear. And have we heard from our chief of police in terms of those reductions to law enforcement's budget? Will there be? Can the police department sustain those reductions and still provide the level of service that we would think that we believe is to be adequate to keep our community safe?
Yes, the budgets that are proposed by staff give you all of the new things that you see, including right to counsel, which we also believe keeps our residents in their homes, which also prevents homelessness. You get all of that without any impact to your current police staffing on the ground. So you are not reducing services, and we are bringing online a number of new services. That is a cut ongoing of approximately $800,000 from the police budget. The direction that we previously had was to continue to work to find ways to adjust services to put there are many ways to say it, but to adjust services to create more equity among the ways that we provide community services and well-being. So this is one of the first cuts that you see that is a direct cut from the police department budget going to a variety of new services. You get all these new services within the current budget without impacting the current public safety response in the community. You can, in the biennial budget, decide that you want to continue to make shifts, or you can decide that you don't want to do that. That is a decision that you could give us direction when we come back to you in March with respect to budget priorities for the biennial budget. You could present direction to us to cut the police budget further if that's your desire. You will set priorities for us, and we will use those to create the biennial budget that we will bring to you in May and June.
Okay.
Councilmember Brock.
So on this budget, and some of these questions I asked City Manager Dilge earlier today and yesterday, the senior analyst for homelessness is rated at $200,000 a year. I asked her earlier if we could downgrade that pay rate, because I think if we could hire someone at $150,000, we would be able to use $50,000 for boots on the ground homeless services. I can imagine, for instance, West Coast Care could do a great job with an extra $50,000, that would allow them to hit more of our parks, more of our beach area, and try and get people off the streets. So I'm really concerned in areas that we can find ways not to put people in City Hall, even though I know that's necessary too. But the letters and emails I get from residents, again, talk about public safety, and Councilmember Delatorre, I believe our real savings from the police cuts were about $850,000, not $400,000, is what I understood. That's how we were able to fund these other items. So look, I don't want us kept as safe. I want the residents to feel safer. But I think the cuts in this case, if we can provide services that reach out to residents directly, then I think it's worth it. So I'm concerned. That's why I complained about the extra FTE in City Hall. That's why I talked about the analyst position being as expensive, because I'd rather be able to take $100,000 of the money that has been allocated and see if we could put that into services that reach our neediest residents, and also find ways to keep our residents safer and our city cleaner. And I want to take 4 sentences I want to read from a resident today. It said, these are the areas that all stakeholders in the city can agree are a priority. Monies directed to nice-to-have projects that may have made sense pre-pandemic must be shelved with proper funds allocated to deal with the social issues around homelessness, police, fire, and public works. And I know these are competing voices, but I want to add my voice to the chorus of residents and business owners who are extremely concerned by the state of the city's public safety and cleanliness. So my only object, Councilmember McEwen and Councilmember Davis, and no, I don't know where to take the money from yet, but I gave you 2 suggestions. If we can add more money to boots on the ground for the next 5 months, which is all we're talking about, maybe we can make more of a positive impact for our residents. Thank you.
So I just want to make a general statement here. We're all at this meeting with this budget in front of us. We're going to have many more meetings about the budget. It is really important before we come to these meetings to think about these questions. What do you want to pay and what don't you want to pay? What do you want to fund and what do you want to take away? And for everything that we do additional, you need to either figure out a way to raise the money or take it from something else. And the problem is that if you come in and you haven't looked at the list, I get it, Phil, right? You didn't look at the list, right? And so you don't know how to take. Now, this is a big shot across the bow for June, right? We talked about it, but now I'm telling you again, for June, you need to be prepared because these are real numbers. These are not, you can't just say, let's smush it from here and smush it to there, right? And this is what we're faced with every June, and the mid-year budget is really just a readjustment. And Christine is going to have you all beat because she's going to be on the audit subcommittee and you aren't. So there you go.
I promise to be more prepared, but I'm trying to do what I can to support the services we need in our residents.
I understand, but bear in mind that
and I know all of you are too. I know all of you are.
We're going to be back here in 5 months doing the same thing, but with more flexibility.
And Sue, Councilmember Brock, I would just add, a lot of us received that exact same email that you just referenced. And I think what is important and worth noting is that we are addressing some of those things, as Lane pointed out. It's here in the attachment. And in March, we're going to address what our priorities are. And this is really the first opportunity that at least 4 of us that are new to council will have more, a significant say in the priorities going forward, and then what we do in June for the next biennial budget. And so I think this is, as everyone has stated, this is, a readjustment based on areas where we did find some ability to reallocate funds or where we had additional monies, but Beyond that, it's hard to do everything that I think we're trying to do right now in this situation. This isn't really the place for all of that, I would just say.
I'm going to start with City Manager Dilg.
Councilmember, if you wanted to make a change tonight, one of the options that you do have is if you don't want to move forward with one of the things that we've recommended, then you can say you don't want to move forward with that and direct us on how to come back, but we would only have that amount of money. So if you don't want us to hire a senior homelessness analyst, then we could not move forward with that, and we could come to you in the homeless study session and you would have that amount of money. What happens is that it delays, it delays by some period us hiring that person, and it's only that much money in the end. These aren't, we've tried to do as much as we can with this amount of money. So, that's, but you can give us direction like that if that's your preference.
And I want to say one more thing, that I think it's remarkable, City Manager Dilg, what you have done and what our finance director has done with this, really, because the difference in the amount of money we're coping with here is so profound from what we had before. And the fact that you are presenting us with these options and these possible services after doing what we had to do in June and then coming back with these additional programs is remarkable, and I thank both of you a lot.
Well, Mayor, I did not speak to this earlier, but I should have. Your finance team has done an extraordinary job. One community member emailed me and said their projections were an arrow split by an arrow with the $20 million winter shutdown fund, which of course we are now sitting in and about to come out of, which is great. They have worked incredibly hard to produce this report, to try to provide transparency to the community, and to try to do as much as we possibly can in this moment in adjustments to start lifting up some of the services we know you want. We can at the biennial, you can make bigger moves if that's what you want, but we will have a full priority process with you, community engagement, to figure out exactly what your priorities are, and we'll come back in that way. But I do want to thank Gigi and Oscar Santiago, our new budget manager, who put in tremendous amount of work here.
Thank you. And now back to the motion. Does anyone have anything to change before we vote? Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to postpone the hiring of the homeless service coordinator till the 2021-23 biennial budget, thereby freeing probably about $70,000 that we could use. We could decide on that at the homeless study session on February 23rd and be able to have something in place to help out the boots on the ground in this critical time right now. That's my motion for an amendment.
Councilmember McEwen.
I've seen what happens within our city and regionally with or without somebody in a senior homelessness service coordinator position, from Ed Edelman to Elisa Orduno. And I can tell you it makes a tremendous difference. It's a multiplier. That money put into that position helps get us more grant money, more cooperation from other communities, so we're not bearing the load by ourselves. I think that's a crucial position to refill. I was very sorry that we had to let Elisa go in the budget crisis last year. I would not find that to be a friendly amendment. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, council member, and thank you for the explanation.
And I just want to say it's not friendly to the seconder, because I believe homelessness is a real priority in this community, and even delaying hiring, even if we say we're going to hire someone or make that decision 2 months down the road, that's 2 months that we haven't taken affirmative action to try and reduce the number of our neighbors who are homeless on our street. So it's also not friendly to me.
I was, Councilmember Davis, I was trying to advocate putting that money into boots on the street for the next 4 months in this critical time. I understand your feeling, and I accept it, but that's what I was trying to do. It wasn't saving the Thank you.
Okay, so with no more adjustments that I hear, unless I see any hands, Councilmember Delatorre.
Yeah, the CDBG money, $160,000. Can someone explain to me what activities are we funding with that?
Well, those are federal funds, so they're restricted, but somebody else can talk about it.
Yeah, I understand that, but I just want to, and I know it's usually dedicated to deal with poverty and low-income residents, correct?
That's correct. Andy, could you answer that question? I believe that those are rent assistance programs. Yes.
Lane, it's Mark, Councilmember Delatorre. I think I can answer your question. I might ask you one favor. Can you help me see where you're seeing that in the staff report? And I think I'll be able to answer your question.
Yeah, let's see. It's 160. I know it's $160,000. It's right here. It's on page 11 of 17 at the top. It's the second item. It says adjustment reflects correction to the transfer from the CDBG fund to the general fund to account for the administrative oversight of an expanded program due to COVID-19. What is that expanded program for $160,000?
I understand. I think the adjustment you're seeing is an administrative adjustment to have the CDBG budget in the 19 fund reconcile to the general fund. But I think what you're getting to is you're wondering what do we use CDBG money for?
Yeah.
And I can certainly answer that. So in the past year, due to the pandemic, HUD issued a number of limited term waivers, allowing us much more flexibility in how we use CDBG funding. And we're using several $1 million of it this year. We have more than usual because we've gotten special coronavirus dispensations for the city's COVID-19 emergency rental assistance program. So I think in total, we are using $2.8 million of CDBG money for that program, which is ongoing. There is also a smaller portion of the funding, $160,000, I believe, that goes to fund a small portion of the Human Services Grants Program. I think that goes to the Disability Community Resources Center, Chrysalis, St. Joseph's Center, and the Los Angeles Legal Aid Foundation.
I understand that there's requirements, federal requirements for community engagement on the allocation of those funds, and
that's correct.
Yeah, not sure if staff has reached out to the Pico Neighborhood Association or groups that work within the Pico neighborhood, being that I'm assuming that most of the CDBG money is allocated based on our poverty rates, and there is a concentration of low-income families living in the Pico neighborhood. And I was wondering if we're meeting those federal conditions that require for that type of community engagement.
Yes, indeed we are, council member. With the development of the city's 5-year consolidated plan, much of which took place in the early part of 2020, we worked with an outside external consultant that convened a number of community groups, not organized necessarily by neighborhood association, but making sure that all members, a representative sample of our population was included. You can see full details of the community engagement process that was undertaken to inform the consolidated plan on the Human Services website, where we have that plan posted. But we do continue to make sure that we are in compliance with HUD in terms of outreach, and we do bring those plans to council for approval every year, as we are required to do.
Is it appropriate for me to request that information via email?
The plan itself?
Yes, the community the CDBG federal requirements on community engagement and how the consultants work that you said we hired to do that work.
Yeah, so the consolidated plan itself, which is the document we submit to HUD, contains full detail of that process. You can request it via email. I can send you a link just as well.
Yeah, I'll send it to you tonight, Oscar. I'll send it to you tonight, but is there any change you want to make in this? Are there any amendments? I mean, really, we will be here all night.
No, it's impossible to do that. I mean, it's almost like all of that had to be done like 3-4 months ago or 3 weeks ago, because now it's
or maybe a week ago. Anyway, so are we ready to vote on this motion? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Denise?
Council Commission Authority Member Dilatory.
Yes.
Council Commission Authority Member Brock.
Yes.
Vice Chair, Mayor, Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Council Commissioner Authority Member McKeown.
Yes.
Council Commission Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Council Commissioner Authority Member Para.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Himmelrich.
Yes. And that motion made by McEwen and seconded by Davis passes 7-0. And Denise, I am following your cheat sheet here. Okay.
Okay.
So now I need a motion to receive the fiscal year 2021-2022 through fiscal year 2025 to 26 5-year financial forecast. And you can just say so moved.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
And if you want to change the financial forecast, thank you. Moved by McCowan, seconded by Brock. I was going to make a bad joke, but is there any comment on the financial forecast? Let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Dilatory.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So now I need I'm sorry, that passed 7-0. Now I need a motion to adopt a resolution establishing new classifications and adopting salary rates for various listed positions, attachment B. So look at attachment B and approve position and classification changes. That's attachment C. So look at attachments B and C, and if I could have a motion calling for a resolution establishing those classifications.
So moved.
Thank you. Moved by Davis. Do I hear seconded by McCowan? Councilmember Dilatory?
Yeah. Is there a classification study that determines the salary range? How are we determining the salary range that we have before us?
There is. Lori, are you on the call with us still?
I am, yes.
Do you mind?
Yes. If the classification is already established, we do salary studies for all of our classifications. A lot of the classifications that you see there, some are new and some are already established. If they are established already, the salary schedule has already been approved. If it is new, we do a market salary study to establish the salary range.
Oh,
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I just want to make sure we're competitive, with the region, and these salary ranges are going to get us qualified and competitive people.
Yes, we periodically do market salary surveys for positions. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So if there's no further discussion, then let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Dilatory.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes 7-0. And now I need a motion adopting a resolution regarding travel by council members and city issued technology. That would be attachment D.
I'll move.
So may I, is that Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Moved by Councilmember Brock. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember McEwen. Any comments? Discussion? Good. Let's have a vote.
Yeah, if I want to go to China and find out what's going on with the Wuhan and all that, I can get
Pay for
it.
yourself, man. And we'll feed about 1,000 people on it, right? Anyway, yeah. So can we have a roll call vote, Denise?
Yes. Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes. So Councilmember De La Torre is going to China, I guess. Now I need, that passes 7-0. Now I need a motion to adopt a resolution setting the fire basic life support paramedic assessment fee and the disposable medical supplies fee as set forth in attachment E. So who's making that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Great. Moved by Davis, seconded by McCowan. Any discussion? May we have a roll call?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that passes 7-0. Now I'm going to ask for a motion to extend the current Human Services Grant Program grant cycle for 2 years through fiscal year 2022-2023 to ensure that staff and grantees can continue the critical work they are doing to address the pandemic and postpone the next grant cycle to begin fiscal year 2023 to 2024. And extend the current organizational support program grant cycle for 2 years through fiscal year 2022 to 23 to assure staff and grantees can continue the critical work they are doing to address the pandemic and postpone the next grant cycle to begin fiscal 2023 to 2024.
So moved.
Mayor, before you get to this, I believe Councilmember McCowan has something she wants to say.
Yeah, I apologize. I just sort of been looking at this, and my youngest brother is a clinical psychologist at St. Joseph Center. He is also, along with his girlfriend, my tenant. And so on this issue, I think I have to recuse as they're one of the organizations in this. So I apologize. We will have to seek a formal determination.
Okay, so are you, City Attorney, does she need to leave the room for this?
So she needs to leave where she is sitting now while we handle this, so she is away and out of the room while the council deliberates and votes on these 2 items. Together.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're always such a problem. Yes, go ahead.
I mean, who knew?
I mean, you have a family, for God's sake.
I have 4 brothers. This is what happens that grew up and live in the city. So quick thing. Is there any way you guys can disconnect me? Otherwise, I have to go sit outside in the dark. I don't know how long this conversation is going to go on. So,
Corey, can you just sort of ban Kristen for a couple minutes and then bring her back?
Well, if we have a way to reach out to you, I can drop you from the meeting and you can log back in.
Yeah, they can text me. Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
I'll text you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Parra.
We didn't get to have a discussion about this topic because we just had questions. And now we didn't get to have a discussion. because I had some more information that I wanted to talk about or discuss.
Great. Then let's have a discussion. That's what we were doing. We were teeing up motions, and then we were going to discuss them if people had issues. So here we are, and it turns out that was better because we had somebody with a conflict in the room, and now they're gone. So now here we go.
Great. So I have to write notes on everything because I can't remember anything. So these are my notes. So I brought this concern up regarding the grantees, the human service grantees, for reasons of equality and transparency. I'm hearing from grant applicants that applied back in 2015 and were denied, and then waited until 2019 to reapply and were unable to because staff requested an extension. And now if we extend this award again, applicants essentially have had to wait 8 years in order to have an opportunity to be considered. We have a responsibility to our constituents to ensure that programs are meeting their outcomes and funding conditions. We can't just arbitrarily extend and approve grants without seeing and confirming that metrics or outcomes are being met. And I agree with Councilmember De La Torre was saying about making sure that those grantee reports are available online in some type of repository or what have you for transparency and accountability. And so, again, I've got serious concerns about approving this for 2 years. Again, keeping in mind, I understand that these grantees are providing critical services, and I understand that, and I'm not trying to take away from them, nor am I trying to take away from, staff's ability to be able to put out an RFP, but I'm not comfortable approving a 2-year extension.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I want to support what Councilwoman Parra is raising. I totally agree with that. I think, knowing a lot of the grantees, and I appreciate their work. They do very good work. But there's also a lot of council priorities throughout the years, everything from youth violence prevention to the well-being report card. There's just a lot of different indexes and criteria. And I think it's time for us to assess if we've been meeting that. To give the grantees 8 years of grants, an 8-year grant cycle is unprecedented and unheard of in our city. And we're closing out a lot of, new ideas and new grantees. So I think we should approve it maybe for a 1-year cycle, so not the 2 years, but the 1 year. But within the next 6 months, I would like to see us roll out an RFP process so that we can engage in setting the criteria, evaluating where we want to go. I mean, think about it. The world has changed, but yet the grantees have not changed their program plans and outcomes as far as I'm concerned, because we haven't held them to that process anymore. We got rid of that process. And there has been a lot of, talk about, the council is not holding these programs accountable, and I want to make sure that we hold these programs accountable to meeting the outcomes, funding conditions, and create new funding conditions. Being that we are in a new reality with COVID, we as a city council have a responsibility to direct those services, to make sure that we as the purchaser of those services are doing the best job that we can to ensure that we're providing services that are needed on our streets and also for our residents. So I can't support a 2-year. I think a 1 year and within that 1 year, within the next 6 months, we should be able to put out an RFP process with criteria and so forth.
City Manager Dilg.
One of the things that I think may be helpful to hear is just the plan that we had in progress would have been extensive with great community engagement, great data, great metrics. That was all a 2019. It required an outside consultant, a lot of funding, and a lot of time, right? So that's not the space we're in now. If we just put out an RFP in the next 6 months, I fear you will get less community engagement and that there will be impacts, particularly on the food pantry and other things that are really emergency response related. I'm wondering if if Andy or Mark, if there is an alternative here, or if your response is that you don't want to move forward, we may need to come back to you unless you really want us just to change the dates and send it out, which I don't think is what you want to do with this amount of money in this environment.
So let me ask the council members who have a problem. So the way that the recovery, based on what Gigi told us, seems to be shaping up is that we're going to have a very hard next year and maybe some easing in 2022. Right? And I just wonder whether it could be an 18. Yeah, I'm looking at, we extend it for, we run a grant cycle to begin in 2020. What year are we? 2023. In other words, we shoot for a new cycle of grantees in 2023, and until then, any new funding will be considered for new grantees, something like that.
That would also give you time to take into account whether we receive stimulus and who else receives stimulus.
That's right.
So there is obviously a major package being proposed by the administration that will or will not move forward and may impact funding across organization. So that if Andy,
well, because I'm hoping, talking to my my Congress member, right, that we will get additional funding for the kinds of services that we provide, and I wonder whether it would be acceptable, because I see the time frame as not being, within 6 months, but if it were an 18-month cycle, I think it might be, because then we can maintain these folks where they are, do a new grant cycle in, let's say, 18 months. But in the meantime, any fresh funds could go to grantees who have been shut out. What do you think?
So if you're going to go in that direction, my recommendation is you say 18 months, but you give us a time post to take a look at where things are. Because what I don't want to do is be in a situation where we say we've got to start working on the RFP tomorrow, we've got to pull all hands on deck, and that means we're shutting down the food pantry, for example, if there's still major food insecurity, or we're putting together a new rental assistance program because the pandemic impacts are going on longer than we anticipated. But at least you're letting us know that we're not going to be starting on an RFP tomorrow if it's at least 18 months.
And with the additional proviso that new funds, right, can be used for new grantees. Does that work, Andy?
If you expand funding, or if we find other funding, and I think to your point, what's also going to be really important is to see what the federal government is going to do.
Well, that's what I'm looking at. Because unless we get those funds, we aren't going to have anything, right?
Not beyond what we've got today,
right?
Which is less than we had a year ago.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yeah, the money that we give these nonprofits is only 25% of their budget. Is that true? In most cases.
Virtually every one of these nonprofits is leveraging with county funds or state funds or federal funds, depending on the nature of the work. So leveraging is very common.
Yeah, no, it's part of the way that it's a funding condition. It's the way that the city operates. But typically, of the various nonprofits that are funding, would you say that most of them are only getting like 25% of their budget coming from the city, or is it more? Like, are there any nonprofits where 100% of their budget is coming from city sources? Probably not, right?
Mark, why don't you jump in here, because you know more of the details.
Sure, thanks, Andy. Councilmember De La Torre, I don't believe that we fund any of our current grantees above 20%. The ratio of city grant money to the size of an agency really varies from agency to agency. I mean, some of the agencies we fund are enormous, and our funding might be as little as 1%, 2%, or 3%. But without having spent recent time evaluating all those numbers, I don't believe that we fund anyone above 20%.
So it's pretty impossible to suggest that even if we cut all of their funding, which is 20% maximum, let's say, of their budget, that any of these organizations would stop providing services. I mean, it seems like with 80% of your budget, you'd still be able to provide services. And we don't even know at this point if any of these nonprofits, which they have the ability and capacity to apply for, federal, state, county funds, but on top of that, also private foundations and so forth, and do fundraisers, right? There's the nonprofits have, they have an ability to raise some funds as well, but we haven't done that analysis. So I just want to make sure that we're not putting out information that's not so accurate, right? None of these organizations, even if we cut all their funding, are going to cease to exist. It would impact them. I'm not promoting that. But the fact is that if we gave the same amount of money and put a little bit more requirements on them, it sounds to me that they would be able to deliver on those requirements. And the requirements that I would like to see is, at a minimum, to have an evaluation of those programs and services, on our part, our staff, right? And then I would definitely like to have a discussion with us as a council in terms of what we see the needs are in the community. And if staff is saying that, we can't launch an RFP process, I would like another mechanism or another tool, whether it be a funding condition or something else that staff can give the city council so that we can direct those services, so that we can, work with these nonprofits in partnership to deliver those types of services that we see are needed in the community. And so I'm asking staff to think with us how we might be able to accomplish that,
Councilmember Days.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor, right?
There is a motion.
Mayor, we did not get a second though, because Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, I think, was doing the second, and she recused herself. So we do.
Then Councilmember McEwen has seconded it. Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to amend that to June 2022. So that would provide about 15 months. So that would give them 1 year. That would allow up and coming nonprofits to get in line and do that. But I'm concerned that we're spending so much time on nonprofits who are doing a great job for the people of our city. I don't want them to think that we are putting them under stress, because I said earlier, I want us to give more money to them. But I think if we postpone it till not this year, but June 2022, that'll move it up 6 months. That will allow staff to get prepared. That will allow the nonprofits to have enough time to do the other things, and I don't want to stress them any further. That's my amendment.
That is not That is not friendly, because you're not. Let me explain, and let me see if I can amend my motion in a way that will solve this problem. Because you understand we're at the mid-budget cycle, so you're not.
Everyone froze.
You're not extending it 15 months. You're only extending it a year, because the grants go through the end of June. So if you say I only want to go till June of the next year, you're only extending it 1 year. You're not extending it 15 months. But what I will do is I will amend my motion. I will still say that and by the way, there seems to be this repetitive thing about that these people aren't accountable. We get regular reports. And if we cut their money, whether it's 20% or 10%, a lot of these agencies provide services not just in Santa Monica, but outside of Santa Monica. They use the Santa Monica money to serve people in Santa Monica. So, for example, Meals on Wheels West, I'm sorry, it's late. They get money from City of LA. They get money from County of LA. They get money from Santa Monica. They use the Santa Monica money to serve Santa Monica residents. If we cut back what we give them, fewer Santa Monica residents are going to get meals. So everyone just needs to be comfortable with that if they want to make this argument. But I would amend my motion to say that we should extend the grant cycles for 2 years, but that we should not increase grants to any of the current grantees within that time, and that should new money become available and should staff have the capacity to do so, then staff should look for opportunities to expand the number of grantees, specifically to address the needs of Santa Monica residents, particularly with regard to issues around homelessness and mental health.
Would that be subject to input by the council on what those priorities should be?
Is that friendly
Okay,
to the
well,
seconder?
I think that we are blessed to have the nonprofit partners we do. I hope we have money come in to add to that list, and that would give the council the ability at that time to assess the need and set the priority. So that'll be friendly to the seconder.
Okay, so let me see if I can restate the motion. I'll do the best I can. So we have the same motion. We'll extend the current Human Services Grant Program and the organizational grant programs for 2 years with the understanding that any new monies that come into the city that would allow for funding to new grantees will go to new grantees, and with the further proviso that those funds be committed or used primarily for mental health and homelessness services. Is that the motion?
With a determination to be made by the council timely, since we can't predict right now what the needs will be a year or 2 years.
Right.
Thank
you.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, good. So let's have a vote.
Hold on just a second. Okay. Councilmember Para.
No.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
No.
Councilmember De La Torre.
No.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that motion failed.
Is
I'd
there-
like to make a motion.
3-3. So I have another motion from Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, pretty similar, but we want to do a shorter time frame. We want to send a powerful message in terms of, getting back to normalizing our RFP process. We've been, if we move on this path, it's 8 years and it's a little too long, so I think that not a little too long, it's way too long. Usually the grant cycle was only 3 years.
We just hear the motion, Oscar. I'm sorry, I'm getting irritated. It's getting late.
Okay. I drank too much coffee. But anyway, so here's the deal. I would like to propose that we instead of a 2 year, that it be a 1 year, right? And that we find a tool. If it's not within the year, and we should have an RFP process within a year. Like there should be RFP criteria put out there within the next 6 months, so that it gives 6 months, to the grantees to apply, so that we can make decisions within, 12 months, to approve
Oscar,
another 4-year cycle.
If you made your motion, I'll second it. Just shorten it to one sentence.
Yeah. So I move that we approve a grant cycle, a 1 year grant cycle with an RFP process brought forward within the next 6 months, so that the grantees can apply at the beginning of.
It's too long. Just make it expired July 1st, 2022, and just don't put all the other stuff in. That's my advice. But do whatever you want.
All right. Well, work with me on that. I'm trying to figure out the timeline here because look,
July. Just all you have to do is say the simple thing that it will expire. The current grants will expire July 1st, 2022. Leave it at that. The staff, the nonprofits will work together, take care of it. I don't want to overburden anyone if you want me to support it.
Yeah, no, that works. I can work with that. And then in terms
I did.
Okay.
I did. All it does is it changes the motion that we will extend the current Human Services Grant Program. Let me see if I have this right. For 1 year through fiscal year 21-22.
Yes.
Together with the OSP grant cycle. And I really believe, I just want you to know, because you know I believe in these programs, and I've always supported these programs, but I also see what conditions are like out there, and I know you do too. And I want these people working on the problems out there and not on our grants. And I think that that's a problem with your motion, which is why I said 18 months. But you go with it, and it's not going to pass. Councilmember Davis.
Well, I just want to confirm or remind everybody that it's not, I agree with you, Mayor Himmelrich, but also that we're not going to have any additional staffing for this. We're not talking about adding any people. And so Mr. Agel has told us, if we say no, go off and do RFPs, we're going to stop doing the Virginia Avenue Food Pantry. So I just want to make it clear, I am not supporting anything that's going to that's going to divert our staff from providing food to people who are food insecure. So I'm going to vote no on this motion.
Councilmember McEwen.
Oh, the argument that we need to get back to a normal RFP cycle in these extraordinarily abnormal times just doesn't ring true. I mean, right now there are people hurting day to day who need the services that these existing nonprofit partners are providing. To pull money, attention, resources, personnel away from that now, to my mind, is a horrible mistake. And I don't think that by 2022, based on the analysis and the financial forecast that we heard tonight, we can be assured either that we'll have the staff to handle it, that the nonprofits will have the staff, or that there'll be a different or larger pot of money available by that time. So I just don't see any benefit in this motion, and I won't support it.
Councilmember Block.
Christine, do you want to go? I'll offer an amendment, if it's friendly to the maker, that we take Councilmember Davis's advice and we make it 18 months. I think that's what you said, Glenn.
No, I didn't say 18 months. I don't see the difference between 18 months and 2 years. It's 6 months.
The only reason, right. All right, I'm sorry, then I withdraw that. My only reasoning is to make sure if, as Councilmember Parra says, if there are new potential grants, that we try and get them in. Or, here's a secondary idea.
That was my motion you voted no on. I said if there was new money, we would make it available to new potential grantees and or new programs, and you voted no.
Then it's my fault. I would support that. I'm so sorry. I hear you. I didn't hear that.
Okay, great. I just want to really finish.
If we free up more money and we can add more grantees, I'm all for it. So it's up to Councilmember Delatorre if he'll withdraw his motion and we go back to the drawing board. We can move on.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Davis, I'm very sorry.
So here's what we're trying to do. Look, we're not even recommending to cut any money from any of the grantees, right? We're not. We're trying to ask for, more accountability, more transparency, right? So how do we accomplish that without sending sort of this negative message that people are framing it as? And all we're asking for is we want to make sure that the grantees are delivering the services that they promise to deliver. And we want to make sure.
Have you looked at the reports that have been filed? Did you look at the report from 6 months ago? There's a report coming out on February 1. That's in 2 days or 5 days or whatever. I mean, don't you think it would be that you should look at the reports before you start worrying about accountability?
No, what I'm saying
we already cut these people 12%.
I'll do something that'll simplify this. I'll withdraw my second. There we go.
So the thing is this, is how do we...
McEwen. Okay, Councilmember McEwen.
What I was going to do is to make a substitute motion, but since the second on the motion on the floor was withdrawn, I will make a primary motion, which is the same original motion that was made by Councilmember Davis.
Second.
So the motion is that the Human Grant Services Program be extended for 2 years, but any additional funds that we receive and that we're hoping to receive through the federal government or the state government will be open to new grantees who will go through the RFP process, right, or will go through an application process. And that means that the program is not static. It's not always the same people. New grantees, as Councilmember Parra was concerned about, will have an opportunity to be old grantees in the next grant cycle. And we will, and so we will have our existing program, won't put stress on it, and we'll have new funds, hopefully, to put into new grantees. And I will support that motion. City Manager Dilg. You're on mute. You're on, like me.
If that's the motion, I want to be clear, any new funds that come in that you allocate to grant programs will go in that direction. The way you stated it could have been all of our funds. So I just want to
correct
that.
Right, yes. Councilmember De La Torre.
A friendly amendment so that we can move forward on this. And I want to ask if this is okay. I would want those reports that are going to be delivered February 1st, right? They're going to be delivered very soon. That those reports be made accessible to the public more than what is usually the case. And I don't know how that can happen. Maybe we can put a funding condition that every grantee has to put it on their webpage. So someone can go to their webpage and click on it and they can see the report, or that we, our staff, put it on a portal within, so that we can go to the grantees and click on the name of the grantee and we can see that report. I want to add that as a friendly amendment, and I will not vote to support the motion if I can't get that friendly amendment.
Well, I can tell when I'm having my arm twisted, and I don't always appreciate it. Frankly, I don't know what it would take to do that. I think the appropriate thing, the cleaner thing here, would be to vote on the motion and then to give direction to staff to see if that can be done. Without knowing exactly what you're asking for or how practical that is, I can't accept that as a friendly amendment.
It's a report. It's just they're gonna produce the report. I just want it to be accessible.
The first step.
Yeah, that's what you said. You didn't know what you're asking for. That's what I'm asking for.
Okay. So I think that amendment is not friendly. So let's vote on the main motion. Councilmember Parra.
I just have a quick question because clearly we're new to all of this and, there's some confusion. So the reports that we're talking about, the biannual reports, which the next one's going to be due on February 1st, are those public reports, publicly available? And if so, where are they?
I'm sorry, City Manager Dill, go ahead.
So what was stated earlier is that they are available through public records requests. What I don't know is how voluminous they are or whether they would need to be redacted in order to be posted online and made available. So I don't know how much work it is to put them on the website. I do know that they are public records. I just don't know if we redact them and have to spend staff time or how voluminous they are. Mark or Andy, I don't know if you're able to answer.
And so then if I wanted to see them, then I have to make a request to Andy or to Mark.
Yes, if you'd like to see them, you could send a request to Andy or to Mark.
Okay, because I was unaware of, and the reason why all this conversation came up is that I did read that those were requirements for the grantees, but I had no idea where those reports were at, and I didn't realize that I could have asked Andy and Mark for them. And I recently, it took me, a 1,000-page agenda report, to do after work and on weekends. I just finalized my review of it last night. And so I wasn't able to ask for that in a timely manner. So my apologies if this has gone full circle. But again, this is a learning curve for the 3 new city council members. And so I appreciate some patience from my colleagues on these questions and these procedures, because clearly, we're trying to understand and be good stewards. And so that's why we are asking all these questions. Thank you.
I understand, and I'm sorry I lost my cool, but we're sort of going in circles. So can we vote on this motion, please?
Just one point of clarification. Kevin said that there was a way after we vote on this to direct staff to make those reports available, not with a FOIA, but just make them available. Like the grantees are the grantees. Once they get the money, we should be able to see those reports. And do we have to do it after we vote on this? Because I'm fine to do it that way, if that's your recommendation, Kevin.
And I'm fine with explaining that. I don't want that to be a condition of these nonprofits knowing that they've got their funding so they can continue doing their work. And I don't know specifically, as the city manager said, what it would take for these to be public documents. We often get proprietary information as part of these reports that might not be appropriate financial information to share with the public. It might be personnel, who knows. So I just want, rather than to have it be part of the motion, to pause after we, I hope, pass the motion and give direction to staff to pursue making these reports available in the appropriate way without it being a condition of the grants. That's why I'd rather do it as a separate.
As the seconder, can I add that I think Mark said that, and I don't know, there may be HIPAA information in these reports, there may be all sorts of confidential information, but that Mark offered that they could do a compendium of the reports that sort of summarize the work that the various grantees are doing. So that may be an option if somebody decides to give direction after we vote on the motion.
What's the motion that we're voting on then?
The motion, I'll do it again. The motion is to extend the current Human Services Grant Program and the current Organizational Support Program through for 2 years through 2022, 2023, but all new funds to the grant program for these services will go to new grantees with a focus to be determined by the council, but right now we believe it would be homelessness and mental.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great.
Are we ready for a roll call?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 6-0, and will someone get in touch with Mayor Pro Tem McCowan and tell her she can come back?
Well, she may have to stay out for the direction. At this point, we just passed the motion that Councilmember Davis made about 25 minutes ago. But the agreement was that there'd be an additional direction to staff. So at this point, if Councilmember De La Torre would, in as brief a form as possible, suggest a direction to staff to make these reports available to the council and the public as appropriate, we could vote on that.
I second that motion.
Okay, I was going to give you the honor of making it, but fine. Okay, so you have a motion and a second.
Motion by McEwen, seconded by Delatorre. And let's take a vote.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Hemmerich?
Yes, so that again passes 6-0. And being thankfully done with that item, we'll move on to item number 18, which is, I wonder if anybody will make a motion to authorize the city manager to accept a grant award in the amount of $42,430 from the U.S. Department of Justice, Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Fund for implementation of the JAG 2020 program, overtime operations to keep neighborhoods safe.
So move.
Can we do all the grant awards as a single motion?
They are.
That is,
You can combine the 3 grant awards.
Yeah, they are, all 3 of them.
and they're all combined. Okay, so that's the first one. Then we have a grant award in the amount of $24,276 from the U.S. Department of Justice. And wait, there must be one very, and a grant award in the amount of $2,681 from the California Department of Justice. So the 3 grants that are in, sorry, I'm working with 2 separate documents here, but
Items 8, 9, and 10 under the agenda.
thank you. That's what I needed. Thank you so much. Because
So do
I'm
we have
in
a
the
second?
attachment.
Mayor, do we have a second? We had Councilmember Brock who made the motion.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
You made the motion. Okay, motion by Brock, seconded by somebody.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Para. Can we take a vote?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
And Mayor Hemmerich?
Yes. So that passes 7-0. Now, can I have a motion to direct the interim city manager to publicly announce and designate a 30-day application timeline for seats on the We Are Santa Monica Fund Advisory Board to be appointed by the interim city manager to provide community engagement and advice to the interim city manager with respect to the We Are Santa Monica?
I'll move that direction.
Second.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
I did.
Latorre, moved by Latorre, seconded. Oh. Oscar, did you make that motion?
No, I didn't.
Kevin did, I thought.
I just want to make sure that the people that are appointed, that we strive to have diversity.
Thank you. That can be, yes, thank you. I agree with that.
And that the earlier comments on this issue are taken into account. I think they were already noted.
So, okay, so the motion was made by McEwen, right?
Yes, and seconded by Davis.
Thank you. You're better than I am, Denise. Thanks. So, shall we take a vote?
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Hemmerich?
Yes. Now I'd like a motion to provide direction to staff on whether to proceed with developing a digital out-of-home advertising and wayfinding program. And by issuing the RFP and returning to council with proposed locations and recommendations for new policies and or changes to existing policies concerning community aesthetics and enhancing overall engagement. Moved by Davis.
Second.
Seconded by Delatorre. Let's take a roll call. Oh, Councilmember McEwen, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I do. We've now been meeting for over 8.5 hours straight. I just want to make sure that staff remembers that back when we began asking questions, I expressed some reservations about this program being too advertising heavy, that it's fine to have these kiosks and to have wayfinding messages, etc., but they can't just be digital billboards. So I just want to make sure that the maker and the seconder of this motion acknowledge that concern and that be passed along to staff along with the motion itself.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Great. So we have agreement. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember McCune,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. And so my final call is for a motion to provide direction to staff on whether to return with additional information regarding public-private partnership opportunities to support programs.
Yeah.
Councilmember Brock?
I'll move. Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember De La Torre. I, as did Councilmember McEwen, have reservations about this, and I would want additional information and a framework on what kind of partnerships we're talking about, the degree to which they happen, and how much the city will benefit from it. Councilmember Brock?
Can we eliminate, is this one where the exclusive soda contract is in there?
The Pepsi contract? No.
Okay.
What is it? The poor,
Right.
Yeah.
So I'd like to, can we add maybe a sentence to what I said we'd authorize that says it needs to be tasteful in line with Santa Monica standards? Would that be good, Kevin?
Well, we haven't really yet defined what our standards are. I think we all know what we think they are. I certainly don't want to get into a partnership situation where you come to downtown Santa Monica and you feel like you've arrived at Times Square because everything is labeled with a sponsorship, flashing lights. Now, there are certain things that might be appropriate, and it may be that we have to take them on a case-to-case basis. That puts an awful onus on staff.
So it's probably fine.
If I could finish, Bill. That puts
I apologize.
That would make it hard for staff to go out and seek this kind of sponsorship. So I hope if we give this direction that at some point staff will give us the opportunity, I guess at a public meeting, to discuss what sorts of sponsorships we feel would be in the Santa Monica spirit, fit with what we all want our community to look like and feel like. I am not for the corporatization of public space.
And I think we're supposed to provide, look, I think that staff is going to come back with additional information, and then we can give additional direction at midnight. I'm sorry, City Manager Dilg.
Yes, it's late. We can come back on this one. We've gotten a little bit. We would have to come back to you for approval on anything. So we can bring this back when we need to.
So should we not vote now, or are you suggesting that we vote and then you bring it back?
I think what I'm hearing is that you are open to public-private partnerships, but you want to be careful in terms of how we proceed, and that may be enough for tonight. George? Do you have other ideas?
I think staff was looking for a formal vote for direction to actually go out and do the exploring of the programs with the understanding that they would come back to you before they would follow through with anything on those programs.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I would also like to add that we engage our nonprofit sector as well. All the grantees that are now fully funded for 2 years to engage with us on these private public nonprofit partnerships so we can get all three sectors involved.
Great. Any other direction before we vote on this?
Well, we each have our name underneath our picture on the screen here in these Zoom meetings. Maybe we can
I was thinking we could have the McEwen dinosaur or something.
The Irish Republic. Sponsors, Kevin.
Okay, let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes.
Now we are adjourning the special joint meeting. I'm going on to public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item, and we have 2 callers.
May we hear the callers, please?
Transferring John Medlin.
John Medlin, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Starts right now, huh? Okay, hi. It's been 8.5 hours. You guys have been going out for 8.5 hours. It's been 8 months since May 31st. And, when do the citizens of Santa Monica find out the truth about May 31st? Andrew Gumbel published an article, Santa Monica has made a mess of investigating last spring's public safety disaster, Los Angeles Magazine on January 23rd, 2021. In the article, he alleges that the city of Santa Monica approved spending up to $25,000 through the field command consultants on an after-action postmortem of the 31 May debacle. He further states that a draft of that report was made available to a subordinate of the police chief in August of 2020. Then, at the city council meeting on 25 August 2020, city council member Sue Hemmerich was told no report had been made. Yet Gumbel wrote, neither Dill nor George Cardona, the city attorney who had approved the hiring of the 2 former sheriff's deputies as a member of the city spending review committee, let Hemmerich know that the very thing she was demanding had already happened. To what extent is Gumbel's article true? If true, what should be the consequences? Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jonathan Foster.
Jonathan Foster, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I want to just say good work. I always remember the number of soldiers that have gone that served us so that we could have the debate, or so that you people could have the debate that I just saw tonight. That's great. I again calling about Promenade 3.0, and I still wanted to say some things. The council has changed, so things I've said in the past seem to not always resonate with actually everyone, unless you've heard some of the things I've talked about in the past. But tonight I was still going to elaborate a little more on something I have said about the great part of the program on 3rd Street for street performers, and I was hearing in some of the presentation on the 3.0 that maybe that might change. And even something might have been said about the feel of downtown, if you showed up in New York. And so I had said something about that, the promenade, staying a small town, a family gathering place, a nice quiet place, a place where you could kind of get away from that part, where there was still street performing. It seemed to be one of the nicest things that happened in Santa Monica, where it seemed to be friendly, and where there could be different acts out there that actually really did attract people. And some of that got chopped up with the CSOs and the ticketing and things like that. But getting aside from that, what I still want to say or highlight again is that friendly offer that Santa Monica has. It's a really nice thing. I've seen street performing in other places. I've tried to street perform in other places. And again, I just don't want Santa Monica to lose something I think is a very friendly.
Thank you.
So,
Denise Spartan.
Denise Barton, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Due to the Housing Commission not being willing to follow the Brown Act like you, and include on the agenda the phone number and PIN to participate in public comment 72 hours before the meeting, I'm going to give the presentation I was unable to give at the last Housing Commission meeting. Let's begin with Diane Glauber's suggestion that you get a full-time ADA person. But once again, the city decided on a part-time person named Myrna, who's a crisis manager at another company. Does this sound familiar? Just like the city circulating the ADA position among unqualified city employees? It would once again appear that you are not providing proper services for the funding you're taking for affordable housing. Let me give you a couple of examples. I tried contacting Myrna after exhausting all of the roads to get reasonable accommodation for a powdered substance, which has made me sick for over a year and a half now, in all common areas of the building my affordable housing is in. But the Housing Authority doesn't do it. Legal Aid tells you to hire a private attorney shortly after receiving an email showing the problem does exist and that it's on video. And Myrna calls you back once and the problem continues to exist, or she refers you to another entity so she doesn't have to address the situation. What a scam you're running for funding or to fill your own pockets. Again, the Housing Authority does by also not answering tenants' concerns even when they are put into writing. And with criminal entities managing your affordable housing like Graystar and NMS, the Housing Authority is really throwing affordable housing tenants to the wolves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
and that
you.
was our final caller. Yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Dill. I'm sorry, City Manager Dilg. I've demoted you.
Consistent with the Brown Act, I'm allowed to provide a brief statement in response to a public comment, particularly because I'm not a city manager, I'm not a council member. We're all tired. I do want to be very clear with the community. Field Command was hired under the authority of the former Santa Monica Police Chief, Cynthia Renaud. The contract was signed by Chief Renaud. The contract was within her authority. Chief Renaud did not provide me with a final report by August from Field Command or from the Santa Monica Police Department. At that point, City Council pivoted and decided to hire OIR Group, directed staff to hire an independent entity to conduct the after-action review. That process is underway. I also want to be clear with the community that we do hear, and I do hear, the need for a thorough and full accounting of May 31st. That is in progress. OIR has held 2 listening sessions. The materials are available on the website. All Field Command materials have been provided to OIR Group. The process is thorough, the process is complete, the process is independent, and it will provide the community the accounting of the facts that it needs. So I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
Thank you. I believe we have 3 adjournments tonight. I forwarded one to Councilmember McEwen. I sent you an email, Kevin. Did you get it?
Well, I'd be honored to give a respectful adjournment, but this is the first part of it. And maybe this is a good time for him to explain why with new council members. During city council meetings, I do not read or send email. I don't text, don't post on Facebook, I don't tweet, I don't make phone calls. I barely say hello to my wife as I go by on the way to the bathroom. And that's because when I early got on the city council, I came out of something called PEN, the Public Electronic Network, where activists were emailing back and forth across the city. And I looked forward to the opportunity to bring that onto the council dais and then have ongoing communication. But I sat down with our city attorney at the time, Marcia Boutry, and we realized that actually cut the public out of discussion, because not everybody would know who was talking with whom about what while we were in the middle of the decision-making process. And to underscore that, at one point, must be 15, 20 years ago now, one council member passed a note to another during a meeting, surreptitiously. And a local activist found the note in the trash after the meeting and made a big deal of it, as they should have. And it became very clear that hidden communication among council members and with others during council meetings is a threat to good democracy and to transparency. So it has been my policy all these years. I'm sorry, Sue, I didn't get anything you sent me because I won't look until we finish. I'll sign back onto my email account. So I can't do the adjournment. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. Then I will do, so there are 3 adjournments. Phil has 1. I have 2. And I was hoping you could do one for a very long-time employee of the city, Kevin. So, but I'll do it. Phil, do you want to go first? You're muted. Welcome to my world.
I'm just trying to imitate you. I'd be happy to.
You have many more of those to go.
It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of longtime community leader Jean McNeil Weiner, who died January 13th from complications due to COVID-19. Jean was a dedicated public servant who donated her time serving as an elected official, Miss Santa Monica, she was called, in over 20 local nonprofits, including the YMCA, Westside Women's Health Center, the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, the Santa Monica History Museum. She was also involved with the Police Activities League, the Young Women's Christian Association, Santa Monica College, Wise and Healthy Aging, the Santa Monica Historical Society, the Santa Monica Bay Women's Club, the Santa Monica Breakfast Club, the Salvation Army. She served as president of Kiwanis. I gracefully followed in her footsteps, Rotary, and the American Cancer Society. Her devotion to the city was so great, she was nicknamed Miss Santa Monica. And in 2009, the Chamber of Commerce created the Jean McNeil Weiner Community Service Award in her honor. Jean was especially committed to improving public health. She began working in a physician's office at age 20 and dedicated her career to hospital community relations. In 1994, she joined the team at UCLA Medical Center in Santa Monica. Jean always looked to lift up other women and encourage them to take on leadership roles. Most importantly, she helped found the organization of women leaders in Santa Monica, AL, and served as a mentor to so many current community leaders. On behalf of a grateful community, we convey to Jean's family our deepest condolences and thanks for her lifetime of service to Santa Monica.
Thank you, Phil. And it is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of long-time city employee and retired public service supervisor Arthur E. Art Lopez, who passed away January 12th as a result of COVID-19. TSO Supervisor Lopez worked on and around the 3rd Street Promenade for more than 30 years. Beginning in June 1985, Art began his service with the city as a structure guard, patrolling the parking structures. Art's duties, whether as a structure guard, later reclassified to CSO1, and later reclassified as a public services officer, never took him away from downtown Santa Monica and the 3rd Street Promenade. Those who are lucky enough to know him reiterated this week that Lopez was one of the most positive and friendly people they'd ever met. Art retired as a public services supervisor in December 2016. On behalf of the entire community, we convey to his wife Tina, his son Eric, daughter Eleanor, and 2 granddaughters our deepest condolences. Now the next is an email that I got from Esterlina Lugo in our city clerk's office, who I ran into frequently at Casa Martin, one of my favorite places. And I want to say that it's with great sadness that we adjourn this meeting in memory of the mother of Fernando, Orlando, and Sandro Martin from the restaurant Casa Martin. Her name was Soledad Martin, and I know the brothers well, and they're distraught with the passing of their beloved mother, as they were very close to her and took care of her. She's survived by 10 children, which she raised here in Santa Monica in the Pico neighborhood when they immigrated from Mexico decades ago. They attended school here in Santa Monica and established their 2 restaurants here as well. They pride themselves with their mother's good cooking and authentic Mexican recipes, and even had her train the cooks when they opened their first restaurant on Ocean. So it's with great sadness we adjourn in her memory, and condolences to her family, and condolences to the brothers whom I know. So on that note, our next council meeting is on February, somebody help me, February
9th.
Thank you. February 9th. Sorry, I have 18 pieces of paper, none of which have them on it. February 9th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. And thank you all for being here, and thank you to staff for the reports, but most of all, thanks to everybody on the council for your patience in this meeting. So we will see you on February the 9th. Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night.